New guard for sure. I mean, you gotta hand it to the old dogs. You know, look at guys like Travis and Danny. And
well, without an old guard, there isn't a new guard.
Oh, old guard? You kidding? I can use a new guard question, yeah.
The kids coming up are what you have to watch.
Old. I think it's more fun bashing rail to rail with guys that have more experience.
You know, you have a lot of people to aim for that are leading the pack.
Like the new guard are inspirational. It makes us feel young. Like I love watching them and I love critiquing them. But damn, they're fast. So I don't know how much longer we can hold on.
2015 Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life. It is a glorious tropical Southern California day here at Doheny as we look forward to crowning champions today, the second day of competition off the heels of what some are saying some of the best competition they have ever witnessed in the sport of paddle racing. Yesterday, a pumping south swell delivering a technical aspect that definitely complicated and intensified things, to say the least, on inside buoys, and fans from throughout the world were treated to an incredible display of technical paddling and like I said, some pile-ups like we haven't seen before. Good morning, everyone. Pat Parnell along with Chuck Patterson, famed waterman, too many titles to go into, and recent recipient, Hall of Famer, Lifetime Achievement, and Will Taylor, editor-in-chief of SUP Magazine. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
How are we feeling after yesterday? I feel like the chicken skin is still standing because I think expectations are high for today's competition as well.
Yeah, I think a little bit of an adrenaline hangover for everyone, but now that we're on the beach and it's coming up, we're all psyched.
Yeah, I mean, we have another, like you said, beautiful day today, and the swell looks like it's gone down a teeny bit, but I'm sure we're going to have a lot of great action today, especially with the heat being hot again, and this long-distance race is going to be pretty exciting.
We talked about a little bit of the takeaways in yesterday's wrap-up show. Will, I'd love to get your perspective, what you took away from everything from the Groms all the way up to the pros and the women's categories yesterday.
I just took away that the level is growing so much right now. I mean, it was a long day of competition for everyone, but people were laying it all on the line. Same time, pacing themselves a little for coming in today, and we have another big day of competition. I think everyone's ready to rock and roll.
And that perfectly segues. You can see all the world's best out there ready to go on the distance portion of the competition. To give us a little more insight on that, we jump into the GoPro course preview.
The long distance being a little more different than the technical, it's going to be water start and to be doing 2 big laps. So the long distance is going to be exciting, but it's also going to be a mind game, a bit of chess, if you will. The usual suspects will always rise to the top regardless of the board length. It's just such a classic venue. It's really cool to have a place you can always come back to year after year.
Pro course preview with Kai Lenny. And Kai makes it sound easy, but this is a challenge, right? We're not talking straight lines here. There's some tactic. Maybe you guys can dive into what we can expect to see from the world's best paddlers.
I mean, I think, yeah, Kai definitely, you know, it's like a no big deal for those guys. But I personally would have to say that, you know, we've got a lot of things going against him today, or that's going to be a big challenge. We have the heat today. 2 laps, you're going straight into the sun. I think it's going to come down to where you line up. You know, make sure you're fully hydrated. Yesterday was a full day of competition. Today we have another incredible day. So where do you draw the line? Do you go full bore right now and you know, put it all on the line for today, and then, or I mean for this race, and then still keep some in the, you know, tank for the rest of the races?
And Will, I have to ask a lot of conversation too. The likes of Danny Ching, you know, you don't want to be too fast out of the gate. What do you think guys like Danny and others that are in that same category need to think about?
Yeah, well, we kind of designed this so that the guys would have to pace themselves and think about the whole competition across the weekend. So this morning, that's going to be really important. Because we have semifinals and finals and technical after this later today. So pacing, but still placing well, because those points are going into the combined championship. And so we need to be watching that. The racers are going to be on that.
Also want to bring up the fact that we're looking for an overall champ, and this is a big aspect of paddling, you know, being well-versed in multiple categories. Maybe you guys could help explain to those new to the sport how vital it is that you're strong across multiple fronts.
Yeah, you bring up a great point. I mean, long distance versus what we saw yesterday with a technical race. I mean, in and out through the waves, which makes it that really exciting. So the long distance is more of an endurance, and the technical race is also endurance, but then you're also looking at you know, your technique and how you go in and out through the surf. So to be, and that's what we're looking for, is a champ that pretty much embodies both.
Yeah, we really wanted to reward the best overall racer, and with the $55,000 prize purse, we wanted the best athletes in the world to earn that. So I think that's what we're going to see today.
If obviously not playing any favorites, but who's looking the strongest, Will, from your seat?
Danny looked really strong yesterday, and he did not look like he was trying that hard. He's got a proven track record at this venue. He's going to have to put it all on the line, though, today to win that championship.
Shock permission to get clairvoyant as well.
Well, I mean, I think you're right, Danny. I'd really like to see some of these young kids, which we always see, you know, like Connor, some dark horses maybe, you know, Noah, I mean, Hopper. It's going to be interesting, and that's what's exciting to see.
Well, you mentioned the young guard, the old guard. They all have different takes when you bring into the question of water starts. Let's hear from some of the world's best paddlers on their thoughts. Water start versus a beach start.
Beach start.
Oh, beach start, for sure.
Both, but I do prefer the beach start.
Beach, 100%.
100% beach start. You know, as fast as you can run, you just shoot onto the water.
The water start, because I know I'm not going to mess it up.
I love a beach start because I love to run and skim on my board.
Obviously, if there's waves, it's all about time. You could take out the best of the guys. You know, if you're running, you trip, and you fall, and it's a sprint. You're basically done. You know, there's not really anything you can do.
You know, skid, pass a few waves, if there's ways even better. But yeah, beach starts.
The water start, which I don't know, begs the question, Will, can we intensify the beach start? Can we throw some steeples in there, some broken glass, some barbed wire, make it like a mud run into the water?
Yeah, I mean, these guys and girls have done this so much. When they hit the water, they're just skipping like stones. It's crazy to see. But out there for the water start, it's all about getting that correct position. They're amazing at that as well. So it'll be interesting to see who kind of takes off in that lead pack, and it's going to be really important for the race.
You see a lot of the paddlers practice their turns on the inside in the waves and get comfortable on those, you know, longer the racing boards. How about practicing a beach start, a water start, Chuck? Is that something that you have to spend a lot of time on?
Not necessarily, but I think you do have to understand who you're up next to. You know, if you're up against, I always would like to be right next to the best guy, because then I know they're going to take off quickly and they know everything, what they're up against. If you're next to someone that's not so well versed, they're more tend to make a mistake, which could basically take you out. And you want to be with a fast pack right off the bat so you don't get separated, because we are going to see 2 laps. It's hot. There's going to be drafting trains, and I see maybe a couple guys going straight out and trying to separate from the drafting train, but I think it's going to be all about conserving yourself and then hammering at the end and trying to separate.
And let's bring in the mental game, Will. Obviously, positioning where you are on that starting line, but there's a mental game to take into this as well.
Yeah, and we kind of touched on it earlier, but this is a little bit of a shorter distance race. It's just going to be under 6 miles. So it's shorter, but I think, the mental still plays a big part of it, and they're thinking about later today as well. So it's kind of a double challenge there, and it's something that they haven't done a ton of, so it'd be interesting to see who kind of wins that mental battle.
You can imagine everyone's on pins and needles right now. We're looking for an overall champ. We will be crowning champs on multiple fronts today, and that always makes a competition day that much more exciting. Yesterday, we didn't know what to expect, and as you pointed out, Chuck, the swell has dropped a little bit, but there are still a few sneaker sets, which can complicate things a little bit, but not by the means of what we saw yesterday. It was just, we were making references to D-Day, like a Normandy invasion, maybe salmon trying to swim upstream. It was debris estate sale. It definitely made one for the history books.
No, very true. Yeah, but that's what made it so exciting. I think this race, that's the nice thing. We have the long distance, so it's more flat water, and then you have the technical race in and out of the surf, which really, I think, is what stand-up's about. It's exciting, and every athlete here is stoked to be able to compete in the technical race, and then the long distance is a little more hard work.
And I'd be remiss not thanking the state parks. They have been such a pivotal force in supporting stand-up paddling and this race. So they did a great job of keeping things safe, and the lifeguard patrol, water patrol, did a great job. We can see everyone lined up. The men's pro distance is about to get down. We're going to bring Bo Hodge into the booth for the call. As you can see, everyone anxiously awaiting the start. And Will, we thank you for taking the time. A great event.
Welcome back to the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, live from Doheny Beach here at Dana Point. We are underway with our 6-mile distance race. I'm Bo Hodge along with Chuck Patterson, Jamie Mitchell, 2 former winners out here back in 2008 and 2009. And guys, we are underway with the 6-mile distance race.
Yeah, it looks like I just saw Danny Ching get checked there right past that yellow buoy. So looks like the pace is fast and furious off the start. I see a couple of starboards there. Could be Tito, Bo O'Brien. I see Slater Trout with a yellow backpack. Danny Ching's in there. All the usual suspects. So Kai Lenny on the bottom of your screen there. Danny Ching's got the yellow hat. Casper Steinfarth in his signature shorts there. Another 404 paddle. I imagine that's Bullet from
Bullet Obra
from Tahiti. So these guys are just trying to get off to a really good start, and we'll start to see some draft trains take place in the next 4 or 5 minutes.
Guys, condition-wise, what do you think? The light winds is going to play a favor, downwind, upwind of this race. Break it down, Chuck.
I mean, I think at the beginning here we're going to have, the sun is in your face, so, you're trying to do your best to get in that pace. I mean, they all take off really fast, and then, like Jamie said, it's going to create a big separation, and then you're going to start to see drafting trains, and then you get kind of in your rhythm that you're going to try to keep that same stroke and try to be in the right line. And as you can see right now, the lines are already starting to pull together.
I see someone on the inside there is sort of taking their own little line. That could be maybe George Kronstadt. He's the Tahitian. He is an animal. if there's one guy apart from Danny and Travis who can probably go out on his own, it's probably George's. But it looks like Tito in the main pack there that's in the lead. T2 has really come to the forefront this past year. He's really got his game together, and he's solid. So looks like this pack is starting to form. Slater Trout's in there. Haven't seen Travis Grant. I can't make him out at the moment, or Connor or Kai. So there's Kelly Margetts in the blue and white stripes. So
and you can see Casper. Yeah,
Casper's right there on the yellow Nash. So it looks like T2 and Bo O'Brien have a similar technique. So I'm not exactly sure if that's T2 or Bo Brown in the front there, but either one of the starboard rider there. So someone just fell off.
Wow, yeah.
Wow, that looked like it could have been Kelly Margetts that maybe fell. That's a big mistake. But Casper making his way. No, Kelly there. Oh, there's Connor. So Connor is, you can see the jet ski wake on the inside there. Connor's just made his move up on the inside. So he's trying to just adjust himself into the top there. So
and you can definitely see a lot of residual bump. You have a little backwash from the shore and from the boat. So it's not really this nice glassy, conditions. So it's definitely challenging, and you've got, different tide, but Slater's definitely working hard.
Yeah, Slater does like to lead from the front. I'm really surprised that I haven't seen Danny Ching at the front right now, and Travis Grant as well. But maybe they're playing a tactical game for the rest of the day, because it's just not about the long distance race today.
Slater's known to go out fast early in a lot of races, and he's doing so today, guys.
Yeah, he is. He loves to push from the front, and he's pushing the pace. And, I got a feel there's Lincoln Jews right there. They see Kyle Lenny on the inside there, on the far left of the inside.
A lot of jockeying around.
Kelly Margetts. Everyone's still just jockeying. And look at the water within that pack. It looks like a pack of piranhas. It's it's not really organised right now. So everyone's still sort of working on their own. There's no real organised pack. I cannot see Danny Ching or Travis Grant. This has really surprised me. Now, I'm not sure if they're off on their own that we can't see on a different angle, like working, or they've just sort of fallen back in the pack there. But those guys will make their way through.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I mean, by now I would have thought the drafting train. Well, you can see now it's starting to separate into two different drafting trains. And then you look, the backpack is working hard, and just like you said, the water is super turbulent. I mean, you've got the wash from all the paddlers and stuff, and that sometimes is where, people start to fall down and make, vital mistakes.
Seen in the past, races like here, races around the world, so important to stay in that first pack. You don't want to be in that second pack. So these guys are all out sprinting to continue in that first pack, right?
Yeah, and another thing I can see here is, okay, so look what's happening now. They've gone too far on the inside. The pack is splitting. These people on the right have hustled. George's has gone. That's what I was about to say. It looks like that the swell is pushing those guys towards the beach a little bit. So,
wow,
two jet skis, right? So who's following who?
Yeah.
So this is interesting. Now we've got two packs. So
almost even three there.
Yeah.
You got a middle one, and you got one on the right. You got one on the left.
These guys are
wait a second.
These guys have taken a right-hand turn here. So, I got a feeling the guys on the outside made a little bit of an error there and sort of went to the right. And as we see, Travis Grant now has made his way to the front there. So Travis Grant is now on screen in front. It looks like I'm not sure who that is on the starboard, Chuck.
I can't tell either. It's
shorter.
It's not Zane, I don't think, but
no, it looks like one of the Booth brothers from Australia.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Maybe it's Michael Booth. Maybe Jake Jensen there in the Red Fanatic as well. So, sorry anyone watching. It's a little hard with this glare here. We can't really quite make out who they are, apart from I'm just going off technique and boards at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, and like you said, it was kind of strange there. It looked like a set was coming, and you had part of the pack go straight out, and then George and those guys kind of stayed tight. So that separated it, I mean, a lot now. So
Well, it's not hard. I mean, there's only one big buoy at the end there, that big yellow buoy. We can see it from here, so those guys can definitely see it. I mean, it just goes to show how you have to. It's just not about paddling. You got to know where you're going, know the course. I mean, that's really like really a rookie mistake to be in that part of the race to be sort of zigging and zagging can be detrimental.
And I think, being at the back of the pack, you're trying to utilize any mistake that you think someone else will make that kind of give you that upper hand. Like, where someone makes a mistake and they go a little too low or whatnot. You said, okay, I'm going to go up high, separate myself. Maybe I get a chance to kind of make up ground. But in this case, I don't know if we're seeing that right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's still really unorganized. But like as you can see there, the boat in the foreground, you can see these little swells that the watercraft are making. All these little things make a difference. And one person I do know that takes advantage of all those things is Connor Baxter. He loves any sort of movement in the ocean, like we saw him before. There was all of a sudden you saw a little swell roll into the screen, then all of a sudden Connor is just like, whoa, he's just like on it, Yeah. So Connor is definitely, and it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like Danny Ching on the far bottom left. That looks like his long stroke. So he's made his way to the front, and I knew it wouldn't be too long, but the big dogs are making their way to the front.
Danny Ching here at Dana Point, always top 3 in the distance race, whether it's first, second, or third. This is his home course.
Yeah, you know what? He's very strong. He's probably one of the well-versed paddlers out here because of outrigger. His technique is insane, and like we always see when you look at Danny, he looks like he's barely laboring. And he's got such a great technique and endurance. He's one of the strongest.
Yeah, it is Danny out in front. That's George's in second. I see Kai Lenny there in third. And Kelly Marr gets there on the inside of Kai, I think is in fourth. Again, guys, it's so hard to tell from this angle who these paddlers are, but I can see Connor's technique there in about 8th place. When we get that water angle, we'll be able to really get a close-up and see who those guys are.
9 minutes, 28 seconds into this race. Pace going down. Time on the first turnaround, guys. They expected what?
I'd say the 6 miles, 10 Ks, an hour and a bit. You're looking at probably like somewhere 17, 18 minutes, maybe down and back, which makes a lap 36. Yeah, like somewhere in that. If it's a true 6 miles, But I'd say somewhere between 16, 17 minutes. Hopefully they'll be making their first, I think, left-hand turn down there.
Coming back with this swell, they're going to be battling anything coming back.
I don't know. You know what? It seems like the ocean is definitely pretty clean, and like Jamie said, it's so much turbulence within the pack that if you're in front, you've got a pretty much of a clean line. The tide is going to drop. I don't know if that's going to be too much of a factor here, but I think they've got it pretty clean, and the course is outside of the surf line. So they're not having to contend with, any rogue sets, but, who knows, anything can happen.
Are you surprised that this main pack is still together? There's no big breakaways at this point?
Well, when you look at that, it's not, if you're not in the top 5 there, you're not, at the moment, you're not really in the race, because as much as that pack is connected, oh, wow, they're already there. That's 10 minutes. So it's going to be a short race. That's definitely not 6 miles. If they keep that pace, it's going to be a 40-minute race. So that's a lot shorter than 6 miles. But you think it's each board's 14 foot long. If you're 20 board lengths back, that's like over 300 feet that you are from the front person. So unless you're in that top 5 or 6, the 10 paddlers right now, if anyone makes a break, you're not going to be able to counteract that move.
Yeah, and then, here you can see they're, kind of coming in a little bit, but, man, the water is so turbulent. I mean, and Danny's, there's definitely a lot of rumble and warble in the water right now for everybody, even the guys in front. So it's really important to kind of stay on it, keep your pace, and you can see guys in the back really trying to get back on the front section of that drafting train.
Yeah, I can see, definitely saw Travis Grant. There's someone falls around the buoy turn there, but I could see Travis Grant's technique at the front there. Saw Lincoln Jews. I could see his ponytail. That's he was back in about 10th place, so he'll be looking to move his way up. There's Connor Backstrom with the choke down stroke. I see George's Constrad there from Tahiti. There's Danny on the bottom left, behind Travis. And yeah, really hard to tell in this glare. Yeah. But all the big dogs are up there, and I think that you'll see, I think you'll see a big move once we get back to this next turn in another 10 minutes. I think everyone will start to shake and bake on the way back down, because really 40-minute race, there's not too much time to really do too much. So these guys need to make a move.
Well, guys, these athletes today are looking at 3 major races. This is the first one, the distance, the 6 mile. They have a semifinal 1-lap, 1-mile race to qualify for the 3-mile, 3-lap final coming up today. So are these guys going all out? These guys conserving for the other races? Are the distance guys going out hard and the technical guys are going to save? What's going on in the mind of these athletes right now?
I mean, I think the top guys like Danny, I mean, this is pretty much normal for him. So I think he's going to go out. He wants that win. Like Connor, George, those guys are going to go full bore and pick each race and hammer all the way through. It's just they train so hard that they're going to pick each race, do what they can, and go from there. The guys in the back, I think, are kind of holding on a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely, these guys, as we see Travis on the inside line there, that's his technique. He's in front, and he just got like a little gap there. He got like a little half a board length gap, but, it's a race. So what happens is they're going to, because someone's in front, they're not going to push it as hard as they have to. If they're in front, they can dictate the pace. So, I think this first lap is just everyone's feeling each other out. And, you'll see the second lap, that's when everyone's going to really start to make their move.
So now we're seeing 2 trains coming in, single file, almost parallel.
Yeah, you have, again, it could be T2 or Bo O'Brien on the outside, looks like. It's definitely Travis Grant on the inside. That's his technique. I see Danny Ching, he's sort of on the inside line, 4 back on the inside. But so this is, for example, this is a great example. Travis Grant now, if he was really feeling good, he could try and break these guys. And Danny's gone on the inside by himself. He's sort of got himself on a split stance, so you can see he's trying to make a move. And then guys are going to jump on Danny because they know that Danny's going to bring him up to the front.
Great time right now. Let's check in with Chris Parker from SupRacer.com on the boat. Chris, give us an update in the water. Chris, go ahead from the boat. You can see the pro paddlers on the outside. They started about 5-10 minutes after the pro men. So separate races going on at the same time, but we're going to concentrate with our pro men's race. And the women's race will be run on their own. So stand by for that one after the conclusion of the men's race. We're trying to get in contact with Chris Parker from SupRacer.com. Chris, if you can hear us, go ahead.
Yeah, guys, I'm out here on the water. We've got the lead pack stretching out into one giant big train. Right now we've got Travis Grant, no surprise, out the front. Danny Ching right next to him, just as we expected. Earlier on, T2 from New Caledonia set a great pace off the start, just nice, smooth, silky skills, but then he fouled at about the 100-meter mark. He's come back up, he's right now in about 6th position, but no surprise, Travis Grant, Danny Ching, side by side out front. Behind them we've got Zane Schweitzer, Arthur Arutkin, Jake Jensen, Chucky Glenn's right up there, George Cronstedt's in about 7th, Bo O'Brien's top 10. I see Kai Lenny next to T2 in about 10th and 11th, Casper Steinfath back there, Vinnie Martins, Connor Baxter's top 15, Callie Margetts is 16th, Fernando Stala, Slater Trout, and then it just stretches back into the longest train you've ever seen.
Great update, and guys, we're seeing Travis Grant, winner of the Molokai race, similar conditions, flat water conditions, he won this year. Danny Ching with Kai Chong won the tandem on the sub, so these guys who won Molokai in the tandem and the solo are out in the lead here today.
Yeah, it's, look, no, if you were to say who's going to be out in front about this stage, you're pretty much nail on the head with Travis and Danny. They're just the most two solid all-round paddlers in the whole world, and that's no disrespect to guys like Kai, Connor. But when it comes to like just pure paddling and just all condition style races, they are by far the most two solid paddlers. My apologies to Zane Schweitzer. He looks bigger than he looks more solid, but that was him at the front when I called. It was Michael Booth, I think. So Zane Schweitzer having an amazing day. Watch out for him because he's amazing in the technical course as well. So if he can have a huge result in this distance race, which he's not so known for, then he puts himself for the overall title.
Yeah, you know what? Zane has actually had a pretty incredible year this year, Europe and stuff, and has pulled off a couple great wins, killing it, in the Subsurf Tour. So, yeah, like you said, he could be that dark horse that no one expects, and this really could be his race. And as you see these guys coming up to that top buoy.
Zane is a guy, he can get caught up in the moment. He's going to put himself in position to be with these guys, and right now he's doing that.
Yeah, and I saw Jake Jensen there as well. Jake Jensen's had a really substandard sort of a year from his probably expectations, so it's nice to see him up in third place there. And look, it's anything but a flat paddle. Look at the ocean texture. There's a lot of bump. There's a lot of extra stuff from all the craft out in the water. As you see, Travis looks like Travis and Danny potentially just working a little together right there, just taking the leads here and there. But Zane Schweitzer doing it quite easy on the wash. And then we go back to George's on the SIC back there. He's looks like in 5th place.
Is that Chucky Glenn?
And that's, it looks like Chuck Glenn too. Wow, Chuck Glenn's in the top 6, and that's a great effort for Chuck as well. So these 6 looking very comfortable right now, and just cruising.
You're watching the Pacific Paddle Games distance race. We are underway 18 minutes, 47 seconds into this roughly 6-mile race being presented by Salt Life. I'm Bo Hodge along with Chuck Patterson, Jamie Mitchell, Chris Parker out on the course. And great conditions, great exciting race. The start, kind of a flurry. We didn't have a restart, so good thing on that. We have a total of 82 men competing in the competition here on this, and coming up in the women's race, we're going to see 25 women in the women's race competing. Remember, combination of prize money from the technical, comboed that with even the juniors and with the distance race. So a chance for someone to win the technical and win the distance could walk away with $11,000 of the $55,000 prize money.
See, Bo, just right here, see how good these guys are. You're seeing like there's absolutely no chop in this water, but you just see these guys, any sort of swell, they just surge, and it's just, you just see them. It's like being in a race car. They're just coming up on each other, and it's a great shot right there of these guys and the way the board runs on certain little swells. So these guys are, Danny just then, he got like a little swell under him, and you could see him put the extra effort in there, and that, for the guys that are on their tail, just makes them work that little bit harder, and it just slowly breaks that string effect, just like wears them down to a point where these guys just, break them off their tail, and that's what they'll be trying to do. Danny and Travis will try and get these guys off their tail. You see that now. Look at him go. They just get a little swell, and then Travis and Danny are going to push, and they're going to try and break these guys, but it's going to be harder than they think.
A lot of these guys, especially Danny and Travis, OC background, OC1, OC6, the Molokai Hoi today being run from Molokai to Oahu. And these guys taking their outrigger training, putting it into the sub-racing distance.
Yeah, you can see now that Jake is really trying to work hard to get back on it, because these guys are breaking it. And, Danny and Travis, they are like in synchronicity, with their strokes. Real easy, simple, where you see the guys, Zane and Jake, are definitely working hard as they start to make up to the top of the next turn buoy.
Yeah, this is going to be key right here, right? Because what happens if they can get around this can, if there's any sort of getting caught up, if someone falls in 3rd or 4th, and that'll be game over. These guys will be chasing Danny and Travis. So this next turn here is crucial. So as you see, Kai, Casper, see Kelly Margetts, Lincoln Jews, Cody Kerbox. So a lot of big names there that are about 20 or 30 back, and right now they're out of it. Right now it's all about Danny, Travis, Zane Schweitzer, Jake Jensen, another Fanatic paddler, Arthur Rutkin. Sorry, that's a kid that Chris put in his top 10 for a big result this weekend. So Arthur's stepping it up. Kind of the guys that you expect to go well in the technical race are a little bit further back right now.
Timing splits, we're looking at 10.5 minutes going down, roughly about 10 minutes, 10.5 minutes coming back, so they're keeping a good pace.
Yeah, I got a feeling they'll negative split this. I think the pace will be stronger this second half, and if it's such a short race, they'll be able to do that. But look now, compared to the start of the first lap to the start of the second lap, we have a train of about 200 yards right now of everyone's on their tail and nose. So a great race, and only 20 minutes to go. So these guys are going to be able to put the hammer down, and I'd imagine that Travis and Danny at some stage here are going to do some surges and try and break them off their tail.
Danny's won the distance 3 times. Travis has won this distance race in the past. Also, Rob Rojas has won this race in the past here at Dana Point. And looked like a little bit off balance there from Travis, but regains. And when are these guys going to make their move? Or they're waiting for each other to make a move?
It's hard to say, but if, like I said, if any sort of little swell comes underneath them and they're able to get a little run, they'll surge. Like I don't think. Right now, I'd imagine that Danny and Travis know that they can't really get away from each other, so they'll just be catting, mousing, and they'll probably surge on that lap back up here.
Yeah, it's definitely, gosh, that backpack is so spread out right now. And, a lot of guys right now, you've got hydration, Jamie, take us through, a little preparation.
Yeah, these guys definitely need to hydrate, and they needed to be hydrating from Friday afternoon, especially when you see the forecast that it's going to be 90 degrees. And it's not just, used to be just one big race on Saturday. These races are now comes down to the last race. This 6 mile race is only the start. Today they've got another semi-final, another final. They would have had to get up early today, have a really nice, healthy breakfast. They would have been sucking on the coconut water yesterday, probably having ice baths, ice jackets. It sounds like overkill, but these guys are professional, and when you are professional, you want to win. You want to do the best that you can for your body. So there's a lot that goes into it. Probably maybe a massage last night. So one thing I did see back there, Chuck. For example, Kyle Lenny is in about 11th spot right now. So if he was to stay in that spot, I would say it's nearly virtually impossible for him to win the overall title. You need to be in the top 5 or 6 in this distance race to have a chance to even if he was to go and win in the even if he was to go and win the technical race, it's so he needs to make a move. Guys like him, Connor, the guys that want to have a chance of winning overall, they need to get themselves into this top pack here.
So we could have the overall winner not win the technical and not win the distance, possibly.
100%. You could, I could see a guy that comes second and third that's more consistent over both events win, but you definitely need to be someone that I would predict that someone is going to finish top 3 in both races that's going to take this out.
Yeah, and then you know what? You're looking. In my mind, if I was like Danny or whatnot, I want to close this. I want to finish this in, either first or second max, because like we saw yesterday, in the technical race, there's waves, anything can happen. Although Danny made it look very, very clear that he's going to hold that gap even in that race.
As we see the prone paddlers come back against the grain there, but sorry to the fans of the prone paddlers, we just saw them blow past real quickly, but they're out there grinding out as well. But yeah, Chuck, look, Danny and Travis want to leave no stone unturned. They want to hammer this down. They want to win. They want to win. They want to put themselves in the best possible position to go out and get that overall victory and $11,000 if they were to win every race.
Yeah.
$8,000 goes to the combo winner of both the technical and the distance. $1,500 for both men and women for the winner of the individual races.
Looks like Zane Schweitzer is taking the lead there. It's good to see these guys change the lead over. It's not really kosher out there to just let 1 or 2 guys do all the work out the front. But Danny's known for doing a lot of the work out in front by himself, because purely because he can set a speed that most guys can't handle. So he knows, he's so confident in his ability that that he's able to just grind it out, and guys just slowly start dropping off his tail. But that's becoming less and less with the talent and how good everyone else is getting now that he's starting to have to get more smart in the way that he races. He just can't go out and just kill himself.
Connor Baxter feeling a little bit under the weather coming into this race. Last-minute injury into yesterday's races. He had back spasm, hydration problems, and Molokai had to pull out. So almost similar what we're seeing with Connor at Molokai is what we're seeing here today. He's not 100%. He's not going all out. And that's why we're seeing Danny and Travis out in the lead.
Well, Connor's tough. He's one of the toughest guys I've seen paddle. So, Connor's a smart racer too. Like he's somewhere there. I'm pretty sure. Hopefully, somewhere in that top 10. And there, as we see, Connor Baxter right there. You know what? That kid is unbelievable. He will somehow find a way to a front. And if it comes down to a sprint down the beach and up the beach, the guy could still win this. So that's what I'm saying. Like this race is not over. The guys at the front, to me, look like they've nearly backed off a touch, and this pack now has actually sort of come back together.
Okay, let's go out to the boat and get an update from Chris Parker at SupRacer.com. Chris, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Out here on the boat, and I got to tell you, this is the fastest distance race you've ever seen. It's a mean pace at the front. I got to make a quick shout out to Michael Booth. I sold him short earlier saying it was Zane. It's actually Michael Booth from Australia. He's right up in the front. He's actually leading right now. Ultra Dark Horse, Michael Booth. Next to him, Travis Grant, Danny Ching, and an impressive Chuck Lynn. That's your top 4. Jake Jensen's right behind. Arthur Arutkin's there. I can see behind that we've got Callie Margetts, George Cronstedt, Connor Baxter's up there, Casper Steinfar, Bo O'Brien, Fernando Stalla, Slater Trout, Kai Lenny's back in about 15, but he's still in that front pack. Cody Kerbox. At the end of that front pack, that's Matt Nottage from Australia. We've got 18 or 19 guys in a front group now. Bit of a gap back to Ryan Helm. He's leading out that second pack. But right now, Michael Booth from Australia, just an absolutely brilliant performance. He's looking really strong. He's surging right now. You can probably see on screen. Travis Grant next to him, Danny Ching. But yeah, the Aussies are looking good. They've got 3 of the top 4 spots right now. Back to you guys.
So I was right, and Michael Booth, quick background, amazing surf ski paddler back in Australia, does all the long distance races, was just in Tahiti for the world titles, long distance ski race, finished in the top 5, and has been on the stand-up for a few years now, but unbelievable. That's what I thought. I thought when I saw him, I thought he looks like he is a little nugget. He's short, he's strong, sort of like a Danny Ching sort of a build, and can paddle. So obviously he just put the hammer down just then and sort of like made the top 6 there separate a little bit. So that's what I expect to see in this next 20 minutes is just guys like that surging and different guys constantly surging to try and break the pack.
Yeah, you know what? How did Bo do yesterday in the technical race? Because he is an all-out, very strong paddler.
Bo O'Brien?
Yeah, no, Bo.
Michael Booth. Yeah, I would imagine Michael Booth is through for sure. So there you go. There's a spanner in the works. Michael Booth potentially comes out and wins this race, then he's in a great position to set himself up. Does he have the surf skills? I'm not quite sure. But as we see someone fall off again there at the back, and that's just it just takes the wind out of your sails per se. But Michael Booth still just putting the hammer down, but Travis Grant, Danny, Connor, Kelly Margetts, Jake Jensen, Arthur Rutkin, they're not letting him go. So a fierce pace, as Chris Parker said, but because this race is only going to be 40 minutes, they can hold this pace.
Yeah, just taking a look how Michael did. He was in 8th place in the qualifier yesterday, so he didn't have to go into the repper charge. So, he was in the qualifying pace. He wasn't in the top, 2 or 3, coming through, but he, respectable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then this is another scenario I haven't thought about. So imagine a guy like Michael Booth takes first place in the distance race. He takes all those points and doesn't get through in the semi-final. So then he's taken the top points, but then he's not in it for a chance to win. So there's so many scenarios we probably really haven't thought about as of yet. But some of these guys that can finish in the top 5 here, if they potentially have a bad race, they might even get into the final. So the talent's that deep.
And you know, I think that's what makes it really exciting because we're not going right into a final right now, you know, after this. So they still have a lot of work to do and a lot of racing, you know. But, you know, like you said, you want to put the hammer down and, you know, clinch this one and then see what you can do in the semi and then hopefully make it to the final, and that's where the big payoff is.
And these guys are going to be fatigued. This race is going to take a lot out of them. And then now they've got to go out in the surf. They've got to squat down, not make mistakes, like be on their game 100%. So, you know, we're potentially going to see, like, you know, great paddlers potentially be fatigued and make mistakes, and that could put them out of the race, you know. So this semi-final, like I think Kelly Margett said yesterday, the semi-final is going to be the hardest race of the whole day.
Yeah, that's coming up at 11:30, guys. And again, another 10-minute lap here, and we've got about 8-9 minutes left of this race.
Yeah, it's as we see Kelly Margett said, I think it's Cody Kerbox, you see. Looks like Slater Trout's dropped right back from that really fast start of his. As we see right in the middle of your screen, bottom left, is Travis has gone out by himself. Michael Booth on the top of your screen on the right. Looks like Danny Ching has tried to go with Travis, but looks like a bit of separation from Travis to Danny back there. So that turn, we didn't quite see. We weren't able to get in there on that turn, but here we go. This is it. This is where these guys are really going to start making their move.
Yeah, and you look at it, even Connor Baxter is now, you know, kind of put himself, you know, in the top 5. So, I mean, and then Travis is surging. So it's, yeah, this is where it really gets exciting, and I think we are going to see that top 5 pack, I think, is going to run.
Yeah, it's interesting. You got Danny and Travis now back in front. Travis is now, look at him now. He's going straight for Danny's wash. So Danny's just showing how strong he is. Travis as well. These guys are solid, man. This is as Chris said, it's a really fast pace. Yeah, they're not holding anything back right now.
33 minutes, 42 seconds into this roughly 6 mile. We're gathering is just under a 6 mile. Talking to AV, Anthony Billo, the race director, he was saying there was a good chance it'll be under 6 miles, but roughly, you know, just pinpointing, you know, they didn't want to make this too extended and too long. So on the side of air, they shortened it just a bit.
And this is a point I'll make. Danny Ching, Travis Grant, they do not want a sprint finish. They do not want to be racing up the beach against Kai Lenny or Connor Baxter. So they are going to make a move because we potentially could see 10 people on a wave here. We haven't even talked about what's going to happen. They've got to come in around the buoy into the wave zone and sprint up the beach. So, you know, I would back guys like Connor Baxter, Arthur Arutkin, Jake Jensen. All these guys are super fast runners up the beach. So, you know, just because you're the fastest paddler here. So Travis and Danny, I know Travis for sure. He knows he can't beat these guys up the beach, so he's going to try and break these guys.
If we can get an update from Chris Parker at supracer.com back on the boat. Chris, if you can hear us, give us a breakdown on the top 10.
Yeah, thanks, boys. It's a mean pace out the front right now. Travis Grant has taken over from Michael Booth. Travis is trying to surge and break the field because there's still about 17 or 18 guys in that front train. Right now it's Travis, behind him Michael Booth. Third, Danny Ching. Then we've got Jake Jensen. Fernando Stalla is right up in the mix. We've got Connor Baxter, Kelly Margetts, Casper Steinfarth's up there. T2 is making a surge right now. He's about 8. I can see Kai Lenny has dropped it a little way back. He's going to want to make some moves soon. But right now, it's all Travis Grant and Michael Booth just trying to hang on. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Travis looks like he's actually really putting the hammer down, and this is where it's important. If Michael Booth drops off just a bit and Travis and Danny's on his tail, that gives Travis a little bit of a gap, and if he happens to look back and feel that, he'll surge again and again and again and just try and break these guys. But it's going to be so hard to get rid of the likes of Danny Ching and Michael Booth.
And like you said, you know, we have the finish. I mean, you know, Travis, in my mind, we're seeing sets already coming in here. Travis wants to get a gap to where those guys can't even get on that wave, because we've all seen it. You get 10 on that wave, things can happen, and they get that easy ride, and the separation is huge. And then you're talking about a running finish.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I can see it now. You're going to have 100 meters, 200 meters before this final turn. Everyone is jockeying for the inside. People are going to put the hammer down, and they're going to be jockeying to get around that turn because they want to turn that buoy and crack a wave that we're seeing right now. And this is going to start happening not too far from here. There's about probably 4 or 5 minutes till they get to this turning can here, even less actually. And now they're going to start to really push now to get to this turning can first.
No surprise, #1 paddler in the world, Travis Grant, winner of the Carolina Cup, winner of Molokai, won races over in Europe this year, has spread out his year with OC1 and with the sub racing, went to the Maui Gym Ocean Fest in Lahaina, winning that event in his age group. I mean, he's had a spectacular year. Now here at the battle, the Pacific Paddle Games, and in the lead and potentially winning the distance race.
Yeah, he's looking really solid there. Michael Booth looking solid still. You know, guy, the pace is so strong that, you know, maybe they're not going to be able to, you know, guys aren't going to try and surge on Trav, but I didn't see Danny Ching there. He looks like he's probably in 3rd place. There he is there. Arthur Arutkin on his tail. You can see Casper, Connor. Yeah, Danny just surged right now, so he's going up to the inside, right? He wants to get to the inside of Travis, you know, and Travis doesn't want to let him get the inside. So these guys, it's going to come down to cat and mouse right now, and we're about to see a lot of people just start shaking and moving right here. This is going to be really exciting, this last 5 minutes.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, these guys right now are laboring super hard, but you can look at Travis and Danny making this push right there that they want to kind of get in that swing and get ahead of everybody. But like you said, I mean, top 10 are pretty tight. They're all within striking distance. The minute they come around that turn, if there is a set wave, it's going to be extremely difficult for those guys to basically separate.
Chuck, let's do this scenario. These guys get around. They paddle in like we see now. There is no wave. The next pack gets a set. All of a sudden, there's the next 5. There could be 15 on a wave. Like, we just don't know what's going to happen. But, I mean, I sort of hope there's a sprint finish, to be honest. I mean, wouldn't that be exciting?
Yeah, that would be exciting. And but as the tide starts to get a little bit lower, we're looking outside. We're seeing a lot more action in the ocean right now. And as you can see in the background, a couple of shots. We saw a couple big sets come through. And up here at the where the top turn buoy is, that's right in the surf zone. So this is going to be pretty exciting, a nail-biting finish for sure.
We see Connor Baxter on screen right next to Casper Steinfarth. You know, they're going to want to be trying to, you know, hustle up there. There's Arthur Rutkin. He was in about 4th, so Connor and Casper could be in about 6th or 7th right now. Looks like Mo Freitas right in behind them. You can see Mo on that focus board. But Danny Ching, Michael Booth, Travis Grant, Jake Jensen, Arthur Rutkin, Connor Baxter. You know, right now, Connor and that look like they're going to have to get a little bit lucky potentially with a wave. And oh my God, there's a big set rolling through out there right now. But, you know, these guys are still hustling to try and get in position. Travis Grant makes a move up next to Michael Booth. But, geez, Michael Booth, how solid has he been?
I mean, he is strong. He is not, they haven't shaken him at all. I mean, he has held that place all the way through, and he's even making surges. So those the top 4, top 5, I don't know. This is crazy.
Danny Ching just making it surge right then on the inside. He wants to get to that inside can first.
Let's go back out to the water with SupRacer.com. Chris Parker for another update. Take it away, Chris. Chris, if you can hear us, give us an update. So we don't have communication with Chris. 40 minutes, 14 seconds, and this is getting more exciting, guys.
Yeah, Danny Ching just surged, put the hammer down, and he's going for it. Michael Booth, they need to get on his tail. Travis, he cannot let Danny go too much. Danny is just grinding now. Look at him surge. He's just going for it. Michael Booth trying to just stay on his tail. Travis needs to get on the Michael Booth's tail, but Danny Ching just putting the hammer down.
Yeah, that is amazing. I mean, just watch him right now. He's really separating. You've got like the top 7, 8 guys, you know, trying to fight to stay on, but it's between those two. And gosh, you know, they are getting super close. We're probably about 2 minutes from the turn buoy where all the excitement, you know, is really going to happen.
Here's the breakdown of Danny, 32 years old from Redondo Beach, Hippo Stick 404, his boards, his Instagram there. He's had a great year, the ISA World Champion down in Sayulita, Mexico with the distance win. Of course, his history here at Dana Point, unprecedented, 7-time distance champion, 3-time elite, Carolina Cup champion from last year, and winner of the Gorge this past year.
Yeah, Danny, we got Danny on the screen there, but he has got half a board length separation there. Michael Booth trying to push back onto his wash, but Danny Ching is just displaying his power right now, and he's trying to get to that turning can to get there in first place. But as we've been saying, it's not over then. He's got it now. As we see out the back, there looks like there's absolutely no waves coming right now. So this could be a grind all the way to the beach. Michael Booth second. Looks like Arthur Arutkin in the third place. Or Jake Jensen, we just can't see right now. Jake Jensen. Looks like Travis Grant, I can see surging up into fourth.
Oh, yeah, here you go. This is a great view.
Drone shot from up above. You see the main train. You see a couple of paddlers up to the left, and now they're trying to merge. And here we go on our first turn.
Yeah, and there's absolutely no waves coming right now. These poor guys. It's going to be amazing. Paddle back in. Right now, they're going to have to grind it. Aerial shot. Danny Ching in front. Michael Booth in second. Looks like Connor Baxter making his move on the inside. Travis Grant trying to hang in Mo Freitas.
Yeah, these guys are really going. And you can see Danny really kind of took an inside line because that's probably a little bit more shallow there. But like you said, the ocean has gone flat. They are grinding it out. They might get a wave on the inside here, and that's going to be the battle right there. So if Danny can kind of keep that lead.
Connor Baxter, look at him surge.
Wow.
And you call it, Jamie,
gosh, here we
if
go.
he can get up in the front, he's the runner.
Yeah. Look at this. And he is actually closing the gap so well to where it's those top three are now fighting. Look at this. They're just missing the back of that wave. Danny might be able to stay on it.
Here comes a wave out the back.
Oh, Danny.
This is getting really exciting. 43 minutes, 20 seconds. They are in the final stretch. The Pacific Paddle Games, presented by Salt Life. The final distance run here. You see Connor Baxter in the middle, Michael Booth. You see Danny Ching. It's going to be a race to the finish.
Connor Baxter's going to pull over this. Oh my God. Connor and Danny. Wow.
Yes.
Wow. What a finish. What a paddle from Connor Baxter. You just knew he was going to be there. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Okay, and you see Danny's got his leash off, and it's going to be a battle. Who is the fastest
I think
runner?
it's going to be really hard for him to beat Connor.
There goes Connor. Yes. On the show break. Oh, there goes Danny. Connor Baxter will win the distance. Unofficial time.
Danny Ching second. Sprint for third. Travis Grant, Kathy Steinfeld, Jake Jensen, Arthur Arutkin, Michael Booth. Wow.
That, you know what? There it is. I mean, it was a sprint all the way inside, and it was all about getting that last wave.
Mo Freitas finishing right here. Chucky Glenn. Looks like Bo O'Brien coming in. Cody Kerbox. Wow, Connor Baxter. Way to make a move on the...
Yeah.
Oh, there's T2 coming in as well. George Constad. Wow, what a race.
We got Kai Lenny, boys coming in kind of at the middle of the end pack. So,
Kai Lenny's day's over, guys. Unfortunately, can't win from there. It's impossible. That's a bit of a shock, but wow, Connor Baxter from someone who wasn't even going to do the race to now. Slater Trout, Kai Lenny sprint up the beach. As we see, first, Connor Baxter second, Danny Ching. Casper Steinfast gets third. Travis Grant fourth, Michael Booth fifth. Mo Freitas sixth, Chuck Glenn seventh, Bo O'Brien eighth, Cody Kerbox in ninth, and Puo Tituan finishing out the top 10.
Unbelievable finish. What a surge, and he was holding back Connor Baxter. Let's take a look at the recap of the men's distance race. It was amazing. It was Danny Ching and Travis Grant out in the front. Connor kind of conserving in that 15th, 10th place. Here's the start of the race, guys.
Yeah, look, just a fair start. You don't see too many fair starts these days. Everyone's trying to go, but that is a fair start. Slater Trout took it out hard. T2, huge mistake, fell off while he was in the lead. That probably took the wind out of his sails. But look, Michael Booth, you know, the guy put a lot of hard work in, and those short legs didn't help him run up the beach, obviously. But you know, Travis Grant up the front, Danny Ching, what a paddle. But Connor Baxter, you know, that kid knows how to race. He knows how to put himself in position, and towards the end of the race, he's just always there.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, he is a fast runner. He's super smart. They didn't really have many waves, but if there's anything, Connor will get it, and that's what we saw today.
Yeah, Connor just put himself in a great position, as with Danny Ching, as with Casper Steinfart. He loves the technical race. He's in the top 3 as we see Connor and Danny run up the beach, and Connor's pretty pumped. So, and why wouldn't you be? A guy that wasn't going to race to win in the distance race, so.
Let's go down to the beach with Pat Parnell with our winner, Connor Baxter from Maui.
Thanks, guys. Obviously, the atmosphere down here is electric. Connor Baxter, it's been an interesting weekend. Before we get to that insane race, there was some speculation. You were maybe not going to compete this weekend. Maybe happy that you made the decision to jump on in.
Yeah, everyone was thinking that. I just was a slacker and forgot to enter. I didn't realize it was, I had to register a day before, but got in luckily, raced yesterday. And happened to come on top today. We're really stoked on that, considering that's not really my favorite kind of racing with Danny and all the boys. Those guys are super gnarly. But, got lucky, played some tactics, saved my energy all the way to the end. And right before the end buoy down there, made my move, kind of jumped into 5th place and just held that all the way. And as soon as we turned that buoy, I knew it was game time and that there was not going to be a big wave and there was just going to be a little bump that one of us were going to catch, and that's what ended up happening. Me and Danny got that little thing, and I just gunned it all the way to the beach and ran up first. Super stoked.
Not that there was ever any speculation that you couldn't catch up from the back of the pack, but you did linger for a while. Did you ever doubt that you had it in the tank to get the job done at the tail end?
Never. Anything can happen at any given moment, and I knew that was the plan. On that first down the line there, on that first buoy turn, it was madness. We had 4 or 5 different trains collide into each other, and we had the top probably 30 people going into that turn at one time, so just kind of clustered up in the lead. 10, 12 guys kind of ran away from us and made me play in the catch-up game, but I was allowed to, draft, save some energy, and happened to run back up.
And what are your thoughts on the pace? Everyone was saying you guys were hammering from start to finish, but it was more of jackhammering. It seemed like it was pretty constant, unrelenting.
Yeah, right when the horn blew, I was like, oh crap, I'm going 100%, I don't know how we're going to keep doing this. And literally we rounded that end buoy for the last lap, and the pace jumped up another step, and it's crazy. Everyone's level is going up and up, so it's insane to see, and I'm stoked to be a part of it.
And what do you do now? How do you re-rack? How do you refocus and recalibrate for later?
Yeah, today's a nuts day. Haven't experienced this kind of racing where it's just one mellow race the first day, and then today just all out. We had the distance, we got to rest a little bit, semis, and then the finals. So just going to take it easy, try to keep my heart rate up, not get too relaxed, and hammer for the next few races.
All right, you get your Ironman badge. Rest up. Good luck. Congrats, you guys. Great job by Connor Baxter. Back up to you guys.
$1,500 goes to Connor Baxter for first, $750 for Danny Ching, $500 for third, $350 for fourth. But more importantly, Connor Baxter is the front man for the combo for the overall the Pacific Paddle Games.
If you wanted someone to have a bad race going into that, it's Connor, because that guy eats up these technical races. So, I mean, he's the one guy that you could say now that could actually win both races and that $8,000 and walk away with 11. So, he's the only one because he won the first race. But he's so good at the technical race that and just see the step. Chuck, Connor really well, and you just see the energy levels have risen in him now, and he's just the confidence and everything from that. He's in the box seat.
Yeah, and like you said, the confidence, I think he needed that. I think he needed to really, put his foot down, and having that, I think he's going to be unstoppable. But, we got Mother Nature to contend with. He is one of those athletes that makes very, very little mistakes when it comes to the technical race. So it's going to be a lot of work for Danny and I think the next, the top 5 basically to kind of take him down.
Yeah, Sup Racer had a little interview about the results this week. I said I would not want to be racing Connor Baxter coming off a weekend like he had at Huntington. He always seems to bounce back, and bounce back he did.
More finishers from the distance race coming in. We're going to take a quick, short commercial break. When we return, we'll have more exciting action. You're watching the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, live from Dana Point. I'm Bo Hodge along with Chuck Patterson and Jamie Mitchell. Stay tuned for more exciting action.
put on a pair of Maui Jim sunglasses, the world begins to look different. Colors are more vivid. Contrast is clearer. Details are crisper. Wherever your vision leads you, beauty follows. With polarized lenses that eliminate glare and enhance color, Maui Jim sunglasses won't change the world. They'll change the way you see it. Color, clarity, detail. Maui Jim.
So just keep rolling. Keep on keeping on. So just keep rolling. Keep on keeping on. Ooh, yeah.
Annabelle.
Probably Connor.
I hate losing to Kai.
The young kids.
Everybody. I don't like losing at all in general. Like Ricky Bobby said it best. He's like, first you're last. So
I hate losing to other Europeans. We always have an internal battle of who's on top. So
everyone that I know faster than.
Losing is just part of the game. You can't hate it, you know, to one person more than the next, because at the end of the day, losing is what makes you stronger.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life. Pat Parnell, and we are now joined by Danny Ching. We talk about the starts of these races, especially the water starts. They can be hectic, but not only did you drop the hammer, it was the hammer of Thor. Talk about the congestion and the intensity of that start.
You know what, the start was pretty gnarly. Normally I get a pretty good jump off water starts, and I went one stroke and I missed, and suddenly there were 20 guys going left, right, straight. With the morning sun coming up, it was right over the buoy, so people weren't totally sure, but full carnage. You know, the whole first leg, I was just trying to get out of the way, because you catch a wash, you turn sideways, you hit the guy next to you on accident.
Let's jump into the mind of Danny Ching for the past 48 hours. Yesterday, you were kind of the Energizer Bunny, leading the young Groms on the route because it was a little confusing. Then you got some free surfs in there. Then you throw in a little a race as well. Where's your stamina level at this point?
You know what, I probably shouldn't have done any of that, but it's really hard to have that nice of a day at the beach and not be on the water. I got here early, I wanted to check out the races and watching the waves and just starting to psych out. I finally just jumped out, helped the Groms, got a couple little waves, called it a warm-up so no one got too mad at me. But the energy level is probably going to be down a little bit, but the race is so short, I think I'll be all right.
Take us through that last turn. Leading into it, it looked like you were slowly pulling away. You didn't get a lot of help from Mother Nature, but take us what was going through your mind and how conscious you were of the back of the pack and, for that matter, Connor Baxter.
You know what, I saw Connor fall back for a little bit, but he's never far behind. Occasionally in this race, he'll get spit out the back, and it's just hard to make your way around people. So I made a conscious push to go, found a nice little rhythm, went right to the front, and I took one peek, and I watched the whole line stretch out. When you see everyone getting single file, you know you got a good push going. And my only thought was I want to break him to the buoy, but with the waves coming in, with this race, I've done it so many times. I've won it on a wave that I shouldn't have won. I've lost it on ones that I should have won, and I just want to make sure I'm the first one to the last buoy every race. And if the waves come, they come, and if they don't, well, I got a lot of losses that I should have won maybe.
Someone that's no stranger to the top of the podium at a place like this, maybe you could speak to just how deep the talent pool is and how much harder it pushes you.
You know what, for years it's been 2 or 3 guys. You're always worried about 2 or 3 guys, and now with the pace being where it is I can stretch out the train, but for the most part, these guys are insane. I make a push, and there's maybe 10, 20 guys right there, and you saw it on the first couple turns. There were people everywhere, so you kind of got to wait them out. You got to play it safe and just kind of take care of yourself until the end. And if you haven't seen the results before, it gets closer and closer and closer. Now I'm in second.
So those of you out there that are following Danny's every move, bring them up to speed. What's the recalibration regimen for the rest of the day? How do you get ready?
You know what? It's an all-day event now, and we got 2 more races. Hopefully, if I make it through the semis, 2 more races. Got to get something to eat, get some water, cool off, and do my best to not go surfing again.
All right, congrats, Danny Ching, second place. Back up to the booth, guys.
Thanks so much. And, you know, Danny's not out of it, guys. You know, second place there. He's in the running. Exciting, you know. Connor Baxter, Danny Ching, Casper Steinfath, Chance Fielder, 4th place, Travis Grant, 5th, Arthur Aruk in 6th place, Michael Booth, 7th, Mo Freitas, Chuck Glenn, Bo O'Brien, Cody Kerbox rounding out that top 10. It was a really exciting race. And also throwing in the manufacturer for Connor Baxter, Starboards, gaining some valuable points there that after day number 1 coming in for their results. That's going to be really huge. Here's the breakdown of the top 10 after Cody Tichuan Puyo from France. I mean, some of the surprises, Michael Booth, Chuck Glenn, Bo O'Brien, Cody Kerbox having great showings in the distance race.
Yeah, it's, the top 10 right there, but, you got to look at the top 4 there. I think, potentially the victory is going to come out of those guys. Connor, Danny, Casper, Travis, those guys are also solid that you can't really see those guys be out of the top 5 in the technical race. But, hey, there's waves. You just don't know. So it just makes for an exciting afternoon of racing. Now, these guys have got to get through the semi-finals first. We're talking about the final. First, they've got to deal with the semi-final. Then we can worry about what goes on in the final.
And you're looking at basically 1 lap. So, these guys, I mean, like Connor said, he's not going to let his heart rate go down, and he's going to, put the hammer down on that. And then, but then they also have a hungry pack behind them. So they will look at any little mini mistake to kind of, gain ground. And like you said, Mother Nature, who knows?
9:30 will be the start for the women's distance race. We have 27 women competing in that race, so they are paddling out to the buoy. So their start coming up in about 17 minutes. So we're on standby for that. An exciting day so far here at the Pacific Paddle Games, brought to you by Salt Life and Something Magazine. You can see all the vendors. West Marine has set up the demo union area down on the north side of the beach. People have been in chairs before sunrise, gaining positions, even in the high tide marks, planting themselves. We've got tents, booths, and couches down here. I mean, for a regular person who's into sup racing or into ocean sports, this is a great venue.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, this is huge. I mean, everyone can come down, basically sit and talk to the top pros, and really get to see everything that stand-up has to offer.
Let's take a recap of what's been happening here at the Pacific Paddle Games, being brought to you and presented by Salt Life. We'll be right back after this.
So just keep rolling. Keep on keeping on. So just keep rolling. Keep on keeping on. Ooh, yeah.
Welcome back to the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life from Doheny Beach here at Dana Point. I'm Bo Hodge along with Chuck Patterson and Jamie Mitchell, and an exciting distance race being won by Connor Baxter, and that final surge coming in to the beach with Danny Ching first and second. And we are on standby for the women's distance race. And let's talk about the women. 25 women in this race, same course, roughly just under 6 miles, and this is going to be really exciting. We're going to have Angela Jackson, Annabelle Anderson, Candace Appleby, Fiona Wild, Penelope Strickland, Shay Foudy, Shannon Bell, some of the top ladies, Tareen Black from Australia. So, and then our two-time Molokai winner, Sony from Germany. So there's going to be quite a good field of the ladies as we set up for their race. You can see them on screen. They're on the outside buoy. We're just about 5-6 minutes away. They're sitting down. They've seen the men's race. They've seen how fast the pace has gone. So you see some Groms out there. They'll be starting out right after them. And but mainly the women in the pink jerseys, they'll be the professional racers that'll be going out.
Yeah, look, you know, I'll be quite frank. I don't think anyone can beat Candace or Annabelle out there. I think it'll be a race for two. But what a race that'll be. I was just saying to Chuck off air, we haven't seen Annabelle and Candace go head-to-head in this style of a race ever, I don't think, that I can remember in the last few years. So I'm super excited because this is a grind them, sort of wear them out type of a race, and there's no waves really going to be involved until the end. So I'm really looking forward to seeing these two girls, just like how this plays out. Do they go off on their separate paths? Do they try and wash ride? So it's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, you know what, you said it well. I mean, I think all of us want to see that. I think the stand-up paddle world, you know, both these women are, in my mind, one of the strongest paddlers in the world. Candace has been there since day one, putting the hammer down. Annabelle is an animal. You know, it's going to be an exciting race. Who knows? There could be a dark horse, you know, that comes in that, you know, taps, you know, maybe third behind those guys. But I really think, like Jamie said, it's going to be a race between those two strong women.
Yeah, sorry, Bo, you have Sonny, the 2 times Molokai champ. She's no slouch in the flat water. She's done well in the Lost Mills race. You know, Tareen Black as well. You have Fiona Wild, Angie Jackson, you know, can paddle in the flat water as well from Australia. So, yeah, there's a lot of other girls out there, but yeah, so it'll be an interesting race because you know, you can get on the back of these girls and hang on in the wash. So tactics will play a big part again.
Again, you see the ladies, you see the junior pros, the Groms. They'll be starting minutes after the women, just as we had the men's and women's pro start after the men's pro, combining these distance races together. But we're going to be broadcasting and mainly talking about the women. Just to recap some of the other top finishers out of the top 10, coming in at 11th, Cody Kerbox, Titouan Pouillot from France, George Crostance from Tahiti, Matt Nottings, Slater Trout, who started out very early, Kai Lenny down in around 17th, Vinnie Martins, Kelly Margetts, Fernando Stoller, Giorgio Gomez, older brother of Izzy Gomez, the women's surf SUP world champion, Eric Terrian way in the back of the pack, Brendan Rose, Jaden Jensen. I mean, you know, some of the best in the world. Bullet Obra, who won the Hui race earlier this year, won the Waimea to Haleiwa distance race. He's been in Hawaii one of the best sub racers in the summer series this past year. Zane Schweitzer behind Bullet. Lincoln Dews was in that top pack, but he fell back. Paul Jackson, Justin Big. I mean, the world's best paddler. I think Danny said it all. He said, when all these guys were together, you know, he was battling the front, he was turning around, and he wasn't shaking them. I mean, this was really exciting. And to see all the talent here at Dana Point for the Pacific Paddle Games is making a statement that this is the Super Bowl of sub racing.
Yeah, no, but Bo, you definitely said that. I mean, it's you got the best of the best. This is kind of sort of at the end of the year. Everybody's been racing, you know, all over the place, and to come here to, you know, Dana Point Pacific Paddle Games, I mean, this is awesome. And to have these conditions, you can't ask for anything better. I mean, you know, a great long distance, you know, course, and the technical race, which is pretty much my favorite because you really get to see, you know, what these paddlers are made of.
Jamie, can you see this race getting even bigger in the future?
Oh, there's no doubt. And, you know, the best thing I see is just the talent level. You know, in the level of where the pros are right now, but, you know, also the talent level of the kids that we saw in the junior pros and the Groms. But, you know, just the level of competition, you see you know, from the top guys, there was always that top few guys that you could nearly guarantee a house that would be in that top 5. Now it's not like that. It's more it's just everyone is so good that on any given day that you don't know, you know. So I love that about when a sport starts to really, you see that level go and jump to it the next level, and that's what we're seeing these last 2 years, but especially this year, and especially in that race then. You know, there's a guy like Michael Booth that we'd barely ever heard of. You know, the top guys know who he is, but the general public wouldn't. And the guy was out there and basically was leading Danny Ching and Travis Grant and the rest of the guys and Connor. So that's what I love about it.
We're just about a minute and a half away. You see the ladies, they have gotten up in the stand-up position. We're going to be checking in with Chris Parker. You see the water safety on the beach. You see water safety out in the water on the rescue skis, doing a great job out in the water. You see the Groms and the juniors. They'll be starting afterwards. We're looking at a 9:25 start. It's 9:24. So we're within a minute from the start of this race. The women won't be as crowded as the men. There's 25 women in this distance race, so it won't be all that technical as we heard from Danny Ching, where, you know, 82 men were battling it out on that start line. We got 25 women starting out on this first leg.
Yeah, a little bit more manageable for the girls, but guaranteed, look at them, they're still trying to get that jump. So, but yeah, big shout out to the State Parks Department, you know, for all the lifeguards and the help, and you know, they've been setting all the buoys and stuff. So big shout out to the State Parks, California, and as we get ready, you know, here we go, big start for the women's pro race. Looks like the young local Shea Fowdy on the closest to the screen and on the pink Riviera board. Fiona Wild maybe on the starboard there, getting out to a fast start. There's Annabelle with the black long pants and a split stance there, trying to get a good start, and and Candace right in front of her.
So the usual suspects out in the lead then?
The usual suspects, the top 3 we've always been talking about: Fiona, Candace, and Annabelle. Annabelle just a little bit behind, but she's just right there working her way up onto Candace's tail.
Yeah, and like you said, you know, at the beginning of this race, you know, everybody's just trying to feel themselves out. We're going to see the separation, and then, you know, they're going to be in that paddle battle, and, you know, 2 laps. So anything can happen, but the top girls are pretty much where we thought they'd be at the moment.
You see Candace, if you look closely, you can see her really big, deep breaths. She's really going for it. And what I love about this is, you know, as being a former athlete, and is that everyone's got their different plan. Like, looks like for me, Candace has got her plan of like trying to go out hard and trying to maybe break Annabelle and the rest of the girls, or potentially just at least make them work hard. Maybe she thinks that she's fitter than them and she can just do that. And what's Annabelle's plan? Is Annabelle, you know, does she think that, you know, Candace races like that, so is she just going to conserve and then try and just sit on her tail and make a move later in the race. So it'd be great to have an insight into their minds and what they're thinking right now.
Well, Candace Appleby has been competing here in the distance race since 2009. She was second to Brandy Bastek in 2009. She was fourth to Brandy in 2010. She won the distance race in 2011 here. Annabelle Anderson beat Candace Appleby in 2012, backed it up in 2013. Carla Gilbert won the distance race last year. So there's a recap of the women's distance results here since 2009.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, Fiona Wild, I mean, it's definitely separated now pretty well, but they've got a solid drafting train. Candace is holding a really good pace. It's funny, the whole drafting thing, I mean, the person in front is doing a lot of work, and you actually feel it. And the people behind her, it's like 60, maybe 70%. They're cruising. It's a great way to kind of, have a little rest, easy to do hydration, and kind of monitor what you need to do, and then, last minute maybe do your change-up. I don't see these girls sharing basically, switching and going, hey, you go first. I think these girls are out for blood. And I think these top, two are really, this is a big race for them.
Yeah, I'm excited to really just, the Candace is really putting the hammer down, and it looks like Annabelle is she's not doing it too easy on the tail wash. It looks like she's working pretty hard as well. So, yeah, it's, it'll be interesting to hear the tactics of both girls at the end of the race, and not to forget about the other girls here as well, like Fiona Wild doing a great job in third place. I'm not quite sure who that is in fourth, but I think Shay Fowdy is back in fifth place as well. So, you really forget about what a skilled drafting is. You can have good drafters and bad drafters, and the really good drafters know exactly where to sit and where to sit on the tail, where to move up on their board, and how to make it easier for themselves. So it's a really technical skill that you need to work on.
Jamie, what is the protocol? How far should you be back? How close can you get? I mean, do tails and noses bump during the draft?
Yeah, definitely. It's very frustrating when you're in front and someone keeps tapping your tail. You feel like saying, well, if you tap my tail, then you just go in front of me, so it can be frustrating, it can be mentally frustrating, but again, too, the guy behind you knows that, so he can just be tapping your tail just to really get into your head as well, so, but there's some sweet spots, but everyone's different, because, if I was sitting behind Chuck, Chuck's 220, he's going to have a bigger, thicker board, so he's going to give off a better wash for me on the back, so where I would sit on the back of Chuck would be different on where I'd sit on Kai Lennon, because Kai's so thin with a thinner board. So, I could sit a little bit further back from the tail, probably on the back of Chuck, but on Kai, I'd really want to be right up, on his tail. So, they're little things you have to practice and you have to know and you have to understand, and it makes a huge difference. And then you have the side wash. Then you have, if you get off the back of a wash, when you go back, there's actually a secondary wash about a board length back that you can actually sit on. So, there's a lot of things that you can do and make it easier for yourself.
And also, I think, talking about board design, we have got a couple different noses. I noticed, when, like at the Gorge race, basically I'm drafting and I had a real hard time because the nose would plunge under, and I tried to find that sweet spot. And you can see, the starboard, Louis Kite, Nash, they're all different, noses. So that also plays into it as well.
Yeah, totally. It plays on, the sharpness of your nose doesn't track, is it tracking off to the right or tracking off to the left? Also, another thing you have to do is try and stay, if the girl in front is paddling with a paddle on the left, then her board is tracking right. So when you're on the tail wash, you want to be in sync with her, because you want to be following her like a snake. So you don't want to be paddling on the right when she's paddling on the left. So you're really just trying to stay in sync with the lady, with the girl in front.
Now 5 minutes, 55 seconds into this race, a pack of 5 have broken away from the rest of the pack, so 20 girls out behind them, but this is our lead pack.
Yeah, and I think that's Angie Jackson, in fourth place there. So that doesn't surprise me right there. So you got to have to say the winner is going to come out of this, top 5 right now. There's Candace, Appleby out in front, Annabelle Anderson in second, Fiona Wild third, Angie Jackson in fourth, and Shay Fowdy in fifth. So that's pretty cool. You have USA, California, you have New Zealand, you have USA, a girl from Oregon, then you have Australia, and another California girl. So a good mix there.
6.5 minutes into this race, we're going to get an update from Chris Parker. We're changing batteries out with his phone right now, so stay tuned for that. But beautiful day. Look at the scenery here. I mean, Dana Point is a beautiful host for the Pacific Paddle Games. Climate, warmer. Yesterday we got up to 99 degrees. We're not going to hit those high 90s here today. Beautiful southwest swell being blessed here in October, and just great conditions for the distance race this morning.
So what I did see there is when we get another close-up of Annabelle, if you ever look at her where she's standing on the board, Chuck, it's like she's actually, to me, she looks like she's a little too far back.
I noticed that as well.
She looks like she's not, like she could make it easier for herself, just that momentum to go a little bit forward. She looks like she's like working harder than she should be on, like for me, like looking at her, she looks like she's working a little harder than she should be. But if you look at her foot placement, the other girls look more centered on the board. She looks like she's a little bit further back. You know, when you see a surfer and they're like, you're like, guys, it's too far back. So, I don't know, it's just a little observation I think I saw there.
No, you're right, and that definitely, I mean, she's going to start to push a little bit more water. I don't know, maybe it's a way for her to stabilize, you know, but I think you're right.
Let's go out to the boat with SupRacer.com, Chris Parker, for an update. Chris, if you can hear us, go ahead. And Chris not available at this time.
Yeah, these girls are, you know, holding a great pace. You know, Shea Foudy at the end there is just trying to hold on good, so.
And it's great to say Shea Foudy, she was a copper medal winner 2014 at the ISA World Championships, 16 years of age. Dana Point, this is her home break, rides for Riviera, paddles for Riviera, 2015 San Clemente Ocean Fest champion, 2015 Santa Monica Pier Paddles champion. So she's had a good year. She's ranked number 8 in the world, and she's going to be one to contend with in the years to come.
Yeah, it's amazing talent, and we saw that first at the ISA a few years back. So, and she's just really, like, you look at her, she's a small girl. You know, like she does look like a 16-year-old. She's got some growing to do, and she'll grow into her strength. And you know, like, I'm sure these girls at the front here are going, oh my God, like this girl in a year or two is going to be like really hard to beat.
And of course, she comes from great heritage, with her mother being the captain of the USA soccer team back in the 90s when they won the World Cup, you know. So she's got that competitive drive from her family genes.
Athlete genes, can't beat them.
Yeah, yeah. And then you know, you got Fiona Wilde, and I mean, it's just great to see these young girls right here. You know, it's like passing the guard right now. You know, and of course, so much experience in that you know, that top 5.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that's what's so, you know, when you look at the girls, like, obviously, you know, there's a lot more depth in the guys, you know, so, you know, what's great for the girls is having these kids races, allowing the young girls, you know, more importantly, to see these girls and see their lifestyle, and they're able to make a living from being a professional paddler, and giving them something to aspire to, so that, you know, like, you know, hopefully in 4 or 5 years' time, instead of seeing 5 girls up the front, we're seeing 20.
Okay, let's check back in with Chris Parker, SupRacer.com, live from the boat. Chris, take it away.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Bo. Out here on the boat, and there's been an early break in the women's pro distance race. Candace Appleby is setting a pretty mean pace out front. Only 4 of the ladies have been able to go with her. Right now it's Candace, Annabelle Anderson, Fiona Wilde, Angie Jackson from Australia, and young Shea Foudy doing very well to hang on the back of Angie. There's a huge gap, probably about 100 feet back to, I'd say about 7 women. I can see Christina Zer, I can see Sonny Honchide, who we thought would be up the top. Tareen Black is back in that pack as well. Shelby Taylor had a good start but fell in the opening 100 meters. She's back in that second pack. But right now it looks like a race of 5 between Candace, Annabelle, Fiona, Angie, and Shea. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Chris, and great reporting there from SupRacer.com. He ranks these women. He follows the tour. He goes to all points around the world, and no one knows these paddlers better than Chris Parker. Great update, and look at these 5. Guys, I want to ask you about Fiona Wilde from Hood River, more of a racing river. She does well at events in Oregon and Colorado. How does she adapt to the ocean-type conditions, Chuck?
You know what? She's pretty amazing. You know, she windsurfs. She's an avid surfer. You know, she's kind of lucky. She gets to travel. I see her on Maui a lot. she's, you know, really actually good at stand-up paddle surfing. So, I mean, she's got a really great skill set in the technical race and everything as well. So, she's been actually a joy to watch because she's strong and, you know, I think a great inspiration for a lot of young girls out there.
Yeah, she was runner-up to Candace Appleby just a couple of weeks ago at Huntington Beach. She's number 3 ranked. She does well at all these events, and she's only 18.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
So it looks like we're coming up to 12 minutes, the girls. Let's just watch this buoy turn real close, because I've got a feeling if any of these girls have a bad turn and fall off the back, that they could get separated from this draft train. So yeah, they want to make sure everyone gets a really good turn here and no one falls, no one sort of drops off the pack. So really interested, you know, to see how this plays out. Like, is Candace just going to be happy to lead the whole way and let Annabelle sit on the tail, or you know, if I was Candace, I'd just stop paddling right now and, you know, let someone else take the lead, sit back in and have a bit of a rest, you know.
But you know what, but that's hard. You know how it is, Jamie. Like when we're racing, I mean, you know, when you have a lead, and this is an important one, you almost sometimes don't want to give someone that opportunity, because what if you can't get back, you know? And we've seen it where, you know, you're paddling against each other and you know, if you don't have something in the tank, then sure, they take it, but then you've got to really stay on top of them and be able to try to take them out at the end.
How good's that left? Look at the back there. But yeah, look, I just think that if Candace is going to stay in the lead and just grind the whole way, she's really playing into Annabelle's hands. She's just gonna, you know, look what Connor did. Connor sat back, you know, had to work here and there to sort of jump places here and there, but at the end of the day, he was able to conserve energy and just surge in that last, you know, 4 to 5 minutes to get himself up the front. So, yeah, I'm just interested to see how this is going to play out. So, at the moment, you know, Candace has been on the front grinding for nearly 14 minutes, while Annabelle's been able to, you know, do that, you know, 20 to 30% easier, you know, at the end. So.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and then, you know, this is you know, just the kind of the middle half of this first lap. They still have one more lap to go, and then, you know, we also have that finish, which is always exciting with the surf. And Candace is phenomenal when it comes to wave riding. Annabelle is gotten a lot better, and then Fiona Wilde is no stranger to surf as well as, you know, Angie, and same with you know, Shay. So.
Yeah, and you know, and saying that, I'm sorry, I think I keep focusing on Annabelle and Candace, but, you know, Shay, Angie, and Fiona are also doing it not easy, but easier on the back. So, you know, they're conserving energy. And another thing with drafting is that Fiona will do it easier than what Annabelle's doing it, and then Angie, you know, it should get easier and easier as you get a little bit further back. The drafting gets easier. So as I say, that looks like Angie just dropped a little bit, but she'll surge back onto the back. But you know, these girls haven't changed one bit since the start. It's been the same you know, same distance and same everything. So.
And we're seeing the junior pros go downwind, and we're seeing some of the Grand pros right now in their race. They're backed up in this women pros. So those are the races you're seeing. And when we saw the junior pros, they were all in sequence on the paddle, and now you're seeing some of the Grands. And it's so great to get these guys involved and get them in the mix with the Danny Chains, with the Candace Applebys, with the Connor Baxters, with the Fiona Wilds, with the Annabelle Andersons. It's really great that we're not only focusing on the world's best, but the next tier that's coming up.
Yeah, and you know, they have a different jersey. You know, they're in an orange jersey, and the top women pro, I'm sorry, red, and then and the top women are in the pink. So, and like you said, you know, these young kids are the future of the sport. They've got great mentors to go after, and I had so much fun watching them race yesterday because, I mean, they look as good as the top pros. I mean, they train every day. This is a serious sport for them. They love it. They love the waves. It's great to see them this long distance.
Annabelle Anderson ranked #1. Sup Magazine has Candace Appleby ranked #1. Candace from San Clemente, local girl here, 5-time Dana Point champion, represented Team USA this year as they won gold medal in the ISA World Championship. Candace taking the double-double, winning the technical, winning the distance, really putting it on recently 2 weeks ago, winning the Huntington Beach Pro champion, still focusing on her surfing sup career too. She's had a fantastic year, and what better way to cap it off with the Pacific Paddle Games Championship.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they want. Everyone, you know, it's like the last major of the year in major sports. Like, this is our last big race of the year, and everyone sort of really remembers who wins the races at Dana Point, you know. And it's a big one. They want to finish off with a bang, and not only big money up for grabs as well.
17 minutes, 15 seconds into the distance race here for the women. We saw the turnaround on the first buoy right around 12 and a half, 13 minutes. So that's the pace. The men were about 10 and a half minutes on their pace coming down. And this pack of 5, they're staying together, guys.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I mean, even though they're in a drafting train, everybody's paddling pretty hard. And I look at Shay. She's definitely working hard. Angie. It's interesting, but Candace is definitely, working the hardest. And, Jamie, like you said, it's going to be interesting to see, are they going to change it up, or is she going to just take this all the way to the end?
Yeah, I think Candace's personality is, I think she's just going to do it the whole way, to be honest with you. Whether that's a smart move or not, but sometimes, you just you just want to get out there and just do it the whole way. And at the end of the day, if it doesn't work out, well, you got to go back to the drawing board and see if you made a couple of mistakes.
18 minutes, 22 seconds into the women's pro distance race. Let's go back out in the water on the lead boat and check in with Chris Parker from supracer.com. Chris, take it away.
Yeah, thanks guys. Out here on the boat, and it's still the same 5 ladies powering ahead out front. Candace setting a great pace. Annabelle playing it smart, just sitting in that #2 position, letting Candace do a little bit more of the work. Fiona's in 3rd, looking strong. Angie looks comfortable in 4th. Shay doing a great job in 5th, but a little bit dropping here and there. I don't know if she'll be able to hold the pace till the end, but the big news is that there's a massive gap back to 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. We've got Sonny Honchide and Tareen Black trying to close the gap, but Candace and Annabelle are just extending it with every stroke. And a little ways back, we also had a great shot of the Grommies coming around. There was 6, 7, 8-year-olds out here on this distance race course, which is that's fantastic to see for the future. Back to you guys.
Hey, Chris, can you hear me?
Yeah, Chris is out. So 19 minutes, 20 seconds in. Guys, let's talk about the manufacturing leaderboard. Riviera, after day #1, leading with 3,400 points, tied with FCS and 404 at 3,400 points. Infinity, which Candace Appleby is representing, they're in 3rd place with 2,450 points. Hobie also tied for 4th with SUP, ATX, and Lahui Kai with 2,150 points. Boga Paddle in 6th place. Starboards in 7th place with 1,900 points, with Connor Baxter winning the distance. He's going to help the Starboard team. And SIC in 8th place right now with 1,650. One of the little fun things that's happening here at the Pacific Paddle Games is the manufacturer guys and their race within the race.
Yeah, you know what, it's actually kind of cool because, it brings in, the companies as a whole. You have a team atmosphere. To have this, in conjunction with this whole event is, really good for the industry.
Bragging rights, right?
Yeah.
That's what they all get tonight when everyone's having a few beers. They're all like, eh.
That's right.
Here's a shot of the 5, and here's the manufacturer challenge. Teams can be made up of 9 to up to 15 members. Each team member in a race will score points. All racers can compete in either prone or the stand-up divisions here. The Pacific Paddle Games points are given in the scale, and the teams with the most cumulative points will win. So, this is fantastic, just part of the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life and SUP the Mag. And, of course, all the vendors down here on the beach with their tents, having dinner. demos, having people try out their equipment, and they love to interact. And you know, these guys get to talk to shapers and designers of boards and start, you know, getting themselves, you know, a pro race type board.
Speaking of shapers and boards, I mean, Candace must be, and you know Dave Bainey pretty well, Chuck. It must be pretty cool to have a relationship where you're just like friends and you go surfing every day and that guy's your shaper and you're able to really just dial in the intricacies of like a board. Because it seems like these days they're so, like a lot of these boards are getting made overseas and you don't really get that hands-on approach like you used to with a hand shaper.
Yeah, you know, a good point. I mean, to have that relationship and to be able to customize something that really works for you. You know, like majority of the other companies, you're talking about everybody's paddling what you can buy. And she has something that's custom, made perfect for her. She knows what she likes. Dave is a phenomenal paddler as well and great shaper, so I think that really helps a lot.
Yeah, Dave's competing in the pro men's technical and distance race, and of course, Steve Bainey, you know, designs, you know, some great, fantastic adaptive boards for us at Access Surf Hawaii, where we take the, you know, he's got a whole array of designs and shapes and intricacies, and you know, like you guys said, you know, working one-on-one with these shapers. And look at this pack. You see an OC1 fan cheering these guys on the outside. You see some of the boats on the outside, and still this 5-person draft still very tight and contested.
Yeah, you got a really good shot there a few seconds ago of Annabelle drafting Candace, and just the little swells and you know, it's not easy to draft either. Like if you take your mind off the job, it's easy to like catch a nose or poke a rail and really fall off. So you know, your mind has got to be onto it and really focus on what you're doing. But you know, this is a clinic 101 on how to draft right now. You know, these girls are doing an amazing job. And that OC1 guy was trying to paddle up next to the girls, and those girls were paddling just as fast. So that just goes to show.
And here's the tightness of the draft.
Yeah, and you see that little the wave off the back of that. It's probably not the best time right now with turning, but it's such a yeah, it's such an amazing. You know, if you can really draft well, it's such an amazing skill set to have.
Yeah, you know what, and it's like you said, it's difficult because, you know, you're looking down at the tail. You're not looking straight out. I mean, Candace, she doesn't have to worry. She's looking straight out. She knows what she needs to do. She needs to be spot on. And the girls, you're pretty much paddling, looking down at the tail so you don't hit it, or you keep that gap so you know that you're in that glide, you know, and keep it rolling. And there you can see Annabelle, you know, stepping back a little bit to keep that turn, but she's pretty much almost kissing the tail and had, a couple little balance moves there, and you know, Shea is definitely working hard to come up, round up the end of that field there.
It's a great shot of the texture of the ocean right now. You just see how it looks flat, but there's so much little residual bump and lump on it. So, you know, with that and being on the back of the wash, it really does make it hard, and you've got to really concentrate not to fall off.
Guys, the split times for the ladies as they came back, they were 12 minutes down. They were about 10, 11 minutes coming back, so they're paddling faster coming back up on the north leg.
Yeah, Candace has really put the hammer down. As you see, a great shot there, and Annabelle doing a great job there. She's just right in the draft train of Candace there, and she's just in the sweet spot. You know, she's about 2 feet from the back. You can see where the tail drops down, the swell comes up, and then she's just in that little trough there and doing a great job.
And she's paddling less too, Chuck.
Yeah, you know what, you're right. And you know what, now I even noticed that actually Annabelle, I think her stance is a little bit better, because before it just seemed like her nose was a little too far up, and she seems like she's gliding a little easier.
Yeah, just a little readjustments that you have to make. You know, sometimes she may go, why am I struggling? It feels like I'm struggling a bit more, and she maybe goes through a little checklist, and it's like, oh, okay, you know what? I got to just step up half a foot on my board. So. As we saw her when she come around the can from the turn, she jumped up, jumped up, and nearly fell off. So,
well, how's this? The Pacific Paddle Games giving equal prize money to both the men and women. You know, $1,500 again will go to the winner of this race, as Connor Baxter won the men's race, and we're seeing the second train, the back of the pack here for the women's distance. There's Sony, she's in third right there in this group.
Yeah, you know, it's great, and they're tight right there. I mean, the little paddle battle right there to try to get themselves back in the line, and I mean, it's like 4 girls wide. So this is where they start to throw the hammer down a little bit more and get back in that train. And Sonny's definitely pushing pretty hard with another girl right next to her. So, yeah, this is that backpack is you know, trying to close the gap. But I mean, look at that gap right there. I mean that's huge. Those girls in that front 5 are going fast.
Still haven't seen him yet. We're still panning out. Still panning out. You're seeing some of the junior pros right there making their way north. We still haven't seen that front 5. There they are, right there to the left.
Basically 2 races. You know, basically you've just figured that that next race is for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. The first 5 is totally unattainable right now, and so now those girls are just in that backpack. They're not even worrying, and that's probably why you see the gap get wider, because they're not trying to catch the first pack. Now they're just hustling in their little group, playing tactics, trying to work out who's going to get 6. And at the end of the day, whoever gets 6 out of that pack will feel like they had a mini victory.
Yeah, you know what? And you got to think what's going through their mind. I mean, I look at Shay. She's at the back there. She makes any little mistake. She has no way of kind of getting in behind anyone because she's the last person. So, you know, a little nerve-wracking. She's holding really strong. Andy's looking great. You know, Fiona. This is great. I mean, Candace, like you said, she's going to hold on to that thing all the way to the finish. But it'll be great to kind of see what happens at the back end of that last lap.
Some of the VIP areas, as they're watching the webcast live, they're seeing themselves on TV here. And great setup, great infrastructure that they've set up down here at Dana Point. There's Candace Appleby, Annabelle Anderson in 2nd place, Angela Jackson, Fiona Wild, and Shay Fowley all in that top 5. 27:52 remaining in this race as is counting in. We saw our winners of the men's race coming in at the 43-minute mark. These girls are, especially that second half of that first lap, they really pushed the limit there.
Yeah, the texture and everything is still super nice and clean outside. We've got a little bit of kind of offshore wind, but nothing to really make a big difference here. And it looks like yeah, these girls are doing great. It's nice to see a couple of junior kids, you know, going past them in the background there.
And now we got to start thinking about what happened in the men's race. Okay, so now Candace, Annabelle, now do they want to just come around the can and have 5 girls on a wave for a sprint up the beach? You know, like, so who's going to make the initiative? Is Annabelle saving enough energy now, and the other girls, that they're able to surge past Candace and try and get to that can to the inside, you know, and do that, you know, like, it's sort of, you know, Candace has done all the work, you know, so, but in saying that, these girls aren't going to just let Candace have the victory because she's done all the work. She's been able to, you know, sometimes you talk within each other out there. I'm not sure if they've been talking. It probably doesn't look like it, so I think it's a race. If Annabelle is happy to sit there and Candace is not, you know, going to sort of speak to them, then all's fair in love and war.
Coming up on the half-hour mark, we're just 30 seconds away from the women's distance, roughly 6 miles, I think just under 6 miles, looking at the times for the men. Again, we're going to get in contact with Chris Parker, get an update. You see in some of the free surfers on the subs and the surf skis out here, and you can see the distance paddlers out in the distance, and here's a good shot from the boat angle.
So Chris, I just wanted to know, has there been any sort of communication between Annabelle and Candace? Just interested to see if Candace is just going to try and push the whole way, and if she's, you know, if she's just going to surge in front and not let anyone else do any of the work.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. No, it's been silent in the lead pack of 5. Candace has looked over her shoulder a few times. My take on it is she's trying to send a psychological message that she can hold a fast pace all the way to the end, because this has been a really quick pace. There's still the top 5, Candace, Annabelle, Fiona, Angie, and Shay, and the second pack is half a mile behind. It's daylight. So I think Candace is trying to send a message to Annabelle and Fiona that she can really set a mean pace, but Annabelle's playing it super smart. She's just sitting there, conserving probably 10% more energy. Fiona and Angie looking strong. Shay's been dropped half a board length a couple of times, but hats off to her. She's sticking on the tail of Angie right now.
Thanks, buddy, and great insights out there. And you do, when you want someone to lead, you do a bit of a look back and try and make eye contact and go, hey, you know, so
And Jamie, we're seeing a lot of similarities here from Candace Appleby from the ISA World Championships. She took the lead, she dominated, she wanted to set the pace, and she took first place in both the technical and the distance down there.
Yeah, and with all respect, that there wasn't another paddler sort of there with the caliber of Annabelle Anderson, you know. So this is a little bit different, but you know, looks like Candace is just going to hold her ground, and she's just going to try and lead it out. So, but I can definitely see some surges happening on the way back closer to the finish.
So there's the breakdown. Candace Appleby from the United States, Annabelle Anderson from New Zealand, Fiona Wild from Hood River area representing the United States, Angela Jackson from Australia, and Shea Fowley, the 16-year-old here from Dana Point from the United States. So 3 Americans, 1 Kiwi, 1 Aussie in this pack of 5. And, you know, it's going to come down just like the men's race, guys. I think it's going to be the sprint. Who can break away on this final leg, this north leg coming back? That could play a factor. I mean, anything's possible here.
Yeah, you know what, Candace, I mean, if you look at that whole field, you know, Candace has the most experience in the surf for sure. I mean, she's on it. If it does come out to, you know, that last, you know, turn and there are no waves, you know, Annabelle's definitely going to put the hammer. And I mean, Fiona, all those girls. I think Shea is definitely going to have to work hard to kind of be a threat. But if you have waves, like Jamie said, you know, it could be all 5 on that one wave, and then that's going to be a whole new battle.
Who's the fastest runner?
Exactly.
You know, like I know that Annabelle does triathlons. Like she can run. I know Candace can run. Look, she's got super long legs. You know, I know it's not Angie Jackson's favorite pastime running. You know, so she'd probably struggle a little bit. Shea, she's like talking about, you know, an athlete. She looks like she's got, you know, she could run. So you just don't know, and that's why it's interesting to see like how these girls are going to approach the final turn coming in. Are they going to try and separate and get some separation so they don't have to have that sprint up the beach? But you know, again, it would be cool to see a sprint finish up the beach for these girls.
Well, I tell you, these ladies were dominating the SUP, the MAG Awards just the other night, presented by Tommy Bahamas. Of course, Chuck Patterson here received the Lifetime Achievement Award. Izzy Gomez was the Female Paddler of the Year, followed by Candace Appleby in second, Annabelle Anderson in third place, and Shea Fowley with the Breakthrough Performer of the Year. So you're seeing the world's best right here being represented on the award stage just the other night and showing it here in the distance race.
Yeah, you know what, and that's actually, you know, bringing it back to, you know, the SUP Awards. I think that is a cool thing for the sport to have it before the, you know, Pacific Paddle Games. It's a great setup for a phenomenal weekend of, you know, events, and to showcase all the hard work that all those athletes do out there, and for the sport, I think is huge. And, you know, the Pacific Paddle Games is just a phenomenal event. We've gotten super lucky with unbelievable, you know, conditions, and you know, here we see it, another beautiful hot day with some good surf, and you know, the almost the closing of the long distance race here with still you know, a bunch more racing ahead, you know, in the technical race.
34 minutes, 30 seconds into the women's pro distance race. Girls are going to be making their final turn down the south side, then head back up north, and then a right-hand turn back into the beach. And you see them going down the coastline here. An exciting race from this 5. As you heard from Chris Parker, a good half mile, maybe even 3/4 of a mile from the second pack.
Yeah, that is, you know, that is huge. I mean, those girls are, you know, like Jamie, like you said, those girls are on their own path. They're not worrying about that backpack. Even if someone were to make a mistake, you know, maybe Shea or whatever, she could still hold it and still not, you know, get overrun by the girls behind her.
Yeah, look, they're guaranteed a top 5 here.
Yeah.
I mean, something, you know, horribly would have to go wrong for that. So, you know, in their mind, you know, they know, okay, that's cool. I'm top 5, but now it comes down to, you know, what were your goals before the race? What, where is it you want to finish? And no, am I happy with 5th? I don't think so. You know, like these girls want to win. Every single one of these girls want to be number 1. You know, and as we see, they come up again. Bo, 35 minutes 40. They're probably doing a little bit faster again on the way back. So last turn here, if these girls can get around this turn clean again, then I can't really see too much changing on the way back here, but I think we'll see a little bit of shaking and moving and surging as we see Angie Jackson just there. See that little separation there? She's about a board length back now. That's huge. Her and Shay potentially now are going to fall off that pack. But Angie looks like she's worked her way up, so good job.
Guys, these 5 haven't changed. I mean, it's always been Candace 1, it's been Annabelle 2, it's been Fiona 3, it's been Angela in 4, and it's been Shay in 5. Usually in the train, you'll see a little mix-up, but these 5 ladies have been in these positions from the start.
Well, the great thing you see here is, when I used to race, I like to know the competitors. You know the way they race, you know the way that they like to do things. Candace, you can tell she's not going to give up the lead. So, and you know that Annabelle, she's just going to tuck in there, so she's not going to try and make a move. So all these girls know that, okay, well, there's no real need for me to do anything right now. There's no one coming up from behind that potentially is going to change their position. So everyone's really happy with where they are right now. And if they're not, well, they should do something about it. But I think this will change in the next 10 minutes when they get closer to coming into the wave area. We're definitely going to see, I think Annabelle and a few of these girls trying to attack Candace and get to that can first.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. Not much is going to change until we get to that buoy where they are forced to make a change, and there could be a mistake made. We do have a lower tide coming with, more waves, and that's where I think, there's really no need. As long as you guys stay tight, you could still, 5th place, if you were to really have enough energy to go to first, you could pull it off. But it's that last, I think, sprint we're going to have.
I'll tell you what, let's go down below. We have Pat Parnell with Candace Appleby's dad. He's got to be a proud dad down on the beach. Pat, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Bo. You can feel the spirit, but especially with Bob here, because Bob, you've been an expectant father like this at many races. You were telling me last race you actually ran down to the end to see how things were panning out. How are you faring today?
I feel like I'm in the maternity ward, Pat, and I'm pacing the hallways, seeing what's going to be birthed here. God made this water. He had so much fun doing it. These athletes are so fabulous. There's such a great spirit out here. You got Candace, Annabelle, Fiona. It's just fun.
You bring the family element, and it's definitely evident down here. You can feel it. But what about, you mentioned all the other racers. Talk about some of the camaraderie that Candace has with the fellow competitors.
The beauty of the fellow competitors is she loves people. But I will say something. Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, they were competitors. They weren't smile, let me give you a group hug. Her and Annabelle, they are fierce competitors. They absolutely like each other. They respect each other, but when it's in the water, 1-800 all business.
Yeah, and a big tight moment there yesterday with Fiona. Obviously a chance to get the overall and get some good distance with this race.
Yeah, I got the inside scoop. I said, Canny, what happened, Candace? Where were you? What happened? She goes, Dad, I probably shouldn't say this, but I got a little cocky. I tried to take away from outside all the way in. I fell, got up again, tried again, and fell again. So, the prelims are not the finals. But Fiona's a great girl and great athlete. It's fun.
Yeah. Can we see the back of the jersey real quick?
Yeah.
There you go. Team Appleby in full effect. Back up to you guys. We got a race going on.
Yeah, we definitely got a race, and we got the biggest fan down there. I've known Candace for the past 10 years, a former resident in Hawaii. She was competing at the Hawaii Amateur Surf Series, the amateur series, in SUP racing, and beating the guys in the SUP surfing. And she even won the Duke's Ocean Fest in the SUP surfing against the guys, 8 years ago. She's had great training here locally and also in Hawaii. She brings all that together, and that's why she's a world champion.
Yeah, Candace is an amazing athlete. She does it all, and she works hard, and she's very passionate about it. And when you do that type of work and you put that much passion into it, the results speak for themselves. So, not that any of these other girls train any less, So that's why they're all here in the top 5, and every one of these girls has a chance to still win.
And there's got to be also a great feeling to win something like this in your hometown, home turf advantage, so to speak. So, this is great. We've got local girls, girls from all over the world. This is awesome. And these girls, God, man, they've been working hard here. So it's great to watch.
40 minutes, 52 seconds into this distance race, and it just blows my mind that these 5 have just put almost a mile distance to that second pack from 6th place down to 13th, and these 5 are determined. They may finish in this order. We may see Shea Foudy come back, Fiona Weil may come, Angela Jackson. Don't count out these other. Don't think this is the Annabelle Candace race. These other 3 ladies are going to make a statement here in this race.
Yeah, you know what? The star of this race, I think, is going to be the waves, guys. I think, you know, unless, you know, one of these girls get around and snag a wave, but, you know, potentially we're looking at, you know, 3, 4 guys, you know, I mean, sorry, 3 or 4 girls potentially on a wave, or, you know, if Annabelle and, you know, Candace get around and they're in clean water and they don't get one, then the other girls. So there's just so many scenarios, but, you know, what great tight racing. It's great to see. We've got, you know, the experienced girls, we've got the young girls, we've got the girl from Australia, and it's just a really, really good mix of athletes that we have here, and these girls are really putting it on the line.
Yeah, and then here you see, I mean, they're coming up close, and it's exciting. There's still some surf out there, and nothing has changed. I mean, you got to hand it to these girls. They know what they need to do, and they're just staying strong. And I mean, Shea Foudy, I mean, awesome job.
16 years of age, lives here at Dana Point. She's kept with this group. This is a huge learning experience for Shea. You know, Fiona 18, you know, Candace is 30, so you got the age group difference right there. You got the experience, you got the young guns, and you got potentially, you know, the leader heading into the technical. That's going to be a huge mind factor on the other girls when we get to their final later this afternoon.
Oh, 100%, because, you know, like these girls you're seeing in front have sort of been sort of a standout in both races. So you got to think that the overall winner is going to come out of this sort of pack here, you know, especially now, like we said, you got to be in that top 5 both races to really want to take that overall title home.
So there is a good chance the winner of the distance race could win the double-double, you know, a $1,500 prize here, and then the 8,000, the 11,000. So, you know, and there's the breakdown of Annabelle Anderson from New Zealand. Hui Kai, she paddles 4 in SUP ATX, and overall New Zealand champion, won the Air France earlier this year in Europe, the Carolina Cup, 3rd consecutive time. That's one of the biggest races of the year. Santa Monica more recently, and the race on the Lake of the Sky. So, you know, she comes in. She was also the 14-foot winner at Molokai this year. Very similar conditions, flat water conditions at Molokai. It was a grinding race for all the ladies that were paddling out in the channel this past July. So she comes with a ton of experience. Depending on whether SupRacer.com ranks her #1 and Sup the Magazine ranks Candace Appleby #1, you got 2 of the best paddlers leading this pack of 5.
Yeah, you know, it's very cool. It makes you kind of think, what are the girls in that second pack thinking right now? I mean, do they have a chance? I mean, do you give up? No, because we're all competitors, but it definitely has to play a little bit, you know. The top 10, you know, they're going to battle back and forth, you know, that last, you know, 5 to kind of be, you know, between 6th and 10th. So do they have a chance to win? That's a big question. These girls really in the top 5 have to make a major mistake to let those girls in.
Candace has been pulling this train from the start. 44 minutes into this race, and she's still in the lead, pulling this train. And you guys talked about the draft, and you guys talked about the techniques and like there, and she is not giving an inch.
You know, she looks super strong, even though she's been on the front pulling for 45 minutes. You know, she looks so solid, and you know, it's going to be interesting. Maybe Annabelle and the girls won't have it to get past her. Who knows? But you know, we're pretty close to finding out. But you know, Candace just looks so solid, and as we see Fiona Wild on the screen there, and she's 18 years of age, hometown Hood River, Oregon, but I guess splits her time between Mexico as well. You know, rides a starboard, paddles with a Werner, and you know, an up-and-coming star.
And there's her results this past year. A lot of river, a lot of ocean there, and splits times in Maui too, right, Chuck?
Yeah, she's a you know, phenomenal water woman all the way around. You know, with the windsurfing and surf, and I think that's what makes her, you know, a very strong competitor.
Well, you know, can't get any better winds than the Hood River and Ho'okipa Maui. You know, she's part of that starboard crew with Zane Schweitzer and Connor Baxter. They also cross-train in kite surfing and windsurfing too.
And Yeah, it was a really nice view then of that starboard slicing through the water on the, on the back of that wash there. But as you see, Fiona Wild, she just looking at different paddle techniques. She has like the bit of a Connor choke down every now and then when she changes hands, and then she'll go back and she's it looks like when her right hand's on the top, she's more traditional style, and then when she goes to the other side, she chokes down. So really just personal preference, and not sure why she does that, but it works for her.
Yeah, and then, and Annabelle does the same thing. I mean, especially in sprint, when they do a start, you'll notice a couple of the girls use that choke stroke, which definitely helps them, kind of have a faster stroke rate. And then, yeah, and I don't know if Candace does that much at all.
No, I haven't seen Candace do it too much, but a lot of the younger, I think it's more of a younger guys one where they choke down to get the higher speed, and also the strength thing.
Yeah.
Well, guys, here we go. It looks like Candace is picking up the pace right here. Her frequency of her paddlers are getting more numerous here. She sees the home stretch. She'll be making a right-hand turn and leading this pack. A couple of medium swells out by the buoy right now. We'll see if there's any swells out the back. It could be just like the guys. There's one swell on the outside.
Yeah, here they come. Candace, she's feeling it. She's, I am not going to let anyone take me out. She's got a little wave behind her, and there are a couple sets coming. So as you see them right now, Annabelle, everybody is starting to make their move right now.
Shea is falling off on the back, so here we go. Annabelle, Candace trying to get this bump. No one gets the first bump.
Oh yeah, this is no waves again for the guys and girls coming in. This is going to be a grind, and you know what? Candace probably wants no waves to come now because she can just out paddle them to the finish line. But this is going to be amazing. Annabelle just takes a little bit of a choke there. Candace looks so strong, but there are little waves coming, and there is going to be a sprint finish, guys. This swell is going to pick someone up for sure, and we're going to see a super, super exciting finish right now.
Two waves set on the outside, but they could out-paddle this set as they come in. Here we go. Candace Appleby in the lead on the screen. In second place, Annabelle Anderson from New Zealand. Here we go on the set on the outside, Jamie.
Yeah, Candace is not going to out-paddle this. There's going to be 5 girls on this wave if everyone stays on it. And this is going to be one hell of a finish, guys.
Yeah. Here comes Fiona Wild on the right.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Okay, right on the outside. These girls have a chance.
They need to paddle hard, but...
Wow.
Shea Jackson on the wave. Here we go, catching up.
Wow.
Wow.
Shea Annabelle.
Oh! So 4 of the 5 still on the wave. Annabelle Anderson is down. Shea Valley has the inside. She could have...
Shea Candace, Angie Jackson, and they got their things off.
Here we go. It's going to be a sprint.
Oh, my gosh. This is great.
Angie Jackson. Wow. Wow, what a finish. Angie Jackson second, Shea Valley third, and Candace Appleby, well deserved. Just led the whole way. Amazing paddle from her. So
unofficial time.
And this is really important right here.
Here we go.
Points. Annabelle Anderson falling off. As we said, Chuck, the surf skills come into play. So she finishes 4th, and wow, she's going to have to now finish 4 places in front of Candace.
Yeah. That, you know what, that was an incredible finish. I actually felt really bad for Candace because she did all that work, and then as we saw it, everybody got a chance to get on that wave, and then, at the end, she basically was a victor because, the surf skill played huge, and Annabelle made a couple of mistakes, and same with Fiona Wild. So, wow, what a great finish.
Yeah, awesome race. The 2 distance races have been amazing finishes, and as we see the second train here coming in, looks like Terrene Black actually leading that second group there. She potentially is in 6th place right now. She's coming up to that next buoy turn to come into the wave area. I see Sonny there as well.
Yeah, this is great. Looking back at, when Annabelle came in and Candace, they hugged it out. I mean, it just truly shows, the respect. Great sportsmanship. They all worked hard. And at the end of the day, once they're on the beach,
Also, Riggs Napoleon and looks like Ryland, is it? Or Noah Hopper. They're coming in for the young kids.
That's the junior pro division,
Junior pro division.
the 17 and under. So they have caught up the second pack of the women. They were starting a couple of minutes behind the women's. So you're going to see a crossover in the race here.
And here you see a couple set waves starting to loom in the back, and this is what makes this race so much more exciting, because you just never know what's going to happen. And I think we're going to have another wave with probably 8 people on it.
Now we're going to have a sprint finish with the girls in the second group, and then the junior pro as well. Looks like there could be like 2, 3, or 4 guys on this wave as well. So
yeah, it looks like Riggs Napoleon up there in front, and wow, this is great.
Sony falls off on the backside of the wave. Here goes the guy, Noah. Here we go with Riggs Napoleon.
Ryland, Hart, and Riggs sprint up the beach. And we got, and looks like, and we had Terrain Black get that wave by Riggs, just doing a big cutback.
It's not Makaha. Watch out. Look at him. He's getting fancy.
And Riggs.
Annabelle's going to, Terrain's going to take 6th place.
There's a good little sprint. You got Riggs run all the way as he takes the finish on that, and Terrain Black running up no problem.
Terrain just says, you guys have that battle right there. I'm just going to save my board for the next race. So Terrain, good job in 6th place.
3 minutes behind that lead pack.
Yeah, there's a big gap. So exciting races here. Waves definitely still make a distance race exciting.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it's anyone's game when it comes to that, and you got to hand it to everyone out there. I mean, they work so hard in that 6-mile race, and you know, sometimes to catch a wave in, feels great.
Yeah.
Look at these ladies coming across right on the shore break. Great dismounts. And the transition with the paddle in hand coming across. And some of the bigger sets of the day on the outside, you can see in the foreground.
See Sonny coming across the line there. She looks fairly disappointed with her performance there, so she'll be looking to regroup for the technical race.
Yeah, there are some solid sets out there right now, and
so the biggest sets of the day.
Yeah, it's wow. And then we have the open race field going out to set up for their start.
Wow,
And
shit, how big is that? It's like ants on the water.
yeah, this is I think one of the bigger sets we've had all morning, with the tide starting to drop. You know what? That's the one great thing about this race is you have the wave concept. When you've basically charged that hard for 6 miles, and to come in, maybe you're not in first place, but to catch a wave all the way from the outside in feels insane.
Yeah, it's got to be the best feeling ever. Candace must have been going, God, what have I got to do to win this? I led the whole way. I bleed into the wave zone, and then all the girls get a wave from behind, you know. And but you know, she got lucky that her arch enemy fell, and she's got a big separation. So the separation from first and second wouldn't have been that much, you know. Like so, yeah, wow, it's going to make these later races today so exciting.
Let's go down beachside with Pat Parnell. He's got our champion, Candace Appleby.
Wow, you guys, we can proudly wave the locals only flag here in Doheny today, because Candace, you're doing the local area proud. I know you've had a lot of victories in these waters, but talk about how hard it was to get the victory here today.
You know what? I just am so grateful to be able to do this for a living. It was a lot of hard work. It was sweaty, but I was prepared, and man, I felt like I was on the wings of an eagle out there.
It's been an interesting journey. We were talking about in the post show yesterday that you know, the little kind of laying back on the tails and Fiona getting the better of you. Was that resonating in your mind at all today?
No, not really. Actually, it was a really good lesson, because as I was coming around that red buoy, I was like, okay, God, send me a good wave so I can, like, you know, surf it on the way in. And he's like, no, be safe. And I didn't listen, and I kind of got a little comfortable and wanted to surf it and put my paddle on my heel side, which you should have it on your toe side, and then I ate it. So it was a good lesson to learn yesterday. Pride cometh before the fall, and I was able to shake it off. So.
Coming back from injury and then coming back winning the series this year, obviously this is a resurgent year for you. What does this win do, and where does it set you now for an overall? How much would it mean to you to win the overall here at the first ever Pacific Paddle Games?
I'd be really stoked to win. But you know, I'm just really grateful that I get to do this, and the crowns I'm working towards are the eternal ones, not the ones that'll go away. And I'm so happy for Shay. She's awesome. Local girl really coming up. And you know, we were wearing matching Pualani Hawaii bikinis today, so maybe that has something to do with it.
You mentioned Shay real quick. One last question. One of the coolest aspects of the Pacific Paddle Games is seeing the Groms on up and seeing how strong the sport is from the grassroots. What are your thoughts on just the growth and what you've seen so far these past 2 days?
The kids are so fun. I love working with the kids. I coach a team, the Performance Paddling Junior National Team. We got about 50 kids scattered all across the country, and more than half the kids in the field are kids that are on our team. And they also paddle with the Paddle Academy, groups like Tahoe Watermen, and you know, they're the future of our sport, and if we don't have a next generation, we don't have a future, so it's important that all the top athletes help foster that, and they're all doing a great job, and it's so fun to watch them.
All right, congrats goes to Team Appleby. Go get your shake, and good luck in the Pro Tech. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Pat. Congratulations to Candace Appleby, the champion. $1,500 first prize, and we're going to show you a recap of the women's distance pro final, and this was exciting, and it was a 5-lady race, and that 5-person train broke at the end, and here's how it all started, Chuck.
Yeah, you know what, these girls get a great start, you know, a really fast pace. You know, you can see that Fiona Wild is putting the hammer down there, and then they really started to separate here, and those 5 pretty much stayed the same throughout the whole race.
Until the end.
Yeah, and that's where we saw, you know, the waves played a huge role. I felt kind of bad for Candace. She worked so hard and you know, all the way through the race, and then suddenly have a set wave come and bring everybody in there. But it really came down to, you know, surf skills.
Yeah. Came down to surf skills. We saw Annabelle take a spill at the end, and you know, Candace worked hard. She led the whole way. She deserved the race. She got around the can first, tried to get that first little swell, paddled all the way basically in, as we see right now. Annabelle just was never in control, never had a wide enough stance, nearly took out Angie, then Angie nearly took out Candace, and Candace just textbook get off, and yeah, takes the deserved win with Angie in second and Shay in third.
An amazing regroup there as Candace Appleby first, Angela Jackson from Australia in second, Shay Fowdy, the 16-year-old, in third, Annabelle Anderson and Fiona Wild. I'm not quite sure with fourth or fifth there, but there's the times and there's the finish. And what an exciting race to this 5-person train. Kind of broke up at the end there, and it did come down to the surf. An exciting action here, just as the men, as into the women, Chuck.
Yeah, you know what, these girls, you know, did a great job. The men's race was super exciting. That's what these, you know, races here are all about. And I think the next couple races that we have coming up are going to be pretty insane, as we still have great surf on tap for the semifinal and the finals.
Let's go down to the beach with Pat Parnell. He's got the 16-year-old Shay Fowdy, third place at the Pacific Paddle Games.
Thanks, Bo. Yeah, the fiesta vibe continues down here on the sand. And Shay, we were talking about before we came on air here, maybe a good omen, you running into me twice in one weekend. That's a good sign that you're having some success out there.
Yeah, very good sign. Pretty good weekend for me, I'd have to say.
Let's talk about the finish of that race. Some are saying one of the best ever. Did you feel it was going to be that tight, and did you even have any idea the wave was going to serve up such a volatile Molotov cocktail?
You know, when we rounded that last buoy coming in, I had a feeling it was just going to be a close finish. I just had a feeling there would be a wave, and me and Angie actually waited to catch that one set wave coming in and caught it at the perfect time, and then luckily stayed on, and then we finished pretty good. So.
Anyone that surfs Doheny a lot, they're lucky enough to run into you in the water. You spend a lot of time riding and surfing here. Talk about the experience that helps in a situation like this when you have to contend with the waves at Doheny.
Right. I mean, I've been surfing here since I was like 5, young age. This is my home break, and I think I definitely have a pretty strong advantage knowing this break pretty well, and I think that gave me a good feeling going into this weekend. So I think I was pretty lucky to know this break and be able to compete in it. So.
There's been a lot of discussion this weekend about the youth brigade, the strength of the talent and the younger riders. You know, you're at a young age and you still have a lot of years ahead of you. Are you starting to feel that switch where you can challenge on the strength element to the likes of Candace and others?
Yeah, you know, it's pretty cool because 3 years ago I was looking up to Candace completely, and she's the one that kind of encouraged me to get into racing, which is really funny. Now I'm a competitor of hers, and you know, I really just look at it as being an honor to race against them because they're so experienced, such amazing people, and I'm just blessed to be able to race against such great women. And it's pretty cool because I just want other kids to get involved into the sport because it's going to grow and it's just going to be such a good thing for the future. So yeah, I'm pretty honored to race against these women at my age.
We know your resilience, but just tell us before you go, what's your plan now to rest up for the afternoon festivities competition back in the water?
Yeah, I'm just going to go sit under the shade and take a little nap and hydrate, eat, and be prepared for my next race. Really excited.
All right, you guys, Shay, making the future look awfully bright for paddling as we look forward to the Pro Tech classes later this afternoon back up to the booth.
Thanks a lot, Pat, and congratulations to Shay. 3rd place. What an exciting race. You know, Julie Foudy's proud of her. That's her aunt, and you know, coming from some great genes there. And there's the beautiful break wall here at Dana Point at Doheny Beach. And recapping this women's race, it was so exciting watching those 5 go out and really put a margin and put a statement on the rest of the pack. And then, Jamie, you called it. The surf was the story here, and Annabelle couldn't contain her position on that wave, and Candace using her knowledge, and Fiona going from 5th to 3rd, and exciting, and Angela Jackson with her surfing background too, helping her get 2nd.
Yeah, you saw different techniques there. Angie and Shay actually held back, so they got onto the wave when it was, you know, fat and green, so it hadn't broke yet. So they were able to get a nice solid stance and get ready for it to break, whereas Annabelle was sort of in this no man's land, and she took it, and as you saw, she was never quite in control of a board. So, and then the technique right at the end of the wave getting off onto the beach, you know, there's a technique in itself. You know, you want to have a lot of speed, and you'll see some of the girls and guys actually run up their board and run across their board and jump into the sand. So all these little intricacies of techniques of how to do things, you know, make the break between coming 1st and 3rd or 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, you know what, you're right. I mean, it was critical timing. You know, those girls, basically Shay and Angie were kind of weighted in the most perfect spot, but then Annabelle was kind of hung out to dry because she had such a steep takeoff. She's not the strongest in serve, and you know, you could tell she made a couple mistakes there, and even Fiona kind of got caught in a bad spot. But you know what, handing it off to Candace, holding her own all the way through, and you know, making that wave all the way through the finish, and then her powerful run up the beach. I mean, she well deserved on that race for sure.
Yeah, she earned it, and she did everything right. She led the whole way. She still was on the front wave. She held it strong, and she finished it off. And it's probably as close to a perfect race as you can have as what she had today.
What an exciting race in the women's pro distance here at the Pacific Paddle Games. When we return, we're going to recap the men's race that we saw earlier. We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, it's the men's race recap of the distance. Welcome to the Pacific Paddle Games being presented by Salt Life and Something Magazine. More exciting action coming up right after this. Welcome back to the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, live from Doheny Beach here at Dana Point, California. And we've just seen two amazing, exciting races from the men, from the women. And we're going to bring back SupRacer.com Chris Parker to join us in the booth with Jamie Mitchell, former champion of this event. And Chris, from your vantage point out in the water, how exciting were these two races?
Yeah, thanks, Bo. That was an amazing race. I couldn't quite see the beach finish from out in the boat, which I heard was just all-time. But that men's race was incredible. We had like 30 or 40 guys out there at the front, and guys like Travis Grant and Danny Ching we knew would be out there, but then Michael Booth just comes out of nowhere and sits top 3 the whole race. And then in the women's, Candace just set a mean pace, and she got the win in the end.
Bo Hodge, Chris Parker, Jamie Mitchell here. And we're going to show you a recap of the men's race earlier today. And as you were talking about, Chris, you know, there was a group of 30. The world's best were here. And is, I think, the best showing of a distance race from the world's best talent ever in the history of SUP racing.
Oh, yeah, that was incredible. And it was a shorter course than what we're used to. So the pace was almost like a 45-minute sprint race. It was that was hectic out the front. And, yeah, I can't wait to see the replay of that finish.
Well, let's get to it right now. We're going to see the recap of the men's distance race. You know, just under 6 miles. AV, you know, saying, you know, rather side short than long, because these guys will have a semifinal and the final. And talk about Danny Ching. He said his first paddle was off and he fell back 20 places.
Yeah, Danny didn't have a good start there. T2 was leading really well at the start. Then he fell, went back to 10th and never really recovered.
Yeah, just there's so many little things. Everyone thinks of a distance race as this, just, you know, get out and do this and that. But there's so, you know, if you don't get a good start, if you don't get on the wash, if you don't get a good buoy turn, if you don't finish off in the waves, there's so many little things that still go into a distance race. And you know, this really, you know, was a short distance race, to be honest. It was only 45 minutes, so it was a bit of a more of a sprint. But you know, Travis Grant, Danny Ching, the usual suspects. Jake Jensen was up there for a while. You know, Connor Baxter was lingering. Michael Booth, you know, like, you know, a lot of us guys from Australia know who he is, but the general public wouldn't know who he was. He had an amazing finish, and, you know, you're going to bet, you know, Connor was going to win this sprint every day of the week. You know, he's just too fast up the beach. So Connor pretty pumped. But, you know, Danny Ching, the consummate professional, always in that top 3.
How far back was Connor in the beginning? And talk about his progression, because he wasn't in that lead group for a good 3/4 of this race.
Yeah, honestly, didn't really give him a chance the whole race. At the start, he was probably about 14th or 15th. He slowly moved up. Every few minutes, he'd get a spot, and there was a few times where the train was parallel. But it wasn't towards probably the final quarter of the race where he moved up into 5th or 6th. And even then, he didn't look like one of the strongest guys. So either he had an amazing finish or he was just really clever and just conserved the whole race.
I think his game plan was on, and he had the amazing finish. And we knew if he was in that last pack, the sprint, his surf was going to propel him to the lead.
So what Connor's done in the last few years, if you remember a few years ago in the distance races, he was very, very just young and pig-headed, and he would just go out and lead the race and want to lead the whole way. And you just can't do that. You know, Candace showed that she did that in the women's, but in the men's field, you just cannot do that. You have to. Danny used to do it as well, but you just see now that they're taking turns. Connor was looking at conserving himself, not just for the distance race at the end, but now his plan's coming to fruition. He's conserved a lot of energy for this afternoon's race, and he is now the favourite for the overall title. No doubt in my mind that going into this technical race, he's the man to beat.
Yeah, it's amazing. Connor won the race, but he's probably used less energy than any of the top 5 guys. Guys like Travis and Danny, Boothie, they were all out the front. And like you said, Connor, he's a lot smarter these days.
Let's talk about Casper. Casper finishes 3rd in the sprint, and his favourite race is the technical. These young kids, you know, Casper's in for a chance. We know that just they got to get through the semi-finals, you know, obviously first. But you know, coming into this last race of the day, you know, one mistake by Danny, and he finishes 6th or 7th, and Casper's up in that top 3 again. You know, Casper's in with a chance to win, you know. So there's just so many scenarios that can happen, and, you know, we're going to need SUP races, you know, mathematics skills, like on the fly here in that final race, doing the crunching the numbers.
Kai Lenny back foot, 15th, 17th place.
Yeah.
I mean, he just wasn't in this race.
He was, no, I mean, he's out of it now. It's just essentially impossible. It's that was a big shock. He was up the front. He didn't get the greatest of starts. He was caught in the middle of the pack, but he did get into the front group, and I wasn't quite sure where he lost it, but one point he was in the top group. 5 minutes later, he's in the second pack that's about 200 meters behind. So Kai's going to be dirty on himself that he let that train break. But like you said, Casper, I just want to touch on that again. He was absolutely phenomenal. He did kind of what Connor did, played it smart, and then got top 3 at the end.
Well, guys, we are less than an hour away from our next race. The Open Division distance will be going on. We're not going to be broadcasting that, but we will be coming back for the men's semifinal at 11:30. So please join us then, local time, Pacific Standard Time here, 11:30 for the men's 2 semifinals. There will be 1-lap races. Then we'll get into the women's final, and then the men's final. And remember, for the men and women's final, that'll be a 3-lap race. So still a lot more action happening down here, Doheny Beach here at Dana Point. So stay tuned. Tune back in. We'll have a pre-race cap with Pat Parnell to set up the semifinals coming up prior to the 11:30 start. So thank you for tuning in. You're watching the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life and Something Magazine live here at Doheny Beach at Dana Point. We'll return back at around 11:15, 11:20 to get our 11:30 men's semifinal. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, live from Doheny Beach here in Dana Point, California. Another beautiful afternoon on this Sunday, the 11th day of October. I'm Bo Hodge along with SupRacer.com, Chris Parker, and former world champion Jamie Mitchell in the booth. And we get ready for our next event. This will be the men's semifinal in the technical race. It'll be 1 lap for the men. We have 2 semifinals featuring 30 men in each semifinal. And then the top 15 will graduate into the 3-lap final coming up later on this afternoon. You can see Kai Lenny, Connor Baxter talking story. There's Buzzy Kerbox, 59-year-old qualifying into the semifinals along with his son Cody Kerbox. And guys, this is what we've been waiting for. An exciting distance race earlier this morning that set the pace, set the field for the combination. We're going to talk all about that. And Chris, you've been crunching the numbers for the past hour.
Yeah, Bo, thanks for that. Been looking through the numbers. We've got the official results out. And Connor Baxter, with that victory, obviously sets himself up in a really good position. But I still think anyone in the top 6 guys has a genuine shot at the overall title. Just to remind everyone that the overall title here, it's not about each individual race. It's about the performance in each race combined. You get points for your position in each race, and then add those together. That's the overall leaderboard.
So, Jamie, you know, these guys have been spin out for 6 miles. Now they have to do a 1 mile in the surf, out the surf zone as they prepare to elevate themselves into the finals. So what's the strategy of these guys coming off the distance into the technical?
Flat out, to be honest with you. 1 lap, there's no room for mistakes. If someone makes a mistake, the depth is too strong these days that you can sort of paddle back into it. You know, so these guys are just going to be really focused on making no mistakes, getting a good start, getting out clean, and making sure they're on that first wave when they get around the buoy. So this is, it's super exciting because this is really technical. You know, the name says it all, but it really is. And we do still have all the best guys still in the semi-finals. And, there's so many scenarios that I'm sure we'll go through later with Chris that can happen, but it's going to be such an exciting afternoon.
Yeah, let's check out the qualifying highlights from yesterday. These were the qualifying rounds and also the repechage rounds that we saw yesterday, as you see some of the amateur competitors practicing. A beautiful sunny day, the Swell Peak. There's Danny Ching, and there's the conglomerate of the conditions where these guys were coming in on the buoys and turns and falls, and you know, Danny dominated that first heat all by himself.
Yeah, with the creased board, I heard too. I heard he creased the board
Right at the start.
Right at the start. So he paddled that whole race with the creased board. Look, there's just a lot of action on the inside buoy there, and look, that's part and parcel. The waves have blessed us today by staying around, and oh, yeah, wow. So, you know, Connor Baxter, look, that kid's put himself in the box seat for today by winning the distance race and his more favoured event. And we see Riggs Napoleon there, you know, making the left-hand turn. So, yeah, we have an amazing few races ahead of us, not only in the men's but in the women's as well.
Chris, Jamie, who are the favorites coming in? Let's look at first race, semifinal number 1. See Danny Ching in there, Tituan Puyol, Bo O'Brien, Jake Jensen, Eric Terrian, you know, going on down the list. George Crescents will be in here, Cody Kerbox, Travis Grant, Chuck Glenn, Kyle Voss from the repechage also qualifying. You know,
Yeah, semi-final number 1 is pretty stacked, but you're actually going to see in a moment, I think semi-final 2 is even harder. That could be the heat of death. Look for Danny to do what he did yesterday, go out hard. He doesn't want to get caught in a pack going around a buoy, and he likes to send a psychological message that, you know, he's the champ, he's the one to beat.
Seeing that top 10 there are, yesterday you could sort of pick the 10. There's 16 and 17 guys in there, so that literally can be in that final. There's going to be some really disappointed people, you know, in about 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, and I believe this is ranked in the order of how they qualified.
Yeah, these guys on screens qualified through the repo from yesterday, round 1. Now we're going to show you semifinal number 2, and as you said, Chris, even more stacked.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the names in this semi-final number 2. We're going to get the graphic up on the screen for you in a moment, but I can tell you right now, the sheet in front of us, we've got Casper Steinfath, Kai Lenny, Mo Freitas. You see right there, I mean, look at those names.
Noah Bullen, you know, Lincoln Dews, you know, Chase all the way down in 10th, just qualified in that second semifinal. And then, you know, you got the second group. You've got Connor Baxter.
Connor Baxter, not even in the top 10 qualifiers. That's amazing.
Slater Trout, Fernando Stala, you know, and the names keep going on. And then you got Kelly Margetts. You know, there's Noah Hopper, the 16-year-old, you know, who qualified.
Bicho, the local hero from Mexico ISA. Michael Booth, one of the guys that just nearly took out everyone in that long distance. Kelly Margetts.
Won his repechage
yesterday. Nuahiti Bulliard, you know, like, it's just unbelievable. Like, Jay Wild, you know, he's not a slow paddler. You know, like, if he gets some luck, you know, he's right up there as well. So, yeah, unbelievable, you know, that we've got this depth. And honestly, I think the semi-finals could be nearly more exciting than the final, just purely that you have to make the final. You know, once you're in the final, it's done, and you just race. This is where everyone's, you know, twitching. They're nervous. They've got nervous energy there. People make a little bit of mistakes because they're nervous. So it's going to be so good to watch.
See Travis Grant, you know, they're all pointing at the buoys. And guys, this is one lap. I mean, you know, one mistake and you're gone. We're going to cut this field in half. Each semifinal, 30 men, half are going to graduate to the final.
Yeah, and look on screen there, look at these nice, beautiful, long lines of South Swell rolling through. I mean, I don't know who was, you know, they were praying to the gods of the sea, the Pacific Paddle Games and Salt Life, because they've come through. I mean, it's just an amazing day. Weather's impeccable, swell's impeccable, and here the rules are.
No unsportsmanlike conduct. That's going to be pretty hard to enforce going around the turns there. I don't know where you draw the line when there's 6 guys on one wave bashing into each other.
I really like the no false start. You know, I'm a fan of that. Just take that straight out. If you false start, you get one chance, and then if you do it again, you're out. I like that.
Yeah, this sport's had a bit of an issue in the past with starts being pretty loose, to put it mildly, and I think Anthony Vall's going to be on it. He's not going to hesitate to disqualify someone, even if you're a Danny Ching or Connor Baxter. If you mess it up, then the rules are rules.
Talk about the 5-stroke rule that we were just showing.
Yeah, I guess the 5-stroke rule is basically if you were to get caught on the way out, sometimes it's easy to get on your knees and quickly paddle on your knees and just get through the next wave. So you really only get a chance to do 5 strokes. If you take that 6 strokes on your knee, you're disqualified. So you have to stand up before you take that 6th stroke.
And we saw guys disqualified yesterday. Riggs Napoleon not going around the buoy. Coming up in the women's, we're going to be talking about their scenarios and what they went through. As you see the drone shot up above, you see semifinal number 1 already lined up. They've had to pick lanes, so they're not favoring the north or the south side by choice. They had to draw for these lanes, and these guys are getting ready for their start. 1 lap. I mean, this is critical.
Yeah, these guys right now, like their mind is racing a million miles an hour. You know, some of the guys are just, looks like they're just trying to get in the zone. That's Ryan Helm. You know, other guys are trying to stay relaxed. They like to just not really think too much about it. And then, you know, they're just, you know, everyone's nervous right now because they realize that this start is so important. This first 5 seconds of the race sets yourself up for the rest of the race. So these guys are looking at what the sets are doing. They're looking at where they want to jump in the water, make sure they don't take an extra step. They don't jump in too early. You know, they make sure the leash is not caught up so when they run they fall flat in their face. The paddle's in the right position. You know, then you've got guys like Lincoln Jews. You know, he's in the next heat. He's sitting there closely making sure he's seeing what's going on. Travis is on this far northern side. He's just trying to make sure that there's no one in his way. So, yeah, Fernando, Vincent Verhoeven, there's Chucky Glenn. I mean, just the names they keep rolling off the tongue. It's amazing.
30 guys, top 15 make the finals. So, you know, these guys are tight. These guys are shoulder to shoulder, so they could be bumping boards. Obviously, you know, going into the short break, you know, there's a little bit of a drop-off too, Jamie, right?
Yeah, and, you know, you don't want to, like, you know, if you jump in too early and hit those rocks and snap your fin, it's game over. You know, like, that's in the first 5 seconds of this race. So, you know, it's very important, and just all aspects of the sprint racing, you just really cannot make a mistake if you want to win. You can sneak through by making a mistake, but when it gets to that final race this afternoon, if you make a horrible mistake, the competition is too deep and too strong that you'll probably be able to get back into contention.
We saw Casper yesterday use a 12.6. Guys are getting ready. Are you seeing some 12.6s here in the lineup?
I've seen a lot of 14s. You know, it's not a bad idea. I mean, it's just depending on what heat you get. If you get a flat heat, then it's a disadvantage. You know, if you happen to get the final and there's no waves, well, then you're at a big disadvantage. But you know, you saw yesterday a lot of the moving and shaking came from inside the inside buoy, and a 12.6 is a huge advantage in there.
Yeah, I talked to Kai Lenny yesterday afternoon and asked him what he was on. He was on a 14, but he said his teammates, Tucker Ingalls, Riggs Napoleon and Casper, as we saw, were all on 12.6s. They were just so used to that board. But he said he felt fine on his 14-footer. A little bit of the timing was off when you pop over the wave, just that step back. You have to take a slightly longer step back. But he said it only takes a week or so, and you get accustomed to it.
Seeing the guys getting ready, we're 4 minutes away from the start. They are getting a couple of more officials in place in the water, and on the beach you see the water safety. Got to tip our hats to Cal State Parks here, the lifeguard department, the officials, everybody from the California State Parks doing a great job. One of our great co-sponsors here at the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, and our big mahalos going out to all the officials out here running this race, and of course our race director Anthony Villa, a former competitor in the surf lifesaving world and also a stand-up paddler himself. So he knows what these guys are grinding to, and he realizes how important this race is, Jamie.
Yeah, and I love just the fact that they're it's a great look at that start. You know, it's even. Look, it's a little bit of here and there, but I mean it's just that's what you want to see. You don't want to see anything that's unfair to anyone. You want to see a nice, fair, race. And props to Anthony and the organisers. They've really done a good job this weekend of making sure that everyone's really, really dialed in on the starts and making sure that, hey, if you mess up and you don't do the right thing, you're going to be disqualified. So sort of put the fear of God into the competitors.
So they're informing us. So we're within 1 minute from the start of the race. Again, many mahalos to our great sponsors, including Salt Life, Olokai, Something Magazine, GoPro, West Marine, a lot of Tequila, Dos Equis, Maui Gym, and California State Parks. And we are just seconds away from the start of semifinal number 1 of the men's technical. So we're under 30 seconds at this time.
Yeah, we see Danny Ching there, Giorgio Gomez, there's Kaya Vaz, looks like Brandon Rose, Zane Schweitzer, the list just goes on. So
You see Cody there in the middle.
One lap.
Guys, get ready.
It's called the hot lap. It's the hot lap semi-final.
There's going to be a boiling hot lap.
And there they go.
Great drone shot from our camera crew. You see some guys pulling back. That was Kyle Voss just waiting for the guys. You see Danny Ching. You see who's out in front, Chris.
Yeah, that looks like, I saw Fernando Stella go right up the front there, but it looks like it could be, wait for a clearer shot there.
There's Danny on the left.
It's an infinity board.
I've got to say, that's a bit of a dark horse right there. I knew them straight away.
Chuck Lynn with a good start, looks like.
Fernando Stella's on the top of the screen there. That's definitely Fernando Stella. He's got a great start. Danny Ching on the far left there on the green board. Pipe from Mexico up there in the top 5. Jakey Jensen is sitting about 6th at the moment.
Travis Grant should be on the far right of the screen. We haven't seen him yet. You can see the tail of the wash. Travis Grant's had a good start. Travis is smart. At the moment, you see, he just wants to get away from the congestion, and he's got his own space out there on the far right-hand side. So, you see Connor Baxter sitting right behind Fernando. No, Connor?
No, Connor's in the second semifinal.
Actually, Jamie, you're right. That looks a lot like Connor Baxter. Sorry, guys, we had the heat sheet as Connor down was in heat number 2. Does look like Connor Baxter. Great shot there as they charge out the back. The swale's, what, half a foot, maybe a foot smaller than yesterday?
I just saw a couple of sets earlier that looked just as big, so
it's still solid.
That's what happens with this long period swell. Like you get big lulls and all of a sudden a big set will roll through.
Guys, we've just been informed from race director Anthony Villa, this will be a 2-lap race. A 2-lap race. So we were instructed, and it was a 1-lap race. And here we go on the first turn.
So that is Tituan Puyo leading out on the starboard. Fernando Stella is in second. Danny Ching now moves into second alongside him. So that was T2 out in the front. Had a bit of a shocker in the distance race. He was leading early and faded at the end to finish 12th, so he's fired up to have a good result. And T2, here we go, charging onto a bump ahead of the rest of the field. And he's going to get onto it. No one else is going to go with him, so T2 is going to have a big lead here.
So T2, former world champion of the ISA World Titles last year in Nicaragua. Good fluid turn on his backside for the goofy footer as he turns on the inside. And here we go. We've got a cast of thousands now coming on through.
Yeah, so T2 is in the lead by a long way, but we've got a pack of 4 or 5 guys. Fernando Stella goes down. Connor Baxter.
That was like a
wow.
That was like a Justin Holland layback turn.
Danny Ching making the turn. Here we go, Fernando.
Fernando goes around the outside. Travis Grant going through now. That's Giorgio Gomez going up his inside there.
Is that Arthur Arukin?
That's Arthur Arukin on the outside.
Oh, look at this.
Settle down.
Oh my God,
No.
this is going to be hectic.
Whoa!
And they're pulling it off pretty well
Wow,
here,
that's
guys.
pretty good. They just got lucky there. Didn't quite cap. Looks like they've set the buoy a little bit further out, not as much in the zone. So.
Yeah, that's a good call by the race organisers. It makes it a lot cleaner. But T2 in a race of his own right now. He's loving the clean water. We saw him in the distance race. He was out front and he got a little bit of chop, fell off, and then he never got back into his rhythm because he was always stuck in the pack.
Guys, that's why I say it's so important. This guy got the great start, and now he's about to get this wave, 2 waves. If this was the final, it's nearly done. Like he's that far in front, you know. Like that's why the start is so important. He's just gapped the field. Danny Ching, Travis Grant, the best paddlers in the world, and now look, you can't even see him.
Off the screen.
He's got
T2.
2 waves. These guys don't have a wave. He's like probably 200 yards in front, longer than the distance race, and he's only been racing for 5 minutes. So
that's amazing because T2 is known as a distance race specialist, and here he is leading out the best guys in the world in the surf race.
Well, here he is, the 24-year-old from New Caledonia, part of the French nation there, paddles and rides for Starboard. There's his Instagram handle. And, of course, a world champion at the ISA titles down in Nicaragua in 2014, a representative for France for the past couple of years, and great showings in the last couple of years at events, whether in Europe or around the world.
Yeah, Bo, you say last couple of years, he wasn't even paddling more than 2 years ago. He came out of absolutely nowhere in the end of 2013, won the French Nationals, won the World 6 months later. He's had a meteoric rise.
looks like I think I saw in the background Connor and Danny going around the inside buoy again. Danny hit the deck, went down. So even the best go down.
It's a great shot. That's basically the entire field in one frame right there. You can see T2's got a big lead, but the guys in 30th aren't even out of it yet.
Nah. That's a great thing. That's what's so good about these technical races is that, you miss one, you get one, you make up, 50 yards really fast.
Even though we have congestion here on the turn buoy, everyone still negotiated the turn and made it.
Yeah, the difference between yesterday and today is night and day. And I think Jamie was right. The buoy's probably slightly further out, so it's not as tricky. Swell maybe half a foot lower, and the guys are probably a lot more comfortable on their boards in these conditions today. And plus, we got 30 of the world's best right now in front of us. But T2, just so in control. He's got one of the smoothest styles you'll ever see. It looks like he's paddling in slow motion, but he's going faster than everyone.
Nice, smooth strokes here, Jamie. I like his style.
Yeah, I love it. It's like more of a traditional style. Like the way I like the paddle, the way you see Danny and Travis on that paddle. So
we see a set roll and hit out the back. That could make it interesting. But Tituan, he's been one of the best in the world in Va'a, the Tahitian-style outrigger canoes. He did that since he was a little kid, so he's only been stand-up paddling 2 years, but he's got a pretty good background.
Yeah, he must have a 100-yard lead right now.
Travis Grant in second place there.
Travis, that's third. Connor in second. Travi third. That looks like Danny's back there in fifth or sixth with Fernando. That could be Jakey Jensen up there in fourth.
Yeah, Jake Jensen found a bit of form. He was sort of like, I guess, an underachiever this year, probably from his own standards. And good to see him. Oh, look at this. This reminds me of catching the wave on Casper.
Oh, yeah.
And Bear Flores.
Exactly. He's going to come around. He's going to pump it. He's going to set this one up. When you're in front, everything happens for you.
He's actually just stalled a little bit there. He doesn't want to get too far in front of it, so it breaks on his tail, but in a perfect position. Get down it early so you don't nosedive it. T2's come a long way in the past year or so with his surf skills as well.
And you know what else this is doing, which is a big thing, is he's cruising. Now he's getting waves. He's relaxed. He's saving himself for the next, the final. All these other guys are battling. T2 is like cruising.
And two out the back, one just goes down.
Oh,
you can see there on the screen now, there was two guys on that second wave. Now there's one. It could have been Jakey Jensen by the look of the goofy foot stance, but wow, T2 is just cruising in.
Right now the gap for his first and second is closed up because these guys did get a second wave.
Yeah, it's like Travis Grant who's snuck onto that. It's hard to tell in the glare, but I can see from his technique and the cap that he's wearing, pretty sure that's Travis Grant. T2 a smart little turn around the buoy there, Jamie.
Yeah, these guys have been thinking about how they can do that, but you can't do that in a pack. So he's out by himself, he's able to do that, that's very smart.
And you see Travis coming here in second, takes a really wide berth so he can do a very drawn out turn rather than trying to do a 180.
He's trying to get off the back of the wave so he can have some clean water here because he didn't want to get pushed in by that white water.
You see at the back, wow. Someone pin dropped through the face.
T2 goes down.
T2 down, Travis is going to close the gap right now. We've got Danny Ching and Connor Baxter coming around in third and fourth. Danny caught up on the buoy.
Danny.
He's around, looks like he's on a different board today, obviously.
Yeah. Well, he creased his board yesterday.
Here we go.
Oh, sets
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys
That's
here.
Arthur, looks like.
That was Arthur.
Someone's around that Mr.
Zane, that's Zane round. They're all off.
Oh, those guys need to go back around. Good job.
Yeah, that could,
Fernando.
that could be, wow.
Shane Schweitzer got around clean, but then still not out now. Giorgio.
I think that's Brennan Rose on the Riviera just going around now, getting caught up again. Oh, okay.
Wow.
The excitement's back. We said that first buoy in the inside was a little bit easier. This one's just as hard.
Ryan Helm, Arthur Rudkin, way back. One of the guys that finished in the top 6 or 7 in the distance race.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that was Brennan Rose getting really caught up there.
Yeah, it's just reiterating again that how important it is to get your own water, to get your own space, and get away from the, just that pack mentality.
Yeah, Brendan was the third fastest qualifier for this semi behind Ching and Ryan Helm. He's totally caught up now, but T2's recovered from that fall. He's still got a solid little gap over Travis Grant, and Travis will have an even bigger gap over Danny and Connor.
Well, I think his attitude coming back out around that first turn was to be conservative. Maybe he was a little bit too conservative heading back out in the whitewater.
Yeah, just maybe just relaxing a little too much. He knows at this point he's probably through, but if he relaxes too much, makes a mistake, Jamie, he could be back in that big pack.
Yeah, looks Travis going to get onto this wave, I'd imagine, and or maybe.
See Connor and Danny on the screen. There's Travis and T2 on the wave together.
So Travis has made some ground here. He is Connor leader, Tituan Puyol.
And Travis just opting to drop off the back left. give T2 the right away there. That was some sportsmanlike conduct. You know, they're top two, Jamie. They don't want to mess each other up.
And look what happens. You both go in there, knock yourself off. These young kids, they don't understand this yet. They're so gung-ho to get there that they realise that they're actually making themselves like slower, further back in the pack. Travis pulled off the back, gave him the right way. They're both around the can without faster than they would be if they went in together and tried to get the inside turn. So, as we'll see right now.
Yeah, I think a few guys could learn from Travis and T2. As we see just a nightmare situation for Fernando Stella caught there. As we see a great aerial.
Oh, no. Everyone's down. No one held that. Unbelievable.
As we see Paul Jackson on the right of screen with T2 going back out on the left and Travis just on his inside.
Paul Jackson's probably going to come through on that wave and go past everyone. Look at this.
Just as we said that, there goes Jacko down.
Unbelievable.
Zane's bailing, gets aboard almost. And this is going to be who can get around here clean.
This is absolutely.
Ryan Helm just got pushed off. Cody Kerbox is spinning on a dime there. Nice save. We see Giorgio Gomez in the far left, sporting the man bun. He's right up there.
Wow.
But Travis, this is going to make them even further ahead right now.
T2's going to get this one. Travis going to get the next one.
You see Travis just waiting basically for the wave. He's not even paddling now.
This officially, this race has become a surfing race. This is not a paddle race right now because these guys have to use their skill to get in and out, and you know it's see T2
again.
A T2 again, just playing it smart, like so smart doing that, getting around.
Yeah.
But again, just he's got the space and time to do that. You can't do that with 20 guys on the wave.
No, look, Fernando Stella was up there earlier, and now he's back in the pack. Paul Jackson's come through. He's going to try the. Paul Jackson gets taken out.
He got decapitated then.
By a random starboard coming through the field. I think that's Matt Nottage on the starboard sprint.
Danny Ching, they're just getting pumped right there. Danny.
There's 5, so these guys can take 5 strokes, that's correct, Jamie, before they need to get back up on their feet.
Yeah.
You see T2 going around, he takes a couple of strokes, then he hops straight back up. He doesn't even risk going near the 5.
Yeah, these guys are the best in the world, and they are having just a hard time just dealing with this course. And you know what? We love it. We love it. Everyone out in the webland loves it. The spectators love it. It's just awesome. And you know, hopefully we get waves for the next semi-final and the final and the women's as well, because this is what it's all about.
Well, this is the variable you can't plan. You know, you can see the names. Oh, he's the best paddler. Oh, he's the best paddler. But you threw in the variables here: the waves, the wind, and the conditions out here. And it's the best man who survives.
Yeah, and not to mention that this is just a semi. These guys have to do this all over again, and you know, falling off your board, getting back on, getting hit by a wave, stopping and starting, no matter how, say, easy you think you're going, takes the energy out of you. Now, this scenario, Heat 2 goes out. Heat 2 has a dead flat race. They save energy, a lot of energy compared to these guys. So,
we don't know that yet.
We don't know, but they could, and that could be a huge factor coming into the last race.
2 laps here, that's roughly 2 miles, 1 mile per lap, and then coming up for the final, guys, it'll be a 3-lap final.
Yeah, you're going to need some energy today, especially after that distance race earlier. But Jamie, just give us an insight. You might think that when there's surf, it's going to be easier because you don't have to paddle as much, but you can probably tell us better than anyone that when you're getting pummeled, you're losing a lot more energy.
Oh, energy. When you get hit by a wave, you stop or you fall off, and you've got to expend the energy to get back on. And it's not just, say, the physical strength. It's your nervous energy. You freak out. You think, I've fallen off, you try and get back on, and then the technique might be right because you're trying to hustle to get back. All that stuff adds up, and it just makes it way harder.
Number 1 paddler in the world there, won Molokai for the 2nd time this year, won the Carolina Cup, had a good, successful couple of races in Europe, has been winning the races he's been in.
I don't think Travis has finished worse than 2nd in a race all year. He was 2nd to Conrad Olakai. He got 2 seconds at the gorge to take the overall win, and he's won basically everything else, including, until this weekend, the 2 biggest races of the year, like you said, Carolina and Molokai. So he's definitely the paddler of the year, Travis Grant.
Titiwan Pouillot from France, from New Caledonia, 14 minutes, 20 seconds into this first semifinal. 2-lap race, top 15 of 30 men in this race would advance into the final.
Yeah, T2 just looking so smooth. He's got that outrigger technique going.
As we see a little bit more texture starting to get onto the water there, and definitely, this upwind leg right there, and then turning around and being able to just get little chops into the swell. So
yeah, we can see the texture on the water. I can see some flags in front of the booth blowing pretty hard. I talked to Tareen Black from Australia yesterday, and she said it's a lot windier than it looks from the beach when you're out there. So if we're seeing the bumps right now, it's probably a bit of hard work out there.
As you see Travis on screen, they're just your classic techniques. And, yeah, these guys have, I'm not going to say doing it easy, but they're pretty safe out in front there, and away from just that hectic carnage at the back there.
And when these guys talk after the race, Tetuan had a totally different race from everybody else. Travis caught up to him, and everybody else had to battle amongst themselves and the waves. 15 minutes, 24 seconds, and here we go.
Yeah, T2 is just going to bring it home. He's cruising at the moment. He's so far ahead of the cutoff bubble. Like, you can't even see anyone else on screen except Travis Grant. Danny Ching, Connor Baxter haven't even gotten halfway through that back straight yet.
Yeah, we may be splitting hairs between 14, 15, 16, and 17.
Oh, it's going to be a mad dash for that bubble spot, but the top two guys, like, they can basically just go into training mode now. They're so safe. You see Giorgio Gomez on screen. He's been one of the real fast rising stars lately. He's a really talented surfer and sub-surfer, but lately he's been getting right into the racing with some big results. He won in Florida last month, beat the likes of Vinicius Martins. So he's one to watch.
Of course, his younger sister, the two-time professional women's sub-surfing champion, also at the age of 14, 15, winning those titles and also winning the Sup magazine as Female Performer of the Year, and just recently winning down at Huntington Beach and also winning the gold medal down in Saulina, the ISA World Championships.
Yeah, but here we go. T2 on his nice new looking starboard with that funky red nose. He's going to cruise into the beach, takes the leash off. Travis Grant does the same behind him. These guys have just run a textbook race, Jamie.
Yeah, just if you wanted to have a race before the final, this is the one you wanted to have.
Yeah, just cruises up the beach, doesn't have to do anything, he just strolls across the line. And he's going to get a few more minutes rest. He'll be drinking and rehydrating before the guys are even on the beach.
Yeah, good job to T2, just an amazing race. Travis just solid as usual, just never misses a beat. He's just always there, Mr. Consistent.
Oh yeah, like we said, hasn't finished below second all year, so he's one to watch. He was leading the distance race pretty solidly early on, but that big pack finished in the sprint to the line. He got fifth, but he's still in contention for the overall win. You can see he's just walking across the line. He's so far ahead. But now the real race begins, Jamie and Bo. We've got this pack of 6 guys here. I can see Connor Baxter on the right, Giorgio Gomez, it looks like possibly Cody Kerbox in the mix, Danny Ching on the far left, Arthur Rukin in the middle. I'm going to say that's Justin Bing, the South African. Not really a well-known name. On the Hobie there, just that orange board, I think that's Justin Bing.
Wow.
He's not really a name in the sup racing scene, but he's so good in the waves that this kind of race really suits him.
Yeah.
So you have 3rd through 8th place right here coming in, and they're spreading out.
Yeah, I'll just give you just a quick stat on Justin Bing. He finished 40th in the distance race, and that was a competitive field, but he's not a distance race specialist. He backs over on this, and he's going to be in a sprint for 3rd. So you can see the specialists are really coming to the front in this short surf race. There you go. Justin Bing takes 3rd for South Africa. Danny Ching 4th, Arthur 5th, Giorgio 6th.
I think he just wanted to say that he can beat Danny Ching in the race.
He'll take that one back to Cape Town and tell the boys. Kind of coming across for, I think, 8th position there. Always carries his board across the line. Starboard to be pretty proud of their front man. Gets him plenty of love. But here's where the race gets exciting.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
The next
14,
7
15.
guys will qualify.
Oh, and this wave coming. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3 on that next one, potentially miss out.
So this is these guys are going to be safe. This should be, I'm going to say 9th through 11th, and then 12th right behind it. But after that, it's going to be a mad sprint to the line, and most of them are going to miss out because there's only a few spots left.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So half are going to get in, half are going to miss out.
I'd say we don't have the official results yet, but I'm going to say half the guys in this next wave are out of the event.
Oh, there's Fernando. Fernando needs to be there.
Fernando, Ryan Helm, Paul Jackson, Chuck Lynn, Bo O'Brien, Arthur Arukin, Paul Jackson, Arthur Arukin, Chuck Lynn. It's Jacko. Paul Jackson, Bo O'Brien, Chuck Lynn get through.
Wow.
Fernando Stella. No, there's Bo O'Brien. Sorry, that was...
George is out as well.
Wow, big names dropping here. Greg Closier from France falls over.
Wow, there's some big names out of that first semi-final.
I think that was Matt Nottage from Australia, one of the dark horses. He's not through. Wow, some big names just crashing out, and we can see a pretty dejected Eric Therrien, that looks like, in the glare crossing. He's out. And these guys are all, they know. Now, is that Jakey Jensen?
Oh, wow.
Well, from 3rd or 4th to 20th.
Jake Jensen.
Because Dave Bainey, the blur, crosses the line.
Wow,
Jake.
That puts a huge, because he finished
He was 4th in the distance race. That is a huge result for the scenario. Look at him. He's gutted. He had it. He had it. And he's not, he's going to be dirty on himself. He's from our hometown back home, Jamie. Give us some insight into the pride. Like, when you were that age and you had a bad result, how did it make you feel?
Oh, it's you know, it's dejected. You know, like and the bad thing about him now is he can't even have a few beers this afternoon. He's got to jump on a long plane ride home. The Australian titles are on in 2 more days in Australia, so he's got a 14-hour flight to think about how bad today was, which is horrible.
That's going to be a miserable flight for Jakey.
You know, if that was me, then I'd be telling myself, watch out next week when I race again, because coming off a bad result, you always want to prove yourself.
Yeah, wow. There you go. As we see coming in there, I think that's actually Pete Kaczynski from all the way from Ireland. I'm just going to try and ID that. Next couple of guys. Yeah, that's Pete Kaczynski on the left, all the way from Ireland.
The Irish. We love the Irish.
And that looks like Matt Aaronsman next to him.
G'day to all the Irish fans watching on the web.
I'm sure David O'Hara is tuned in.
Yeah, so
he'd be camped out.
O'Hara is definitely watching.
But yeah, the Irish boys, they're passionate about their paddling. It's freezing cold over there a lot of the year, but they just get the job done. Pete Kaczynski, he's still a young bloke. I think he's only 19, 18 years old, so he's got a long career ahead of him. The boys have a little mock run up to the line.
Rubbin's racing.
All in good fun, all in good fun. Our official scoring timer is now just popped up. Tichuan Puyo in first, Travis Grant in second, Justin Bing in third, Danny Ching in fourth, Arthur Arukin in fifth, sixth, Giorgio Gomez, seventh, Cody Kerbox, Connor Baxter in eighth, Vinnie Martins in 9th, Ryan Helm 10th, Zane Schweitzer 11th, Brendan Rose 12th, Chuck Glenn 13, Martin in 14th, Paul Jackson 15th, and Fernando Stalla 16th, just missing out. What was the time between these two guys? 0.8 of a second.
Wow.
0.8 of a second.
Beat Jacko up the beach. So yeah, it's crazy.
Let's go down to the beach and let's get an interview with our winner, Tichuan Puyo.
Thanks, guys. The hashtag is Très Bien, because it's all about New Caledonia and representing Tatu. You were able to get out away from the cluster that was behind you. Were you aware of just how it was a debris field behind you, what you were avoiding?
Yeah, I really want first at the first buoy to be okay for the surf, because we are a lot in a short race. So I didn't want to go to the carnage buoy or everything. So I'm pushing very hard to have the first buoy, and I have the chance to have a good wave in the first one, so it puts me at the first place easier.
What do you make of the swell? I mean, it seems like there's a learning curve with all the competitors, that they're getting smarter how to navigate with the large packs.
Yeah, I speak French.
Yeah, I understand. No. But in terms of where does this set, you mentioned that you know obviously you didn't do as well as you wanted to in the distance. I think you're now you were 12th there with a win. It puts you in good position though, potentially.
I changed my board. I chose a 25 for the beach race, so it's more stable. I chose a 23 this morning, and it was too TB for me. I fell like 3 or 4 times too much. So I make 12th place this morning, and I will try to get better this afternoon.
It's something for, I know friends and family are watching New Caledonia, maybe some français?
Ouais, bah, bonjour à tous ceux qui sont en France. Il est peut-être tard, mais je pense qu'il y en a qui sont encore debout. Et bonjour à la Calédonie, eux, ils n'ont pas d'excuses, il fait encore jour, donc j'espère que vous suivez. À bientôt.
Tatu showing his abilities in full force. What a heat, and we expect even more madness in semi number 2. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Pat. Congratulations, T2, advancing on out into the final and winning that one in a lot of clean water. And you were right, Jamie. He got out in front. He played it smart. He got a little conservative, and he won.
Yeah, and he's gonna want to try and do that in the final. You know, that's a perfect preview to what he's gonna want to do. You know, he walks away and goes, "All right, I did it once. Now I need to do that exactly again." And he did it against Danny, Travis, all the guys. So
Here's a
race
recap of
yeah.
semifinal number 1, and it all began here on the start.
Yeah, you see Giorgio sort of just stop there and get a bad start, but T2 made a concerted effort. He wanted to be at the can number 1. He did get there. He got that first wave, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, that was the race. The race was over there, right, like you said during the call, Jamie. Once you get out in front, there's so much carnage behind you as we see Danny going round.
Jake Jensen in 3rd place right there, and it ends up missing out. It's unbelievable. So, but T2 just too strong, and was in. You know, when you're in the front, when you're always in front, the waves seem to come to you. So. Travis Grant, you know, done a great job separating himself, and then look at this.
Here we
1,
go.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's Jake. That's where he had to pull off the back of that and just.
I know you've been in that position before where you get mowed down by a dozen guys on the wave behind you. It's not fun.
It's devastating. It really is, you know, and it's just not a good feeling.
As
so.
we see T2 going over for the win, and the guys getting their boards ready for the second semi-final. I see Mo's focus board there. There's a few Nashes, the SICs, 404s. Got a great representation from the manufacturers in this event. Basically, or literally all the big brands are here. So the top brands are here, the top talent's here, and we're
right now after the distance, FCS 404 leading the manufacturer, 6,900 points. Riviera now in 2nd place with 5,800 points. We have a tie for 3rd with Starboard, just 100 points ahead of SUP ATX and Lahui Kai. Hovey in 5th, Infinity 6th, Sandwich Islands in 7th, and Boga Paddle in 8th right now. We're going to take a quick break right here. When we return, semi-final number 2 of the men. You're watching the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life Live from Honey Beach here in Dana Point. We'll return right back after this. Welcome back to the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life and SUP the Magazine. I'm Bo Hodge along with Chris Parker from SUPRacer.com, former champion of this event, Jamie Mitchell, the 10-time Molokai to Oahu paddleboard champion. Guys, we are setting up for an exciting race coming up here, semi-final number 2. You see the oldest man and the competitor there in the white long jersey. That's 59-year-old Buzzy Kerbox.
Legend.
A legend.
Legend. Buzzy the legend. Love him. See him every morning when I'm at Waimea doing a little workout. When I'm not injured, I see him paddling his stand-up, doing his loop, doing his sprints. Amazing for his age. So obviously Cody got the genes there, and hopefully Buzzy get himself in the final. That'd be the first time I'd say a father-son combination in a stand-up massive race in a final. That'd be something first.
They might be challenging the Napoleons for the dynasty of the paddling world right there.
But guys, let's set up semifinal number 2. Casper Steinfath, 3rd in the distance race, leading this off. Kai Lenny needs some redemption. We got Mo Freitas, Noah Janela. We got Bullet Obra from Hawaii. Lincoln Dews will be in this one. Noah Harper, the 16-year-old, one of 2 16-year-olds. We're going to see Slater Trout. We're going to see the likes of Kelly Margetts, who made it through. The Rupert Charging and Voss, Jay Wild. I mean, there are a lot of big names, and they're front and center, the 59-year-old Buzzy Kerbox.
Buzzy would be loving it. He's out there amongst all the stars of the world. He's the biggest fan as anyone. Every time there's a big race on, he sends me a little YouTube clip and goes, all right, start racing, and you post my predictions of the next big race. He's frothing over this sport as much as anyone, so it's great to see him in the mix of it right now.
Guys are lining up. You see out in front in the orange jersey, that is our race director, Anthony Villa, AV, giving the final instructions. The guys had to draw for lane, so they didn't pick their own lane. Physically draw, the tongue depressors with the numbers on them, and they line up from north to south and get their lanes.
As we see all the different style boards, it's lining up there. You don't really see that many. There's so many different board companies these days that it's really good to see different designs, different shapes, and they all have their own little nooks and crannies. And
so here we go. Here's your top 5 of the semifinal number 1. Titian Pouillot, Travis Grant, Justin Bing, Danny Ching, and Arthur Arutkin, another
Bing
Frenchman.
Yeah, Bing and Ching, 3rd and 4th. That was a massive result for South African. He's straight through to the final. Giorgio Gomez, really impressed with him lately. Look out for him in the final. Cody's through. See if his dad can get there with him in the final. Connor was in that first final. He's straight through. Vinicius Martin's 9th. Ryan Helm, he's always one to look out for when there's waves because he's an incredible surfer. This next graphic, that's the last of the qualifiers through the final. Zane, Brennan, Chuck Glenn, Martin Letourneau, yeah, he's been coming up really strong the last couple of years for France, and Paul Jacko Jackson from Australia, he'll be stoked. Beat Fernando Stalla, the unlucky 16th place finisher by less than a second.
So again, another 30-man field. We'll cut this field in half. 15 will join Semi 1 into Semi 2 for our final, a 30-man final. And coming up after this race, we're going to have our first final. It'll be our women's final coming up. The top 20 ladies competing. We have 19 on our screen, I believe. Was disqualified, so 19 of the best ladies that qualified from yesterday will be in our final. And these guys are getting the last-minute instructions. The officials are on the course, resetting buoys, making sure everything's in set. And Jamie, these guys are intense, aren't they? They're looking. There's one of the officials out on the wave skis.
yeah, the guys are just trying to get themselves mentally ready. And like I said, if they watched that last race and they saw how T2 got to the first can and got away, that's, I'm sure that the same mindset's happening here. Everyone's going to want to try and get to that can first and get that first wave in. So, look out for the really fast starters. Kai Lenny's a renowned pretty fast starter. Mo Freitas, they're close to each other there. Casper Steinfart, he's very fast off the beach. So, Lincoln Jews, just the list just goes on and on and on. So,
Jamie, give us some insight as a top-level competitor. The guys that did really poorly by their standards in the distance race, such as a Kai Lenny, a Slater Trout, a Lincoln Jews, a Kelly Margetts, they're all out of contention essentially for the win. But they're going to have some pride on the line here, and they can still get back inside that top 5 or top 10 potentially.
yeah, it makes them actually more dangerous because they sort of have nothing to lose. Like, they know that they're sort of out of the overall contention, but yeah, they just want to go out and win this now, so they can throw a little bit of caution into the wind, maybe, and just really go for it. Like a guy like Kai Lenny, who's out of it, but is so dangerous. Kelly Margetts as well. Someone that didn't quite have the race he probably would have wanted in the long distance. He's dangerous, and so it's unbelievable. It seems like only a few years ago we'd talk about 3 or 4 people that could win, and now it seems like it's the top, like anyone in the top 15 could nearly win, So it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, the Cal State lifeguards are resetting one of the inside buoys. That's why you're seeing some of these competitors come to the water to refresh themselves, to cool off. They said there's some extra time. They want to make sure that inside turn buoy is set proper. It's not too far in the surf zone. So mahalos and thank you to all the Cal State officials and one of our great sponsors of the Pacific Paddle Games. And of course, the Cal State lifeguards doing the water patrol right here. And yesterday they had reset the course. We were going to have a buoy north and south of the Hammer. They decided it was just too treacherous. So you see the guys right there. They're watching that buoy. They're making sure it doesn't move, and they're monitoring that. And once they give the okay to the race director, then we'll get underway with our second semifinal. So safety a factor here, and making sure that these guys have a similar course to semifinal number 1.
Gives you hope, doesn't it? Just looking at Buzzy there, it's like, yeah, maybe he can get back out there. Maybe he can race. It just gives all the old guys hope.
I mean, you know, he's had an interesting life. He was in the beginning of the professional surfing years, you know, in the late 70s in the IPS, which morphed into the ASP, which is now the WSL. And, of course, he was there in the 80s when the professional windsurf tour was kicking off around the world. And, of course, his famous modeling career and there with Derek Dorner and Dave Kalama and all the boys towing in the early years with Laird Hamilton. And starting in tow-in surfing, and now in the early stages of SUP. There he is in 2015. He's competing at the Pacific Paddle Games.
Yeah, those guys is like the Kalamas and Lairds and Buzzy, like their life their decade just rolled into like everything new. Like they're for whatever reason, their life was aligned with new sports that they were into, and it's like it has been. Like they were there for the start of the surfing, then the windsurfing and kite surfing, and then the tow surfing, and now stand-up. It's like you sort of go, okay, what's next? What's next for those guys?
Buzzy and Laird were one of the first ones to paddleboard the English Channel back in the 80s.
On the prone boards.
On the prone boards.
Yeah, they put their credit cards down their pants, and away they went. And you know, guys were like tripping out on them. You know, like what are you guys doing?
As we see Buzzy on screen, just going through his race tactics there.
And he'll be 60 next year.
Yeah, but he takes his shirt off, he looks like he's 20.
Yeah.
He's in great shape, Buzzy, and what a great person to have as a representative of stand-up. You know, like as a fit, healthy 60-year-old that can do the sport and compete with some of the best athletes in the world still.
Yeah. Well, you know, he's got his son in the final, and he wants to be there too. You know, luck of the draw and the knowledge that he has and the tactics he could pull off. He could make that final coming up.
I hope so. I hope Buzzy. I hope he's in the final. I just hope he doesn't take out his son or something. It might be a bit awkward at the dinner table if that happens.
Jamie, can you just give us a couple of bold predictions for this second semi-final? Looking through the draw, who really stands out?
I like Casper. He seems relaxed. He's never too uptight, Casper, no matter what. So I like Casper's attitude. Look, you can't go past Kai Lenny. He's just had a bad race. He's gonna back up and look for Slater Trout. He loves going hard. You know, you have to be hard to back against him. Fellow new dad, Chase Kostelitz. Congratulations to Chase. He's just had a new baby daughter a few weeks after we had ours. So. He's probably a little bit tired at the moment, Chase. Not much sleep going on there.
He was telling me his training schedule's been slightly interrupted the past couple of months, but he's the happiest guy in the world right now.
Yeah, but Kelly Marr gets as well, you know. So, I think, and Lincoln. I mean, how many more can you say? But I think Casper. Casper's been doing this style of racing all year, and he's on screen there. Jaden Jensen. Jake Jensen's brother as well, so...
There's Jaden on the right of screen there with the Lahui Kai.
Mo Freitas, he's right, he's in it as well, so...
Kelly.
Linzo, there's Linzo.
Kelly Margets.
The mayor of Crumban.
The fittest 43-year-old in the world.
Oh, he told me to tell you to stop saying that. He hates it. He hates it.
There's Slater Trout, Captain America, and there's the other athletes. We're about a minute and a half away from the start. They gave us a 2-minute call just a few while ago, so we're just approaching the minute away. So he's giving these guys times, and the buoys are set. So thank you to the Cal State Lifeguards resetting the buoys out here, one of our great sponsors. Beautiful day down here, not as hot as yesterday, but still a cooker. And these guys are getting information now. We're just about 30 seconds away from the start.
See the guys grabbing their boards, getting ready. There's going to be a few nerves on that start line. This is make or break. You're out, then your event's over. Top 15, you've got one more chance of glory later this afternoon. We see Michael Booth there on the far right with the blue starboard and some of the biggest muscles on the beach. He was amazing in the distance race. Look for him to go hard off the line.
Lincoln Jews on screen there too.
Dead center is Slater Trout with that striped infinity board. If you had to put money on someone going first buoy, it'd be him.
Yeah. Kai Lenny in the middle there. Lincoln Jews.
We saw the Lahui Kai with the blue diamonds got a good start. And
Mo Freitas.
Mo on the blue focus, he got a great start. Kai Lenny's up there in the middle. Casper Steinfarth. Mo has got an early lead right in the middle there. That's Casper Steinfarth. Quite a spread out field here for the first 50 metres of the race. You guys got a bit of a shocker off the beach.
I think that's Buzzy in the back there.
Could be Buzzy bringing up the rear there. He's going to want a few waves if they come around that first can.
Maybe those legs are just a little too long in the tooth, old Buzz.
Well, when he came off the distance race, he stubbed his toe on the dismount, so he is limping.
I mean, distance race, short race, he's doing everything. But as we see Casper's got a whole shot, as well as that Slater Trout. No, Slater Trout's a little bit further back, but a little bit spread out here, which is which is interesting. But that's Mo Freitas, I think, with a close. When you see Mo, he's got his feet close together. He's got a unique style.
Mo could ride a 12-inch wide board. He stands that close together. He's definitely leading them out there in the very center of the screen, closest to the top. You see a pack there. That's Nuiti Billiard. Hasn't had the best weekend, but he's a real talent from Tahiti.
There's Chase Koslitz right there as well.
I saw Michael Booth, one of our dark horse picks. He was on the far left of screen going really hard. He's up in the top 5. It's really hard to tell the positions right now because they're so spread out left to right.
Definitely looks like Mo's got the whole shot, and Kai Lenny's on his tail.
Yeah, that's Kai. The unmistakable technique of Kai Lenny. He's in second there.
Michael Booth, Caspar, Lincoln on the outside.
We see Bicho Jimenez up in the mix.
Oh, seeing a wave. He's seeing a wave. He's trying to get around for this wave. Oh, is Mo going to get it? Yes, he will.
Wow.
That, again, being around the can first, I can't harp on that enough. You know,
he watched the replay of your effort from Peru a couple of years ago, Jamie. That was textbook by Mo Freitas.
Everyone is trying to get around for this next wave. It's going to be mayhem on this wave.
Wow.
Oh, Chase falls off.
Chase goes down. He gets caught up there. You see Kenny from Japan coming around the outside.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow. Now, see, this is interesting. Lincoln Jews had a conversation with me this morning exactly about this situation. And interesting to see what techniques these guys use coming in here, because this is going to be hectic.
There's
a great
Mo
shot
Freitas
there.
in front.
Mo, he's going to try and do a T2, what T2 did in the first heat. Just get out early, avoid the carnage. Every time there's a carnage, those guys get dragged out even further.
Whoa. Oh.
And Freitas goes down a bit just like T2, but he's got the time. So he wants to make a fluid transition. He doesn't want these 8 guys coming up on his rear, and here we go.
Watch Lincoln.
Wow, Lincoln. That's Bicho with the inside, stays on his feet. Casper, beautiful move around the outside. He's gone into second. Lincoln's clean, Kai's clean. Chuck in. Look at that. Look at that shot right there.
Yeah, wow. Oh, and the one behind.
Those guys had a really good position. They just got around and swung their boards full 180 before the next wave hit them on the side.
Casper, Kai, Lincoln.
They got a bit of a set coming through as we see. Tucker Ingalls is stuck on the buoy. Tucker, get back on your board, buddy. Kelly Margette's back in the middle of the pack.
Wow, Kelly's had a bad start.
He was back there next to Tommy Boudet Jr. from Canada.
Looks like Kelly Margette's in that group as well. We got Felipe Rodriguez.
It's not, as we saw in the first one, things can change so that the first 10 look out, a fair way out and in the lead, but that back 5 for 10 to 15.
Yep, Connor and Kai.
Casper and Kai.
Sorry. Correct, yeah, that's correct. Casper and Kai are heading back out. They can see Mo ahead. Mo puts a bit of a sprint down.
Because he sees this swell. He sees this swell. He wants to get around and try and get this wave. And he's going to, wow, is he going to get there? No, he's going to miss it.
Yeah, but there's 2 or 3, 4 waves out behind this one, so he's put himself in position for the next wave.
I like that. I see Mo, he's looking ahead. He's seeing what the ocean's doing. He saw a chance to potentially get a gap, and he went for it.
Now look at those 2 or 3 trains parallel going into that buoy. That's going to get pretty tight going around that green outside can.
That's 12, 13. Tucker's 14. I think Thomas Boudet Jr. potentially 15th right there.
And a little bump for Mo Freitas is not much, but it is propelling him.
Yeah, Mo sneaks onto something that wasn't even there. Just showing those sublime surf skills. He'll cruise into the inside cans. We see the main pack. That's Casper Steinfach, Kai Lenny, the Nash teammates side by side.
They're on the wave.
Mo just cruises down to the inside. He's got this one.
Now remember, Mo Freitas, silver medalist at the ISA World Championships behind Connor Baxter back in May.
Oh yeah, Mo was fantastic down there in Sailita. They went 1-2 for Team Hawaii, Connor and Mo. And Mo! No, I think actually the buoy flipped over his board. I'm going to actually back Mo on that one. He went around it and the buoy came back over his board. It looked like he skipped the cam, but I'm going to back him on that one.
Now
Kelly Margetts.
Now Kelly Margetts back into fourth.
Wow, he just came from nowhere.
But fell and took everyone out. Lincoln comes around on the inside. Lincoln falls.
And there you go. The three teammates, they trained together on the same Lahui Kai team, Jaden, Lincoln, and Kelly. And now they're battling each other to get in the final.
And all the action always happening on the inside buoy.
Yeah,
Here we go, another pack coming in here, Jamie.
Yeah, it's just non-stop. It just doesn't stop. The waves don't stop, and it's just yeah, it's going off right now.
I spotted young Benoit Carpentier, one of the surfers from France, just totally snuck through when that pack got caught up on the buoy. He went from about 12th to 4th or 5th.
Casper just being slammed on the inside on the far left there.
And Kai is catching up to Mo out the back. You can see Mo's about to pass this middle wave here. That's Mo Freitas just going over Kai Lenny right on his tail. Casper's going far out to the left to try and get out of the swell. A couple of free surfers, that's how far left he's going. And they're going to have to hammer at Jamie to get through this next set or they're going to get caught.
Yeah, it looks like they might sneak through this one and the rest of the pack could get hit.
Oh, just. And there's another one behind it, so the guys that are in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, all the way back to 15th.
Lincoln Jews, I think that's Lincoln, is it right? Yep, just right behind Casper, so he's through. Oh, it looks like Kelly or someone just had to...
There you go, that's Mo Freitas still out front. He's still looking good. We can see Buzzy Kerbucks, I believe, on the left. He's got one extra lead to go around, but he's still battling. So Mo, Kai, Casper, Lincoln. These guys are looking pretty safe right now.
Is that Lincoln or Jaden?
We'll see if he's wearing a man bun, because that'll be Lincoln Jews.
Here we go, Mo Freitas, number 98, 18-year-old from the North Shore of Hawaii. His board is Focus, paddles for Sawyer. His Instagram handle, Momo Surf. He's had a great year this year. A silver medalist, second place at the ISA World Championships down in Sayulita, Mexico. Won the River Games Championship. Second place recently at Huntington Beach just 2 weeks ago, and has been competing out here for each and every year. And remember, he's just 18 years of age.
Yeah, Mo, one of the phenomenal young talents in our sport, can do it all. Downwind, surfing, surf racing. He's going to be one to watch for the next decade for sure. He's actually got a few years on Kai. He's I think 3.5 years younger than Kai, a couple of years younger than Connor. So he's one of those Hawaiian stars, but he's actually much younger than the rest of the group.
Well, he's got that Brazilian connection with his father. Here we go.
I think we just saw his father on screen for a second there. Tony Freitas, one of the more colourful characters in the sport.
Yeah.
He's always there supporting his son. Mo taking it out right now. We've got Kai a few board lengths back, another few more back to Casper. These guys have got a pretty good lock on this semi-final number 2 right now.
Beautiful shot there. Great camera work from the camera crew. I love this angle, from the ocean looking back to the pier there. So, great shot. Nearly like perfect symmetry on how far they're apart right there. But Mo, seeing a little swell there. You see how he picks up. He sees that he wants to get around there and catch this swell.
And he's going to do it.
He is. Nice turn. Now he has to wait for the wave. Good, clean strokes there. A little bumpy on this face. He's got it, Jamie.
Yeah. Wow. Great knowledge of the ocean, Mo. He just saw that. You saw him just crank the pace up a little bit and reaping the rewards of a nice little rest in.
I believe that was Jaden Jensen, who's in number 4 for the Lahui Kai team, as Casper and Kai get onto a wave. They start surfing it so they don't go straight down and nosedive it. Kai, one of the most famous surfers in the stand-up paddling scene, but Casper, also an amazing guy on any surf craft.
Jaden out the back on the bigger wave.
Safely gets onto it. The top 4 looking pretty good right now. Turning far out the back is, well, a pack of about 10 guys that are battling for.
Wow, it is going to be, look at that pack for the top 15. It's going to be unbelievable.
As Mo comes into this inside can.
Goes wide, very smart, back off on the whitewater section of the wave.
Oh, that's beautiful skills right there. You guys are in the West Marine yellow buoy. Mo in a great position. Let's see if Casper and Mo just give each other a bit of room. They're teammates, I'm sure they will. But the real race is happening out the back as 12 guys go for one little bump.
There we go. Kai and Casper on the dashboards.
Jaden Jensen in fourth there.
You can see a great shot there. Casper's board is slightly shorter than Kai's. That's because Casper's on a 12.6. Kai's on the same model, but a 14-foot version. So interesting tactics.
The Nash, they have 29 wide and 30 wide for the 14s.
I'd say Kai's board's probably more around 24. They get the pro models, and 24, between 23 and 25 inches wide is what all the top guys will generally use. As we see, I'm going to say on the Corbin, trying to replicate his teammate. That's going to be the South African Thomas King coming around in about 6th there. Great job, the South African dark horse guys.
That looks like Kelly Margette's just pulling off the back of that
Kelly,
wave.
being smart, but he can't be too slow because there's a big set coming behind him.
Oh, wow.
And look at this, guys.
Wow, Kelly Margette, he's got to get around. He's got about 2 seconds to get around this buoy. He might just get it, Jamie.
Yeah, he will. He'll be safe. And
Three.
look at that. Just
4 guys, 5 guys.
He's on the wrong board. That was Noah Hopper, ended up on someone else's board right there. Wow.
Just
some interesting excitement.
Yeah, the excitement on these turn buoys is amazing.
It's great to see, though. The water safety's out there. It's a very safe course. We saw yesterday one of the competitors got hit in the head and the lifeguards were all over it. As we see Bicho. There's Tucker Ingles right up there in the mix. Bicho Jimenez on his backside, getting around there.
Lincoln Jews way back. He needs to...
Slater Trout with the green water pack on there.
Chase Koselitz.
Chase is just...
Thomas Bidet Jr.
Tommy Bidet Jr. Now that would be an amazing result if Tommy could get through to the final. He grew up paddling on dead flat sprint canoe surface, but right here we got Mo going with Kai Lenny trying to get on. Kai's not going to make it. Mo's not going to get it either. That's not even a bump if he can get onto this.
Yeah, but he's put some distance on Kai at least.
He got a nice little edge there.
But now they're going to wait for the next set.
Say Casper will be on that as well.
So here we go, Jensen on the back wave.
Oh, wow, there you go.
And we're going to have 4 men on this wave as Mo will just wait for it.
That's the beauty of surf racing. You see Mo had a lead, and he couldn't even paddle. He knew he just had to sit there and wait for the wave, and now it's a 4-way tie. That's Jaden Jensen, Casper Steinfath, Kai Lenny, and Mo Freitas from left to right. They'll be coming towards an inside buoy can there, halfway through the second of 2 laps.
Look at Jensen all the way down, making sure he doesn't fall off or wipe out or lose his board.
It's going to be interesting to see if they give themselves some room here, Jamie, if they do gentlemen's rules.
Well, you saw Kai kind of talk to Casper and them.
Jaden goes smart, but a little too smart, falls off.
There goes Casper on the turn.
Mo
goes down.
Mo rides an ultra narrow board.
So Mo Freitas goes from 1st to 4th on the turn.
And there's the short board advantage, Casper. So
that's where he comes.
That's where he gets that advantage.
He had a better turn, a quicker turn. Goofy Footer is backhand turn, but on a smaller board of the 12.6.
He's doing a great job. He's not losing any speed on the outside, but he's got the advantage on the inside. So, he's just going to get hit by a... Oh, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 on, they're all on.
Settle down.
And this is the break line. This is around where 15 guys
there
are.
11 guys on that wave, and I'd say that they're between 6th and 16th. So 1, maybe 2 of them are going to miss out. We see that's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd going around the can. We got
16.
Jaden Jensen there. That looks like, I'm going to say it's Justin Bing from South Africa. Sorry, Thomas King. Justin was 3rd
7,
previously.
8, 9. So you got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 on this
Kelly
wave.
Margette's is on the outside here. He's on a worse spot, but just what do you do? This is such a...
And these guys, they can't be polite around this buoy because if you get too polite, you're going to drop off and miss out on the final.
And it's usually somebody else that knocks you off, not yourself.
So 2 of these guys are going to miss out on the final, as we see. I think Michael Booth just got knocked back. He was on his valley paddling around. Nuiti's going to come around in 18th. These are the guys at the back who are really struggling. That's Slater Trout on the right. He'd be a big omission for the final if he didn't qualify.
Here we go, Casper and Kai, 1 and 2.
We'll see here if Kai has any advantage on his 14-footer. I think they've both got onto this bump.
They've been working as a pair this whole race.
Yeah, these guys are they're Nash teammates. Casper spends a bit of time with Kai over on Maui, so they're not going to get in each other's way. There's no love lost these days, Jamie, in the top pack. There's a lot of, you know, as they say, rubbing is racing.
Look at that turn on the 12.6 from Casper, Jamie.
Yeah, see, Kai always gets a little bit too far back, and it's just like wobbly, so he gets a board length or two, you know. Same with Mo. Just a little bit more struggle getting around the cans, which could be a huge difference in the final.
As we see Jaden just on the rider screen there, he's still safely in fourth, but they've got daylight between the top four and the rest of the field. Casper Steinfach leading them out, Bo. Kai's looking good.
Looking at the whole picture with Casper taking third in the distance, this is huge.
Oh yeah, Kai Lenny, let's just reiterate, he's out of contention for the overall title because he had the shocker in the distance race.
Yeah, the 17th.
Casper finished third. He, Danny Ching, Connor Baxter are now the favourites for the title. And on this form, I mean, you'd put Casper, right up there with Connor and Danny.
So 16 minutes, 13 seconds. 16:53 was the time of the first lap, so this race taking a bit longer.
As we see Slater Trout just going over that wave there, he's back in about 18th position and has a huge amount of ground to cover in the final, I'd say 800 metres of this race. 2,000 odd feet if he's going to get through. Slater, I had him as one of the favourites for the surf race. He's such a good sprinter, but he might be out of the final.
Very cool to see.
Oh, as someone just got destroyed going out. Poleaxed, as we say.
And there we've got a good shot. That's Mo Freitas far right next to him. Kai Lenny Casper off to the left. Jaden Jensen going over the wave now. Jaden's got to get a move on because there's a little tricky inside wave coming towards him, but Casper, Kai and Mo Freitas.
These guys are getting tired. 6 miles, now this race, now another, and then add another lap in the final, 3 laps.
Is this where you just kind of back off the pace and go, all right, guys, we're totally safe. You can have the beach interview if you want, but I'm just holding back.
I would be paddling at 50% right now. This would be my warm down right now. It's just, you just need to, and you've seen that they're doing it right now. Their stroke rate has just stopped, and they just need to get across. It's there is no use expending any more energy than you need to right now.
Especially right now with Tijuan finishing the first semifinal at 16:53. Right now we're at 17:40 and counting.
Yeah, these
guys are paddling more and harder.
Yeah, these guys have had a few more waves, a few more consistent waves, especially. They've got waves coming in, but these guys have been hit going out a lot more than the first semi-final.
Yeah, so I think Mo Freitas, Casper, Kai, and Jaden. You can see Jaden is he's not doing any work to try and get back up there. He knows he's safely through. We see a pack coming behind him.
Yeah,
might have to be a little bit careful of these guys coming up, but I think
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 on screen.
Here's our top 3 heading out to the outside. Mo Freitas is caught up. He was in the lead, got back down, delegated to 4th, caught up Jensen, got to 3rd, now back into the lead pack, and it looks like he'll make the turn on the outside.
Yeah, and just to give you a few results from the distance race to put it all in context, Casper Steinfach was 3rd, Mo Freitas with 8th. He's still an outside chance of the overall. Kai Lenny was 17th. He's essentially out of it. Callie Margetts was 20th. He's out of it. We're talking about the overall win here with the combined points from technical and distance. But Kai's a very proud competitor. He'll want to win the surf race final still.
Pretty big gap between that top 15.
So we just got information that Chase Kostolitz cracked his board, did a board swap, still in the race, but you know, we're seeing, you know, buckle boards, caved in boards, cracked boards. We're seeing boards to the head from yesterday, so you know, these are expensive equipment.
Yeah, that's kind of like the surfing, the surf contest, Jamie, when a guy buckles his board, his caddy's there, or something, he has to run into the beach, swap and get back out. A totally legal move by Chase. He went in and got a new board.
Looks like Mo's seen a wave here. Looks like these guys are going to turn around and catch a cracking wave.
There's definitely some bumps on the just out to the back. And you can see they're not even bothering paddling anymore. They know they're safely through. They're just going to wait for the wave and cruise in, have some fun. get a good bit of hydration into them as they prepare for the final. Jaden Jensen is going to catch up to them around this buoy turn. He might get one of these set waves as well, as we see. Casper, Mo, Kai, nice little left-hander there. Not even going to break, but these guys are on 14, or in Casper's case, 12-6 boards, so they can catch anything that moves.
Jaden Jensen on even a bigger wave at the back there.
He gets a great wave, almost too good.
He goes down.
Digs the nose. That wave was too good. He couldn't get down it quick enough, and he's in a little bit of a tricky spot because there are 8 guys rounding the buoy behind him, but here we've got the 3 leaders, Casper, Mo, Kai. They're safe. Jaden is scratching to get onto one as we see the bubble. This is the cutoff spot right around here. Jaden needs to get onto something or he's going to get caught by 12 guys.
He's on the wave on the outside. You can see him cresting right there. Here we go, our top 3, Casper Steinfath, Mo Freitas in the middle, Kai Linney on the right side.
All right, let's see, Jamie, who wants the beach interview the most?
Mo Freitas still has his leash on.
Definitely Kai or Mo.
Well, Casper was on the mic yesterday. He got the heat win, so he's already been interviewed. Come on, Casper, give it to Mo or Kai.
I think that might be Jay Wild on the Kobe.
We'll see, Mo only just taking his leash off there late. Oh, Casper, he wants some airtime.
And here comes your finisher.
We're seeing Mo and Kai carry their boards up.
Casper, we're going to hear a bit more from Casper later. He's taken another win there. He's through to the semi-final. Kai Lenny in second. These guys are just cruising over the line. Mo Freitas third. Those guys control that race, Jamie.
Yeah, looks like Jaden Jensen's got himself back on a nice wave, so he'll qualify in 4th. Then you look at your 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15 with no waves potentially coming, and 16. Oh, that guy's just going to pull himself into the chance of 15th.
Oh, that's Jaden Jensen, I'm told.
Well, yesterday's qualifying round, we saw Casper Steinfath, Kai Linney, and Mo Freitas all in their qualifying round finish 1, 2, 3, just like they did here in the semifinal.
We see Jaden cross the line in 4th, but here's where the real race begins. We've got from 5th to about 17th.
Yeah, there's 4. This is 6th to 14th, I think, on this wave.
Yeah, there's 10 guys there. So you're right, Jamie. These guys, if they can stay on the water, they're all going to get through.
It's going to be a race for 15th between Tucker and not sure who's on the starboard.
But you know, these guys here on this wave, they won't be able to count how many guys are across. They're all going to sprint like mad up the line. And he's get a great side-on angle there. Lincoln Jews had his leash in his mouth. He's ready to sprint. They don't know that they're all through, so they're going to go like crazy up this line. Have a look. They're falling over, they're sprinting. Lincoln Jews is going to get it. We see Noah Janela in there, I believe that's Beacho's through. Callie's through as Tucker comes in to sprint. Casper.
Here we go, 15, 16.
It was Benoit Carpentier from France. Oh!
Takes out the cameraman.
Benoit runs into the cameraman. He's going to get, I don't know if Tucker would have realized that was for the last spot in the final. Provisionally. And it looked like Benoit from France just got him on the line. So the racing doesn't finish on the water. They've got to do that little mad dash up the sand, and the guys that can sprint on land actually have a real advantage.
Yeah, it's nice to have a quick set of legs on you.
Here's Captain America, Slater Trout, not qualifying for the final, and he knows it. He counts the guys out in front of him.
Slater, one of the specialists in this kind of race, just got caught up in the some of that excitement around the turn, and he's out. So big name gone from the final right there.
Semi-final number 2, first time in. Casper Steinfath, 21 minutes, 10 seconds. Tijuan Puyo, 16:53. So these guys have been working harder in semi-2.
Yeah, they had some work to do there by the judging on those times. And don't forget, Titu's not only had 5 minutes less on the water, he crossed the line 40 minutes before these guys because there was a bit of a delay between the heats. So Titu's already had something to eat, he's already had a drink, and he's just sitting back relaxing as these guys still spend the energy out in the water.
Some exciting racing happening out here, and plenty
More of our competitors finishing across. Our official timing system has not listed our names, but we can tell you the top 5 are as follow. Casper Steinfath in first, Kai Linney in second, Mo Freitas in third. It was Jaden Jensen in fourth, and Lincoln Dews in fifth. Let's go down to Pat Parnell. Pat's got the winner of the last race. Take it away, Pat.
Yeah, thanks, Bo. I should say winners because what we were watching out there was reminiscent of a little Formula One. You guys in the corners kind of working with each other. Take us through that. You guys took a little bit smarter approach to the race.
Yeah, the smarter approach was taking our 12.6s. We're actually, funny enough, I did it on the 14 yesterday, my heat, and I think Casper can agree, the 12.6s for us are faster, even in the flat water.
And there's no question, like going through the waves, the 12.6 is so agile and really just made it easy, like going through. And even in the flats, I was surprised it's actually not that much slower, and like we're keeping pace with everyone else.
Yeah, and we weren't even paddling as hard too. The craziest part was, since we're good friends, of course, and we're teammates, you know, we could work together while we're out there, and then when it comes down to the last 100 yards, we can throw it all down, but we're waiting for the final.
It seems like everyone is starting to work a little bit more with each other, being a little smarter about the corners. What have you guys learned watching the past 2 days of what not to do out there?
I mean, it's kind of a lot of stuff we've been experiencing, I think, but, you know, we're lucky because we're on the World Series tour, and, you know, it's given us a lot of time to learn to work with each other until the very end. And, you know, since we're good teammates and good friends, you know, it's better if we're both battling for the final than maybe somebody else that, you know, is our competition.
You know, teamwork is the key element, and no matter if you're not on the same team, if you're out in front and broken away, you got to give it everything you have, working together, because you can help both of you. And like at the end, we're going easy in this semifinal, but in the final, there's no camaraderie at the end.
Yeah, the one last quick question then. No love lost in the finals, can we assume that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We all know it's racing. Well, you know, I think we'll cooperate with each other and work with each other throughout the course, but when, you know, it's the final stretch, it's on. Whatever you can do, you know, that's not illegal, you're going to do it.
All right, well, big race for Nash and Red Bull, and congrats, Casper, as well for Kai, as we look forward to the finals for both the men and the women. Back up to the booth, boys.
Thanks a lot, Pat, and congratulations, Casper, and congratulations, Kai. 1-2 there as they've come across, and great finish there, and we're seeing the others coming up from the back.
It was Chase who had to change boards.
Yeah,
just getting across now.
And of course, he runs a paddling academy, so he knows the rules. So he came in with his broken board and swapped it out. And as long as he makes the correct buoy turns, he can finish. And here's the heat recap semifinal number 2.
Yeah, great drone shot. Mo got the whole shot, got around, and just was able to just get on that wave, and that really set Mo up for the you know, for the rest of the race. As you see, 50 people on the next wave, and you just don't want to be in that position. You know, in the final, you want to be out in front, and what you're seeing on screen here is not what you not want to do.
Yeah, we see the top 4 guys there. That was Caspar, Mo, Kai, Jaden, Jensen. They dominated the race in the second half. They were way out in front of the pack.
What I have noticed too is these buoy turns where the critical ones are is actually favouring the goofy footers. You know, you see Casper and Connor have done the best turns I've seen the whole weekend. So look for that to be a big difference too if they get, you know, be able to get around there and clean like that. So
yeah, that's a good point right there, Jamie. As we saw the next 10 guys, they didn't realise that they were all safely through, so there was a mad scramble up the beach, but all 10 of them had qualified. As you can see, Kalimar gets at the back there. Might have been a little bit worried, but he's safely through.
See the ladies gathering up. We're going to have the women's final, and we're going to be, you know, setting all that up.
When you put on a pair of...
we see a great shot of the Dana Point beach here, Doheny Beach. Massive amount of tents. All the brands are here. You can see the big scaffolding. It's where we're sitting up here, getting the best view in the house right now.
Oh, yeah.
No air conditioning, but we'll survive.
It's been a scorcher this weekend.
We'll
They couldn't have
survive.
picked a better weekend. It was 96 yesterday, over 90 today. It's
But
a beautiful day down at Doheny, but it's pretty hot.
I can see the beer tent somewhere in the back there, Chris.
Yeah, the Dos Equis
If there's
are
a cider
flowing.
tent down there, we might head down there
Might
later.
have to have a few Dos Equis. It's been a while.
Milago is one of the sponsors here, Fine Tequila, so
keep away from
look
tequila.
out at the after party tonight.
Keep away from the tequila.
Yeah, big shout out to our sponsors here, of course, being presented here by Salt Life and SUP the Mag, and Olukai's down here, and GoPro and West Marine setting up the demo area. Milago, the tequila, and Dos Equis, and Maui Gym, and Cal State Lifeguards, the Cal State Parks. And, you know, we've got a whole array of vendors down here selling equipment, selling paraphernalia related to the SUP world. And I tell you what, let's go down to the beach. Pat Parnell. Pat, what's going on?
Well, we've got watermen, waterwomen, a little slash of both right here because Emmy Merrill, two-time stand-up surfing champ, no stranger to fun, and Salt Life ambassador, turns out. So couldn't make it up here yesterday, but now that you're up here today and you kind of are catching the vibe, what are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, so far I really love this event. It's always fun, especially when the waves are pumping, just to kind of see everyone, even if you're a surfer, kind of put you out of your element being on a fat race board out there. So it's super fun to watch, really laid back environment, and super exciting as well.
It's safe to say Doheny's doing its magic right over our shoulders here. Have you had a chance to kind of sample the goods, so to speak?
Yeah, I went out on my stand-up race board earlier just south of the Hammer, and I was able to catch some super good waves. Yeah, some super fun rides. I mean, the river broke out, so it smells a little weird down there, but it's super fun.
It is part of the natural aroma of Doheny. We come to expect that, right?
That's exactly what it is. I used to lifeguard down here, so used to that as well.
Any words of advice to, obviously, you're no stranger to when the swell picks up here. You see a lot of these, I guess, the paddlers, the racers, they aren't accustomed to the waves here. Any advice out there to maybe the younger Groms of how having to deal with these situations?
Biggest advice is just kind of use the ocean to your advantage. Catch waves so you don't have to work as hard to paddle in, and hopefully you don't get caught in a set on the way out. But yeah, just have fun. That's the biggest part of it.
Well, it's a big day for all the paddlers out there and all the fans worldwide, and a big day for to finish up the 2015 Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, and you're an ambassador. So a proud day for you, your company, as we look forward to the finals, men's and women's finals, taking the water. Up to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Pat, and great interview there from ISA, two-time SUP surf champion. She won down in Peru, and she won down in Nicaragua, and a great ambassador to the sport. And, you know, when you think of Doheny, guys, you think of one of the legends. You think of Mickey Munoz, the mongoose. Of course, they have a SUP race down here for him every year, and a whole series of events, and get the kids all going. And, you know, Mickey Munoz, one of the legends of surfing.
Yeah, no, I was down here at the Mickey Munoz Mongoose Cup, they call it, down here in Dana Point, just about 5 months ago. That's always a fun event. Mickey's still out there. He was up in a race in Tahoe I saw in this summer or last, when he's, I think, 75 years old, Bo. So it's great to see he's still stoked on this sport.
Yeah, of course, some other great athletes besides Emmy Merrill, Mickey Munoz, the Salt Life sponsors. Of course, Colin McPhillips, the three-time ASP World Longboard Champion. Timmy Curran is part of the Salt Life crew, and, you know, great members of the Salt Life. Of course, Max Fleming, the 16-year-old competitor out here. And even Colin's kids, Dax and Kai, 10 and 12-year-old, they're getting into the mix of the Groms and the Junior Groms and the Junior Pro events. But, you know, all of our great sponsors making the Pacific Paddle Games an inaugural year here in 2015 a huge success. So, Salt Life, SUP, the magazine, Olukai, GoPro, West Marine, Milago, Dos Equis, and the California State Parks. And here's the results of semifinal number 2.
Yeah, we see Casper Steinfath, the Danish Viking, took out the win ahead of his teammate Kai Lenny. Mo Freitas and Jaden Jensen were safe the whole race. Lincoln Jews won that mad dash up the line with 10 guys. In there was Noah Janela. Kenny Kaneko, a great result for Japan. He's in that top 10 group. He's through. Josh Riccio will be happy. Felipe Rodriguez from Sailida. Noah Hopper, top 10. He was in the junior race yesterday. He finished second overall. He's backing up in the elite.
Michael Booth, Thomas King, South Africa got a double in the final. Bullet Obra, one of the dark horses from Hawaii. Kalimar Getz is in there, he's just through. And Benoit Carpentier beat Tucker Ingles to the line by, I'd say, about 1/10 of a second.
Unbelievable. We're going to be setting up the women's race. The pro and tech guys are out in the water right now, and we're going to take a short commercial break. And when we return, we'll set up the women's final. You are watching the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, live from Dahomey Beach here at Dana Point, California. Stay tuned for more exciting action right here.
I like to tell people that the Salt Life is not just a sticker on my car, it's pretty much a lifestyle.
It's beach, it's swimming, it's fishing, it's diving, it's surfing, paddleboarding, living your lifestyle on the beach and in the salt water.
We are very involved in every activity that is based around the ocean. My whole family surfs. My kids fish, dive, teach yoga at the beach, all that kind of stuff.
I'm out in the water 4 or 5 times a week, sometimes even more. As much as I can be out there, I am.
We have to have it. We have to have it. We got to be out at the beach every day. We live at the beach. We go watch sunset. You know, we're down there before sun up. I mean, I don't know, it's kind of like a vitamin.
Taking my love for the ocean and being able to share it with everyone else in the same passion.
Inshore, offshore, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm on a boat with the rod in my hand, catching fish, that's all I care about.
Enjoying the ocean, using everything it gives you, surfing, diving, fishing. You always have to respect it, only take what you need.
Just hanging out in the water, on the water, by the beach, any activities. It's just being by the ocean. It's just a really good life. I really enjoy living the Salt Life.
It's been an honor to be a part of a Salt Life team because everyone gets to express their relationship with the ocean, but in different ways. Like we have surfers, divers, people who fish, everything, and they're able to express their relationship, and yet we all still share the same passion.
Welcome back, everyone. We are live in an unbelievably beautiful Southern California day here in Dana Point at Doheny State Beach for the inaugural 2015 Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life. And you couldn't write a better script, one for the history books already, and we are on the precipice of crowning both a men's and women's champ in the pro divisions. We anxiously await to get the world's best competitors in the water. It has been an amazing day and a half, and it's almost sad to see to come to a close as we anxiously await. We welcome Jeff Stillwell, CEO of Salt Life. Thank you so much for making this happen. And we have, that's right, Chuck Patterson, who I would say just embodies all aspects of all things waterman and doesn't fight the fun, knows how to enjoy the water on all levels. Let's get right into it, Jeff, because everyone is talking about the importance of this event and the impact you guys have had on your first outing in this, and the impact can be seen right on the beach here.
It's an amazing event. We're so proud to be a part of it, help sponsor it, and just to help grow the entire sport. I paddle nothing like the people out here. I'm a rank amateur, but I do love to do it. Love to fish, love to dive. I love all things saltwater, and just to help be a part of this magnificent setting. Everyone, the whole team, everyone that's here, it's been a great experience.
It's kind of part of the Salt Life DNA. Chuck and I were talking earlier how there's something about the ocean that you get just by being near it. Was that something that was conscious when the company was founded?
Well, it really was. It was something that sort of came out of a great day of some guys diving and hopped up saying, you know, man, we're living the salt life. And that became it. So to me, the brand itself, the name Salt Life, either you get it in 5 seconds or you never get it.
You got it early on, right, Chuck?
I did. I mean, it's addicting, you know, and just by looking, you know, what you guys basically embody and then coming here to represent is great.
So we talk about the impact of this event, and obviously there's multiple ambassadors. We see Colin McPhillips. He's already been out competing in the prone division, and all his kids surf. It's a bit of a family. You talk about the Salt Life ambassadors and what a pivotal force they are for the company and the vision.
Well, it's all about, I mean, we embody people from all different aspects of living the salt life. We have great people out here doing paddle. We're surfing. I mean, we've got Mickey Munoz out there. I think he's been in the water for 3 days straight. I don't know if he's even gotten out of the water since I've been here. So, I mean, it's great. We have great people fishing, diving, ambassadors, people that we sponsor do something all on the water and had rather be on the water than on land.
Yeah. Obviously an illustrious list when you go through the team. Do you ever have your kind of geek out moments where you freak out a little bit that you might be on an outing or a photo shoot with some of these guys that are heroes for sure?
You know, for me, it's different. When we're all together, we're all learning from each other. You don't even think about it. We're just out enjoying the water with some really cool people that I like to hang around. We won't sign anybody to the team as a team member that I don't enjoy spending time with. Yeah. So it makes life worth living.
Chuck and all of us were talking about the importance of having this event at the end of the season. It's great that WPA, the national races, it's part of that series. It's, you know, there's points allotted. Chuck, maybe share a little bit what we were talking about, what this type of event means to just the international racers that come to Southern California and this space in general. Doheny.
I mean, we spoke upon, you know, it's been a long year of racing, and this to us, to all the athletes, you know, kind of embodies the end of the year, kind of in our way of saying it, the silent, you know, world championships, because no one misses this race. And we've always had incredible, you know, amazing conditions, but nothing like this year. And to have you guys here support that and really kind of bring kind of a kick of excitement into the sport again, which is, you know, because the sport's been around, but now you guys are really kind of bringing it up even more. We're excited.
Well, we're excited to be a part of it. We just want to see it grow. We want this event to keep getting larger and larger and be around for many years to come, and hope we're a part of it for the entire duration.
No pressure, no pressure.
Yeah,
we want decades, and obviously, you know, fingers crossed that we have unbelievable south swell. That doesn't hurt things. Even you had to be a little amazed of what those Groms were able to do and all the divisions, how to manhandle those conditions.
I couldn't believe it. I watched them come in today earlier. I was like, man, this is unbelievable. There's no way I can't even get out. And look what they're doing.
Now, I know you guys didn't do it completely on your own. Obviously, 10, the Enthusiast Network and SUP Magazine, they got behind it, but the state parks as well. They were definitely a driving force.
Of course. I mean, look at this magnificent setting. I mean, it takes a lot of people to put this event on. I want to thank everyone. I'll start leaving people off, but it's the whole team, all the sponsors, the people at SUP the Mag and 10 and the state parks, and I mean, all the lifeguards have done an amazing job. And man, I can't thank everyone enough for helping get this going.
Well, a million mahalos. I know I speak on behalf of everyone here on the beach and all those watching worldwide, a lot of paddle fans around the world. So thank you so much, Jeff Stillwell, CEO of Still Life, and we look forward to many great years. And we look forward to crowning a Pro Tech Finals champ both on the men's and women's side. We'll break that down a little closer as we move closer to crowning those champs when we return to the 2015 Pacific Paddle Games presented by Still Life. Stay close.
Probably Jamie Mitchell. Just he's the man.
I'd say, in terms of the paddling world, Danny Ching for sure.
My mother.
Chuck Patterson, just because he's the legend of them all.
I don't know the guy, but Kelly Slater's been a huge inspiration to me.
There's a lot of people I gain inspiration. Probably my family. My parents are awesome. They're always motivating me.
Welcome back, everyone, as we inch closer to crowning a champion here at the 2015 Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, and now joined in the booth with Jamie Mitchell along with Chuck Patterson. Interesting hearing some of the world's best currently. I think both of you were mentioned. No pressure there, right? No, but I do. Let me just force the uncomfortable question. What's it like when you have these kids that have looked up to you through the junior years, and then they start to list you as an inspiration to getting to the point where they were at the top of their field?
Oh, it's awesome, and you just hope that you have inspired them, and that's why they're here, and that's why they're racing. And it's not about, for me, yeah, you got your titles and your accolades and stuff, but if you're not a good person and you're not a good ambassador, then the kids aren't going to look up to you anyway. So it's a two-way street.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think it's really our way of giving back. We were so lucky to have this as a sport and to be in the water every day, which we love anyway, and share that with the kids and see them take it to the future is awesome.
And never, I guess, you really see it here more than anywhere, the mentorships, and you see those Groms and the feedback and the interaction between the pros of all levels. It's been really interesting to watch it go down the past 2 days. As we pointed out, though, we are about to get the world's best in the water, the Pro Tech Finals. Before we get to that, let's take a closer look at what they're going to be tackling out in the water with this GoPro course preview.
I think it's really amazing we could have an event back here at Doheny Beach in Dana Point. There's a lot of history here. It's kind of become another home for stand-up paddling. The Pro Technical race is going to be really fun. It's going to start with a beach start. We're going to have 7 buoy turns, and there's different types of buoys. There's that curved buoy, there's the standard buoys, and then there are the buoys in the waves. We'll be going in and out of the waves and also have a good upwind leg. It adds this knowledge of the water that you have to bring. So just because you're the best paddler in the world doesn't necessarily mean you'll win this race. You have to also be a good surfer. The qualifiers have 2 laps and the final will have 3. So it's going to be really exciting.
So an interesting look at the course there via GoPro, and you heard Kai Lenny talking about, but they have made adjustments. It is a fluid situation. They're adapting to tides, the swell. I mean, I think, Jamie, you'd maybe go on the record saying at times they can take a Rubik's Cube approach, but it's obviously less is more. Simplify the course and let these guys do what they do best.
Yeah, you don't want to see anyone lose a race because it was too complicated or there was too much disassertion about the course. So, they have changed it to the conditions of the waves the last few days. And Kai said it great then in that little interview that you don't necessarily going to be the fastest paddler this weekend. It's going to be you have to be a really good surfer as well.
We've seen it happen a lot where, a racer, no matter what the level, will be leading the entire race in that last pivotal turn if they can time it right with the waves. Chuck, obviously, we thought the swell was dying, but it's doing anything but right now.
Well, I think it's that new swell that's coming from that hurricane, and we're lucky with these conditions. I mean, this is what we want for this race. We want it to be completely exciting, and it's about being the best of the best, and at the end.
I need to put this out there. Everyone's talking about, obviously, the debris fields, that, how the collision factor on those inside buoys, so much focus on that. Can we shift gears and really focus on how technical that is and the other aspects of the race? It's a big chunk of it. I mean, it's like we're focusing right here on this buoy, but let's not forget about everything else that's going on.
Yeah, I mean, technical is a great description for this race because, you have the start. Let's just focus on the start. You've got 5 seconds from running to the water to jumping on your board. That potentially is the most 5 important seconds of the whole race. If you have a horrible start, it's so hard to get back to the front, and then take it to having a horrible buoy turn. If you fall or get stuck under the rope or anything like that, that puts you out of the game as well. So you have to be technical at all aspects of stand-up paddling, and if you're not, you're going to get found out.
Well, we saw it go down in both the semifinal number 1 and 2. Let's take a quick look at how we got to our finals here today in Doheny. Quick look back at the semifinals and the men's quest to make their way to the finals.
One paddler riding, the other paddler paddling.
And you mentioned the start, always the key, and it seems like in both semifinals, those that were able to get out early, it basically set the tone for the entire race.
Yeah, for semi-final number 1, T2 from New Caledonia, out, shot out of the rabbit, and look at him, gets around, clean water, onto the wave by himself, clean water, and just had a magical race. And then, back in the pack there, we saw, Danny and Giorgio and a bunch of the guys, even Connor, just getting caught up there, Travis as well. So, T2 will be just hoping that he can have the exact same race as he did in the semi-final and the final.
You hate to peak in the semi-final, because really you obviously want to advance, but this is what has become the front page story, just the amount of guys on one wave and trying to get around a very, very tight buoy on the inside.
I just saw Jake Jensen have to put his legs over. He went from top 6 to out of the top 15. One of the best paddlers in the world, and he ended up missing out. So not due to how good of a paddler he is, just some luck, maybe some bad timing. Just, sometimes the ocean's just not with you this weekend, and sometimes that's just the way it rolls.
Well, let's take a look at the women as they took to the water here. Was definitely the same situation. Waves were still on full force for the women. They got a little lucky on some of the beach starts, but it was the same situation for them. Chuck, we were talking about that, but before we get to the women, let's take a look at the men's semis, some more footage from the semis before we get to our final here today. Nice aerial shot of semifinal number 2.
Yeah, it looks like Mo Freitas there, and he just, again, he got around, and then, Kai gets stuck, and then all of a sudden you're on a wave with 8 guys, Chuck, and it's the last place you want to be is sandwiched in that group because the guys on that front wave just are able to extend their lead.
Yeah, there was a lot of changes of the guard on these, and it was amazing. I mean, they had so much swell during these heats that you really had to be on top of your game.
And this was the turn that I made note of. Casper and Kai working in synergy, which is so cool to see.
And let's not forget they were actually on 12.6s.
Yeah.
They've decided to now race the 12.6 and not the 14. So, I'm sure Chuck can comment on that, being the Nash man.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think they feel that they're all great fast paddlers. They just like the, maneuverability, and it didn't hinder them one bit. So it'll be interesting to see in the final, how it all plays out.
And how many guys actually paddle at 12.6 instead of the 14.
True, yeah.
And we were talking about this earlier, and I heard Chris and you guys in the booth going in a little bit more into detail, but the learning curve, a lot of these guys are getting smarter. They're seeing that it's not maybe the smartest move to apex that buoy. You really have to play it smart. There's a couple of tactics that are starting to come into play.
Yeah, and you know what, but I guarantee you we're going to see it in the final here. People, it's so hard to back off. It really takes, I liken it to being in, say, a Molokai race where you see someone go off in front of you that you know that probably can't hold that pace, but to try not to go with him in that is so hard to do, but it takes maturity, and I'm starting to see maturity from certain paddlers now that I didn't a year ago, 18 months ago, and, if they give themselves space, they actually, help themselves out. I don't care if I'm on my board or someone else is on another board. Just, hey, let's just communicate. Let's get ourselves around and get out in front, because, if you mess yourself up, everyone else catches up and you're losing ground. It just doesn't make sense.
It's interesting, though. You see some guys, it's a game of chicken. You expect that you're going to intimidate them, but these guys aren't backing down. It's like just logs and cranes, and it's a pile up.
Yeah, you know what? It is unreal when we have a couple of sets that come in. Guys react really fast to make the turn, and then suddenly you're going back out and you're facing another 10 guys at you. But no one changes course. They just go for it, and it ends up working out. And, this race is one of those exciting races where it just changes, every lap.
Let me press one of the big questions a lot of people have been talking about on the beach is the pacing of Danny Ching. You talked about someone that maybe not thinking they can finish the race. He's proven so far that he's come awfully close to maintaining that pace.
Oh yeah, Danny's he's one of the guys that you just could, put him out and go, hey, you need to keep this pace for the whole time, for 10 to 20 miles, and he can do that. He's paddled that much on that many different crafts that he just knows his body, his stroke, everything down to a T, and he could probably tell you the stroke rate he's doing and all that sort of stuff. So, guys like Danny, Travis, T2, the guys that have been heavily involved in the OC1s and OC6s, they've got a definite advantage, I think, when it comes to that stuff.
And that's on the men's side. We made reference to the women's side, and yesterday they had to battle the same conditions, the same challenging course, and it was a fight to get their way into the finals. Got a little lucky on the start, not a set coming through, but nonetheless, it's those inside buoys that proved critical for all of the competitors.
Yeah, look, Candace, got away to a good start and just is able to stay out of trouble there. And even her, she admitted she relaxed just a touch on the way in and poked the nose. And, you can't afford to do that in the final, not with the caliber of athletes. So there you go. She just took her and looks, you fall once, then you fall twice. And Fiona Wild comes past and there you go. Takes the win.
Yeah, big win for Fiona, as both semifinals were equally as competitive. And talk about just apexing a T-bone affair right there.
Yeah, it's going to be gnarly. This as we see Tareen Blake on the screen there, but yeah, it's going to be a crazy final. Women's and men's, they're both amazing athletes, and hey, may the strong survive.
Chuck, I know throughout the years you've enjoyed some great rivalries. It seems like there's rivalries both on the men's and women's side. What do you make of with Appleby? She seems like she's one of these competitors that really enjoys the push from the other competitors.
Yeah, Candace is. I mean, she's been a strong athlete throughout the whole sport, basically. I think no matter how much there's a little love and hate, whatever, we all love competition. And to have someone like Annabelle that is been strong, proven all the way through, I think it helps her a lot. If no one's pushing you, you're not going to do the best. So for her, after the long distance, they powered it out. She put her, exclamation point down that she's here to win this thing. So it's going to take a lot for someone to knock her off in this next heat.
Well, you can see the boards are lined up. We are minutes away for the women's final. Also be crowning an overall champ here in Doheny. When we come back, Bo Hodge will come in for the call, and we will get underway. Stay with us. You're watching the 2015 Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life.
When you put on a pair of Maui Jim sunglasses, the world begins to look different. Colors are more vivid. Contrast is clearer. Details are crisper. Wherever your vision leads you, beauty follows. With polarized lenses that eliminate glare and enhance color, Maui Jim sunglasses won't change the world. They'll change the way you see it. Color, clarity, detail. Maui Jim.
Pre-race music?
Oh boy.
I don't have any. I mean, I like music.
Maybe like the Arctic Monkeys, anything from those guys.
Little Meek Mill does wonders.
Where I'm from in Denmark, we like heavy metal.
I grew up in Mexico, so I like a lot of reggaeton.
Pumped up music, like it's going.
I don't have a favorite, like Eye of the Tiger, I don't know.
Let Me In, Group Love.
I've been listening to this guy named Lecrae. He's a Christian rapper.
No, I do no music.
Welcome back to the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, live from Doheny Beach here at Dana Point, California, as we are getting ready for our first of two finals. It will be the women's technical final up first, then we'll follow that with the men's technical final. And basically, guys, it's going to come down to, you know, the top five from the distance race this morning. Let me introduce Jamie Mitchell, former champion of this event, fellow former champion Chuck Patterson here, and bring my screen over here, and we're going to share this. Candace Appleby winning the distance race. Obviously, she's in the driver's seat. She wins the technical, she'll be the combination winner. Angela Jackson was second place, Shea Falding third, Annabelle Anderson in fourth, and Fiona Weil five. Basically, those five women are in contention. Whoever beats each other, there are some tiebreakers involved, but those five control this driver's seat.
Yeah, you know, Candace is definitely in the #1 spot, and you know, with her surf skills out here, it's really going to be hard to beat her. But as we've seen today, anything's possible. Angie Jackson, she's no stranger to in and out of the surf technical style races. Annabelle Anderson as well. So, you know, Fiona, Shea, I mean, the talent runs deep, and it's going to be one hell of a race.
Especially with the conditions ever changing, Chuck.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, we have that low tide, and we have seen, as we did in the semifinals, a couple solid big sets coming through, and these girls have a lot of work to do. I mean, we're looking at 3 laps, and you know, I look at it as these young girls actually have nothing to lose. I mean, they can go for broke and actually have a good chance in changing the outcome, you know, if any of the girls in front make a couple mistakes.
Seeing some of the prone boards there. The prones just finished up their race, and here's how the heat is seated. Fiona Wild, Candace Appleby, Taryn Black from Australia, Sylvian from Italy. We got Victoria Burgess. We got Talia Kadi from Hawaii, Penelope Strickland from New Zealand, Sertina Zur from United States, Lori Park from Hawaii, Annabelle Anderson from New Zealand. So Those are just some of the ladies. Shay Fowdy, the 16-year-old from Dana Point, Sophia Bartlow, Angela Jackson from Australia, Sony Honchech from Germany, the two-time Molokai winner, the recent Molokai winner, Lexi, Bailey, Jade, Tareen King from South Africa, very impressive earlier, and of course April rounding out our top 15 there.
It's funny, we've seen the South Africans, Taryn and then Justin Bing as well, both known as surfers. We've seen them in the ISA and they're into the final of the technical race, so good to see.
So race officials are resetting the course. The buoys on the outside. We have a couple of free surfers out in the zone. We're going to be needing to clear them. Cal State lifeguards. Cal State Park has been doing an excellent job. And there's our athletes there going into the focus. Pre-race routine, guys. Chuck, what would you do to get yourself all psyched up?
I mean, I think these women have had some time to kind of be in the shade and get in their zone, a ton of hydration, and I think for them right now, they're just looking at the conditions. They saw what the semifinals were like. I think just getting that clear head and just to get that good start, because that's what really sets the game. The minute you have a bad start, I think suddenly they're working against themselves and they have a lot of making up to do, which is almost impossible in this race. So for them, it's just to have a clear goal of getting that start, getting out as quick as possible, and make the least amount of mistakes throughout the whole race.
Did you have preheat superstitions, Jamie? Things you did, things you didn't do?
I was pretty relaxed. I wasn't a super headphones on, get in the zone. I just knew I'd done the work. So for me, I like to relax and just keep all my energy for the race. And then, basically, 5 to 10 seconds before the gun goes, I just switch the flip flip the switch, and it was just like go time. And that's when I just focus, because if you really try and get too focused and too zoned in, you can drain yourself mentally, and it takes the energy away from you. So that's the way I like to approach it.
Well, let's check out what our athletes are doing with their pre-rituals and their routines. Let's check this out.
Yeah, pre-race superstition.
I go to Taco Bell.
As long as I have 5 minutes to get in my zone, I'm good.
I always, before a race, I have to be able to cook myself breakfast. I have to be able to make my own oatmeal that I bring from home.
Nothing serious, nothing like wearing the same, underwear from last time, or, like letting your beard grow or shaving and the whole thing. I don't.
I like breathing very deeply before I race. Like just kind of taking a minute back and then envisioning what my race is going to be like.
If you train, you're going to do better. If you sleep well, you're going to do better. If you don't, then, you're not.
Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, and a lot of interesting perspective there from the different athletes. And I think, what Shay was saying there was, focusing in, kind of closing your eyes. You see Jason Day recently of Australia winning the PGA championship and going for, him and Jordan towards the end of the year. And you see Jason closes his eyes, he holds out his club, he's visioning where the ball goes. I'm sure athletes like yourself envisioning right before the race, okay, I'm going to get a good start, I'm going to get ahead, I'm going to turn this buoy. Are you walking yourselves through the course prior to the race?
Yeah, you definitely can. I've had dreams of, when I raced Molokai, I would have dreams of how the race would unfold and how I would, come across the finish line and stuff like that. So it's definitely good to visualize. It gives you, a good way of, getting a good start or doing something like that. So everyone's different. I'm sure Chuck has something different than me, and the next guy has something different. But really, it's just these guys right now are probably just trying to focus on one thing, and that's getting a good start.
Well, there's focus right there from Annabelle. She's getting in her zone, stretching, eyes closed, going through her rituals and her routine.
Yeah, Annabelle just, doing, a lot of people will just do the same stretching. They'll get in the same routine. You see a lot of the surfers, they do it on the WSL tour. They're on their balls. They've got the headphones on. They'll do the same ritual. You see Kelly go down. He gets in his little zone with a million people around him and gets his headspace for just a few minutes. So everyone's got their own little thing going on.
Chuck, who was your rival? Who was the guy you were bumping rails with in the early years?
So long ago, it was dinosaur style. No, you know what? I actually had a lot of great races. At the beginning with. Rob Rojas, there was Kyle. I mean, there were a lot of good guys. Jamie, I mean, these guys came on so strong. For me, it was, when I came out and did the racing out here, it was about getting that good start. But for me, I was a little bit bigger and not as quick. And so I banked on these guys making mistakes and me making least amount of mistakes. And actually, it worked out great because,
Let's check out what the athletes have to say about this.
Because Chuck never made mistakes.
Connor Baxter for sure. We have a good rivalry. We're good friends, but it's so fun when you can race against him.
I've never beaten Kai, and so that's really my goal right now.
I guess just for fun and history, Danny Ching.
But actually, I have a kind of a rivalry going right now with Mo Freitas. We're going neck and neck in the World Series, and I'd love to beat Mo again this weekend.
Well, of course, Annabelle. I'm sure she'd say the same about me. I mean, she's my greatest competitor, so of course you want to, you beat your biggest competition.
Candace and I have had an amazing rivalry, but honestly, any time that I finished out the front, I'm just so goddamn stoked to be there.
Well, it's all the usual suspects, right? They have their rivals. They know who their competitors are. And these women are setting their pace here, getting ready for their final here. And it's exciting times. Conditions, Chuck, this is perfect. This is what you wanted here.
Oh, we can't ask for anything better. I mean, I've said it the whole weekend. I mean, epic waves, low tide, endless people on the beach, beautiful weather. Pacific Paddle Games really, is shining big time this weekend.
Okay, we're less than 30 seconds away from the start. Just got word from our producer and from the race director that these ladies are put on their knees and ready for a horn start.
Yeah, look at Shay. She's just like jumping up and down, just like she's ready. Yeah, everyone's got that little different. Someone's at board still on the ground. Some are ready. Some's got the paddle in the other hand, and looks like they might wait for this set to roll through before they start. But the last thing you want to do is be caught up to the line and then have it sort of backed off again. You're just so ready to go. I remember that a couple of years ago. We bunny hopped halfway out to the buoy the first time, had to come all the way back. It was like a 20-minute turnaround. I really like the way they've got the starts going at this event at the PPG. It's super fair, and I love this run into the water's edge.
Yeah, they're not right on the shoreline on the start. They got them backed up there for a good sprint. And you said it time and time again, Jamie. About digging in the board too early. We got low tide conditions right now, Chuck. You could pull out a fin box here.
Yeah, the big thing is there is a little shore hole that you'll watch. Some of these girls will step in too early and kind of fumble, so hopefully they get deep enough to get their fin box, out in deeper water so they can get a clean glide out.
Women's technical final just about ready to start here at the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jamie Mitchell. Chuck Patterson. We're going to have Chris Parker down below getting some interviews along with Pat Parnell. Thank you for watching the webcast. It's great to be back online. Last few years of this event, we've missed the webcast. I know people around the world wanting to know, hungry people wanting to know how these races are done, and subracing.com has been doing great feed work. And Chris is not only commentating, but he's also on his computer. And another delay here is waiting for these sets to roll through. And I think the race director is doing the right thing here, Jamie, just making sure the timing's perfect.
Yeah, when you see, it looks like they've just lost the buoy. So anytime you see a competitor like Point put their hand up, they just want to make sure that it's fair for everyone. So the State Park lifeguards doing a great job. They'll go out and try and reset whatever issue they have. And
we got a big buoy that broke line on the last big set. It's not even on screen, but we can see it from the tower. They just hooked up the big blue buoy, and now they're going to be towing it back out. So they have to reset that. So we're not moments away from the start again. So, here we go. More nerves building up on these. There's the big buoy that broke off.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing. It's a good technique to putting these things down. It looks like the strap's broken if you actually see that. So they're gonna, they usually use a triangle style, three ropes, and looks like one of them's busted off. So hopefully they can get that re-hooked up, and we'll be away.
Yeah, these are these little frustrations that you don't think about when everything is going great. And right now we've got, epic conditions, but with those epic conditions, we get bigger swell than some of these moorings can handle. So, you know, we're going to have to just, you know, wait, and thankful that we have got a great day and still enough time to finish this off. And, you know, you feel for those girls. They're down there. You know, we've been there, you know, where we sit and wait, and, you know, you suddenly have to stop. So you kind of have to be smart and relax, you know, like you said, and be ready to hit it when they say go.
Well, we just got word 2 buoys, so that's the second buoy that got interrupted there, and throwing the anchor down, and they got to make sure it's set and it's not being pulled. And these sets here today, these waves today, are pulling these buoys off anchor.
Yeah, you know, it's I've had a little bit of experience setting buoys at the Quicksilver Pro a few times, and there's a really, it's, you know, waves are a lot powerful than what you think. You know, even these soft rolling waves here, you know, a little anchor isn't going to hold stuff like that, you know, so you really need to set these things down pretty heavily, and you know, there's definitely a technique to it, as we see the lifeguards in the water, right in there, trying to get that thing settled down. So, yeah, hopefully that thing holds, and the last thing we need is that thing to come undone halfway through the race.
So just before 3 o'clock, we were looking at getting this race underway at around 2:30, and we've been delayed just a little bit from the last prone race. And now the couple of buoys getting off anchor, and the lifeguards are resetting those. But just a beautiful day. I mean, yesterday hitting 99 degrees, today in the low 90s, but still a hot, sunny day. And for October, I mean, this is out of season, isn't it, Chuck?
Yeah, it is. You know what? But for some strange reason, we always have phenomenal conditions. And I think we're lucky today. We've got a little more wind out of the southwest, and I think that's helping cooling everything down, because yesterday, I mean, it was so hot that it really took a toll on a lot of the athletes.
So, Chuck, talk about the layout out here at Dana Point.
Well, you know what? Being this low tide, we have kind of, as you can see in the corner, you see the rocks, you know, starting to poke up. And as you get out, you've got a couple of rocks out there called the Boneyard, where if you start to move to the left of your screen, you'll see where the main buoys are set. They kind of are at a shallow section, which you can see straight out in front. Those waves, that's where we saw a lot of the set waves that come from the outside and peel all the way to the inside. And that's been one of those lucky things where you either catch one or you don't, and it makes a huge difference in your lap.
And it looks like they've changed. They've got that yellow triangle buoy on the inside, which, you know, again, changes sort of the way they're going to have to approach that, because it's a bigger buoy. You can't hit it as tight as you could, that small salmon buoy. So, again, just another little thing that the girls are going to have to, you know, understand when they're coming in there. So, you know, because think of the bigger buoy, it can hit your shoulder, it can hit your paddle, and you have to, you know, make room for that. So it's going to be really hard with 8 people on a wave. So just another thing thrown in the works, which is going to make it more exciting. So can't wait for this race to start.
Well, we saw yesterday Shea Fowley get hung up and almost having to take a full minute to untangle herself with her leash and with the line.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting ready for a start right now. The girls looks like they're squatting down, getting ready, getting quite tense there.
So the final instructions, we have been told 30 seconds away from the start. Buoys are set. Anticipation's running high here. Pacific Paddle Games, the women's technical final. 15 seconds away from the start. 3 laps and we are a go.
Great shot from that. Looks like Shea Fowley on the left of your screen got a great start.
It looks like
Candice on the far right looks like a great start. I see Annabelle there with the Lahui Kai right next to Terrene Black. Fiona Wild looks like the top 5 are just right there. They've all had great starts. But as we see in the foreground, waves coming. So this is going to test their surf skills.
Look at the technique here. Short strokes, getting through the surf zone here, bumping over. All these ladies negotiating these small waves, but some bigger waves approaching.
Yeah, it's you know, interesting to see, you know, how on top of it they have to be step back quickly and then go forward and then sprint paddle, and there's a little timing involved, you know, with the set waves, but it looks like
Shea Fowley out in front. She's just popped that wave amazingly, and if she can just squeak over these waves and these girls get clipped, that's going to be a huge advantage.
You know, they practice surfing a lot. you have to practice punching in through these waves a lot.
Hey, Shea Foudy, this is a local beach, right? She does this every single day, and now it's showing because she's in front. If she can get to this yellow buoy in front, turn that buoy and get a wave in front, well then, hey, it's game on.
Here we see Candace Appleby. There's Shea out in front on the pink board.
Yeah, Candace trying to hunt on the inside. She's going to try and get to Shea and get that inside run, which probably looks like she's going to do. It looks like Annabelle's in third place there, and she's trying to get onto the tail of Candace, and Tareen Black from Australia in fourth place. Tareen had a great start.
So there's the fans on the beach. Ladies approaching that half moon buoy. They'll be turning on that buoy, a left-hand turn, and coming back in the surf zone.
And this is where it's all going to come into play. We just sort of had a set, so you know, we do have a small little wave coming around, and Shea has held off Candace, and that's amazing. That's a great job by Shea Foudy. And the little swell here, is she going to be able to pick this up?
Yes.
Oh, Candace gets the inside, gets a little run on that, and Candace making the most of that. She's such a great paddler and making the most of every little bump. Annabelle hustling there in third place. She needs to stay in contact. You cannot let these girls get a wave in front. Looks like Fiona Wild's in fifth. Looks like Tareen Black is in fourth. So the top five from the distance race sort of look like they're right there in the technical start.
Here come the ladies.
Angie Jackson there on the right.
Yep.
Sorry, Bo.
That's all right.
Yeah, as the ocean starts to kind of lay flat a little bit, but as they come in more, these waves are going to start to build up again as they make their way to the inside buoy section.
Some potential right here.
Yeah. It
See Annabelle not able to catch that front wave. And there we go. Shea Foudy.
Annabelle's on. Candace is on. Shea Foudy and also Tareen Black. So basically the top four from the distance race bar, Fiona Wild, and looks like Angie Jackson just missing out. So Angie Jackson's going to get caught by this huge wave, and that's going to put her way back.
All four girls, there goes down Shea.
So I was saying the goofy footers have an advantage on this inside. Oh my God, here we go. Everyone's going down. Just
three are down, three surviving.
Yeah.
Four goes down, two surviving. One of our youngest competitors there competing.
As we see Annabelle, and looks like Tareen trying to battle out Candace, Shea.
And there goes Lexi. That's Lexi Alston turning on the inside buoy.
I mean, that's where, you know, it really shows, you know, the people at the back, if they stay up, they pretty much have made up so much ground over the whole pack.
This is really bad right here. The girls are punching back out into the other boards. So now they've got to dodge the girls falling off boards coming in. So this is just hectic right now. Looks like Annabelle has got the jump. Looks like Fiona Wild in second. And it looks like Candace has been hit, and she is struggling on the back left there. So Annabelle Anderson has got a huge jump, and it's just exactly what we thought. There's just a whole bunch of rubbing on that inside buoy.
Well, the variables are playing a factor here. Here we go, Annabelle Anderson from New Zealand, making her left-hand turn on the green buoy just about 5 minutes into this race. And guys, we're still on the first lap. They have to do this 3 times all the way around.
Yeah, this is going to be a long race, guys. So anything can happen, but you know, Annabelle in front, you got to think that she's put herself in the best position. Fiona Wild in second, Tareen Black from Australia in third, Candace Appleby in fourth, and looks like Shea's bumped down to 6th place.
So here we go, chance to regain position with waves coming in towards the hammer buoy.
And this is how easy it is just to make or lose ground. Like Annabelle is probably going to paddle without a wave, and now there's a little wave coming back here. So just that little difference of not getting one to getting one can close the gap by half.
So here we go, our leader, our Kiwi surfer, Lahuikai board.
But you know, Annabelle is probably quite happy she gets around that buoy without any sort of destruction. So
just in time for that little set wave to come through, and Fiona Wild making a nice quick turn.
Bad timing for Terrain Black, unfortunately. That's horrible timing. Candace does well to stay up. Terrain, you know, like look at that. Terrain falls off.
And there's 13-year-old Lexi Austin.
And she nearly has time to get back on the board, and she's lost no ground, purely because she had the inside. The big winner of that whole debacle was Shay Fowdy. She just made up a lot of ground on that 3rd, 4th, and 5th place.
And how about 13-year-old Lexi Austin right there, up against rail-to-rail with Candace Appleby?
Yeah, it looks like she's riding a really surf-orientated board there. It nearly looks like a big wave gun chuck, that one. And
yeah.
Really good for the surf.
Yeah, she's doing actually great. I mean, you know, just to be right in there. I mean, we had a big shuffle with that set, so I think we're going to see that a couple times during this race.
Oh, look at that. That's just horrible timing to be there right now. Yeah, it's just, you really want to either be on the wave or you want to just totally back off from it. It's, as we see, Annabelle Anderson just doing a great job out in front.
Annabelle using that choke down stroke, winner of the Molokai 14-foot division this year.
Yeah, we've got some more sets coming. You know, these girls are definitely have their work, you know, cut out for them on the inside here as they're making their way out. And Annabelle just seems to be gapping it more and more to that next buoy.
Yeah, you know, you got to wonder how much that took out of Candace this morning, leading the whole way. And then just getting hit there. It's like a video game, you know, you start with 100% and then you get hit once and you're back down to 80, down to 60, down to 40. There's only so many times you can get hit by waves and have to start again until your energy is just exhausted.
Taking care of this opportunity is Annabelle Anderson now with a good lead. Now she's going to traverse up north and complete this first lap and start her second lap.
And there you can see she's got her choke stroke going and breathing, you know, and look at the gap right there. I mean, she's looking very strong right now.
So right now, if you know, looking at scenarios, you know, Annabelle's in 1st, I think Candace is in 4th, and Fiona's in 2nd. So it's going to be so close to that for that overall point score.
Well, Annabelle was 4th in the distance. Candace was 1st. So right now they're tied.
And then Annabelle would win on the countback because they're taking the result from the technical over the distance race. So basically Annabelle has to beat Candace by 3 spots.
Chris Parker just informed us from subracer.com some more information. Hey, Lexi Austin, 7th place in the distance. So, you know, and she's in this lead group right now.
Yeah,
second pack.
Lexi's doing amazing. She's been the sleeper of the group, and there she is, right on Terrain's tail there, and looking really strong. So, you know, big props to her. She's doing an having an amazing day today.
So there's that second group making the turn, going across this blue.
Is that counting? That's Candace in 3rd, right?
Yeah.
So if it would stay like this, Candace would win. But we're a long way away from that. So as we see Annabelle trying to get this little swell that looks like it's glistening up on the screen there. She's just opened up the stroke. She's going to try and push over this. And if she can get that, no, I think she's going to get knocked off that. So
definitely see a little set. I mean, it doesn't look huge, but from here, you know, you can make the most of it. And Annabelle definitely needs to get in here if she can keep that gap.
We've seen sets breaking on that blue buoy. So, you know, if a set was to break now, the girls back in 6th and 7th are going to be straight back to 1st. So it's just going to be back and forth for the next 3
15
laps.
minutes ago, there was a set that broke the strap off that blue buoy.
Yeah. Annabelle's going to get this nice little wave, and you know what? She's so happy right now because this little one's not going to cause too much trouble at this buoy, and then the girls behind aren't going to catch really anything much bigger, so the gap's going to stay the same. And smart move, she's taking a wide berth. She wants to stay away from the rope, and she's just going to, yep, there we go. Low tide, paddle's probably nearly hitting the bottom of the ocean there, hitting the rocks.
Good backhand turn with the goofy footer on that yellow buoy. Here we go, Candace Appleby to your right, stroking in. And she sees her competitor out in front. And she knows she's got to catch her here, and she catches a bump.
Yeah, her and Fiona just going for it, but Candace just running the best out of that little bump, and puts herself in the 2nd place. So they're all just taking this this turn very wide, very smart.
Appleby on the turn, 2nd. Fiona Wild from Hood River, the 18-year-old, now in 3rd place.
And you can see a set on the outside behind the group right there. Now this girl could catch up to make a little ground right here as you see Tureen come into this final turn at the bottom here.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6 on the buoy now. That's 7th place on the wave on the outside. There's Tureen Black from Australia, 4th. There's Shea Fowdy, 16-year-old from Dana Point. She's in 5th. And Lexi, also the 13-year-old, now in 6th.
Yeah, great job by Lexi. That's impressive. And look at these sets. Oh, look at out the back. Wow, you can't make those mistakes. Those girls getting a wave there would have caught up so much ground. But in saying that, now the other girls are going to have to contend with potentially these waves heading back out to sea.
As you see, they're sprinting back out. They want to get on the open face, not the white water, and punch through. And look at that outside set, Chuck.
Yeah, you know what? It's really starting to turn on now. As you can see, a couple boards. It looks like someone kind of fell down, is riding the whitewater wash.
Prone. They're in the prone position.
Make it happen, whatever you can.
Yeah,
as long as you don't take those 5 strokes.
Yeah, it's gosh, you know, great to see. And as you can see, Annabelle has rounded the top, and she could catch this wave and make up even more ground.
Wow.
She gets it easy.
That's massive. Now, if the other girls can't get anything like that, she just opens up a huge lead. And like I said, with T2 in the first, that's first semi, when you put yourself in front, but Candace, look at that, she's going to get one. So the gap's not going to change too much, but when you put yourself in front, good things happen. The waves seem to break your way. The luck seems to go your way. You get the lucky breaks. And, you know, Annabelle has put herself in this position, and, you know, good on her. So, great bit of surfing there by Annabelle. That was great. So congratulations.
Not known for her surfing skills. We saw her earlier take some falls, especially in that distance race coming in. Surviving here, jumping off. But she's got to play a little bit of conservative card here, too.
Well, just even these little mistakes here, you know, she just fell a little bit. Candace is going to come in here. Now, if she has trouble getting around this can, and Candace can get around clean, oh, wow, see, here we go. Now, Candace is just going to make up a huge amount of ground right now. So Annabelle's panicking a little bit. She just needs to take a few big breaths. And here comes Candace.
Wow.
Look at that. Unbelievable. So
the surfing skill of Candace played huge factors on this transition.
So, boys, we have a race.
Yeah, you know, this is great. So now Annabelle really needs to stay on it. Hopefully, and it looks like in the back we've got more waves coming. So, yeah, this is a solid battle.
So not only riding the surf, but punching in through the surf. And there goes Annabelle down again. Candace has a chance to pass her on this next set.
Yeah, so we're neck and neck now, guys. Looks like Candace is squaring her up. And they're both going to punch these waves. Annabelle's just sort of lost a little bit of mojo right now. She's just, you know, realized that now her arch enemy is right next to her. And hey, we wouldn't want it any other way. We want to see these two girls go toe-to-toe. That's what it's all about.
Now remember, Candace won the distance race. Annabelle Anderson was 4th place, so right now going for the combo, Candace is in the lead.
Not to mention that Candace can win $11,000 if she wins this race. So
yes.
That's not a bad little incentive.
Oh, that's the motivation there.
Oh, look at this. Here we go.
Wow, here we go.
Wow, Annabelle.
Ooh,
wow.
Oh. Annabelle, you got to hand it to her. I mean, you know, Candace had her kind of board a little tilted to the left and kind of took her out, but she's back on her feet again.
Tiny little mistake by Candace there, just not squaring it up properly, and Annabelle just had the softer part of the wave that was allowed her to get over. So, wow, what a race. This is awesome.
Here's Lexi Austin coming in. She was currently in 6th place. On the second outside buoy, Shea Fowdy fell down. So Lexi has taken over the place of Shea Fowdy.
Yeah, as we stick with the leaders here, again, look at this. Wave coming. Annabelle, can she get around? Can Candace get around and get this wave? I'm pretty sure that Annabelle will get this. Is she going to block? Can she block? Oh, wow, no, I think they're both going to get on this. So Annabelle needs to hustle, but Annabelle needs to hustle. Here we go, both on.
This is pretty unreal. This really starts to,
wow. As a spectator, as a commentator, you want to see 1 and 2. You want to see Djokovic versus Nadal. You want to see Jason Day versus Jordan Spieth. You know, this is what you want to see. Oh, wow, I think huge mistake by Annabelle. Wow.
And we're seeing a little bit of tactics that Travis Grant was doing, getting off in the back of the wave, anticipating the buoy turn, and there, Annabelle trying to surf her way to the buoy.
Well, and just look at this. There's not that much. If Annabelle can get around now and not get caught sideways by this wave, oh, this is gonna get around. Oh, good job.
Good girl. Nice.
Good
Yeah,
job.
but she's not square yet for the next one.
Now Candace is gonna get hit.
But she's in position to punch. Here we go. Can Annabelle punch? Yes.
That Annabelle somehow come out of that pretty good, because that looked really bad. But you know, it just goes to show that you sort of need to have a plan coming into those sections like that. And Annabelle just went for it, but didn't pay off.
And you could see, you know, Candace did a quick look back to kind of gauge where she is, and now she's kind of putting the hammer down and really starting to run with it.
Well, yesterday in the qualifying heat, in the semifinals, we saw Candace with a huge lead kind of mess up on some basic surfing techniques. She was talking about having her paddle on her heel side, where no, I'm supposed to have it on my toe side. I teach my students that, and I didn't execute what I teach, and I fell back and lost to Fiona.
Yeah, I think there's a time where, you know, you get a little overexcited, you just want to catch that wave and go, and but she did say she learned a vital, you know, lesson there, and she's not going to do it again. So, you know, we'll see how it works here.
Yeah, Candace looking really strong as we see her profile on screen. 30 years of age. She's a local here, San Clemente, close enough, and riding a Dave Boney-shaped infinity board, riding with a quick blade paddle, and there's an Instagram feed right there.
5-time champion, whether it's distance or the elite and the technical, represented the USA for the first time, won 2 medals, gold in the distance and in the technical down in Sausalito, Mexico at the ISA World Championships. Very good in the beach, very good in the river. She's an all-around athlete.
Yeah, you know, Candace can do it all. She's proven it. She does it time and time again, and here she is again, just battling it out with her arch enemy, and it's great to see. You know, it's, you know, you need Candace needs Annabelle, and Annabelle needs Candace. It's what makes you a better athlete. It's what brings the best out in you. Win, lose, or draw, you know, you get the best out of each other, and that's what it's all about, is becoming a better athlete and a better competitor. So. These two, at the end of the day, sort of like Kai and Connor, Travis and Danny. You know, when you sit down at the end of your career and sit down and go, you know what, I really appreciate having you there doing that. And, you know,
because it only pushed her to make her better,
yeah,
vice versa.
You know, like, you know, you look at Kai and Connor's incident last year, you know, they'll be able to sit down in a few years and have a laugh about that, but it's the fierce rivalry, you know, like, and that's what sports are all about.
Well, we're in leg number 2, you know, going back to Sausalito, Mexico, Jamie. Candace was battling Lena Gaitis from Canada. Lena's not here. She's 6 months pregnant, and paying attention to that. So you know Lena's watching right now.
Hi, Lena.
And she would be in this race if she wasn't carrying child.
Yeah, she would, and she's one of the top 5 paddlers in the world for sure. So, you know, Lena it would have been interesting for her. She's not the greatest in the surf either, but you know, getting better every day.
Here's a breakdown on Annabelle, the Kiwi surfer, paddling for the Hui Kai boards and the SUP ATX, and there's her Instagram handle, and she's had a great year. She was first place in the Molokai 14-foot division, New Zealand national champion. She's won in France, Carolina Cup 3 consecutive times, Santa Monica locally here in the Race on the Lake, also, you know, ranked number 1 in the world along with Candace Appleby. They're both ranked number 1, depending on which index you look at. And look at Candace looking back.
Here we go.
Timing that set. She goes, you know what, I'm going to serve here because I want this wave.
This is pretty rad to see them both wait.
Well, this could be really dangerous for Candace at some stage here if the wave actually breaks on her. But Annabelle's definitely waited to try and get that nice part of the wave. But it looks like it's going to be pretty soft. So, but Annabelle want to hustle to get over this.
She doesn't have it yet. Both of them still fighting. Candace a little bit more on it right now.
Look at that.
Wow, side by side.
And both, you know,
Not giving
one
an
on the
inch.
right side, one on the left side. I mean, look at this.
You got regular foot, you got goofy foot, you got different styles here, different tactics. Here they come. They're swinging it left. Our viewers right.
This is going to be critical on the turn. I mean, Candace has got a toe side turn. Annabelle's got a heel side turn.
I would back off. If I was Annabelle, I sort of would have backed off that wave a bit. There we go. Good job, girls. Good job.
Yeah.
Well done.
Little backwash there, throwing Candace back.
Yeah.
Annabelle with a smooth transition.
Yeah, it's what we want to see. We don't want to see one girl get hit too much. We want them to race this out, you know, and good job by both of those ladies. Showed a lot of skill there. Working together, I think, there. They didn't try and take each other out. They didn't come in too hot.
Yeah.
They just gave themselves room, and now they're both out clean. So
Fiona Wild on the outside on the starboard.
yeah, Fiona's got a beautiful little wave here, and he looks like she's got locked down on third place at the moment.
Yeah, as you can see, the rest of the pack pretty spread out. I don't know if that's Tureen Black, which is, I think, coming around the top blue buoy there. But, yeah, you know, these girls are really, you know, doing their best. And it's cool to see the little respect right there to kind of, I know the heat of the battle, but, you know, they've made a real smart play there by not bumping each other because one of them could have went down.
Oh, totally.
And how important some of these boards have handles in the back there, Jamie?
Yeah, you know, like, you know, I know my boards, I like to have handles on everywhere, you know, so, you know, as we see, Candice has actually put another little nice gap on Annabelle, so it looks like Candice's paddle speed is a little bit faster than Annabelle's right now.
Well, 22 minutes counting. We're in the transition between laps 2 and 3, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, this is their final ascent and going out and in and then back around. Next time they come back into the shore after this series, you know, this will be their final lap. So we can see some of the other ladies paddling through. Here we go back to our leaders on the Half Moon Crescent buoy.
Again, so important here, and this is where, like, these girls have no control. It's Mother Nature. You know, Candice, again, in front. Now, she's not going to get a first wave by herself. Now, I do see another little swell coming here. Now, does Annabelle get this, and does it go back to square one again? So, or does Annabelle just miss it, and Candice able to get it? So, you know, Annabelle needs to hustle right now. She can't be looking. These waves are starting to fatten up again. The tide's coming in, I think, Chuck, right? So
Yeah. I mean, and you're looking at, I mean, they're both looking, so Annabelle really needs to not let this one go by her. Otherwise, that gap's going to really widen, and she just misses off the back as Candice gets this.
She just she took too much time looking back then. She needed to hustle onto that wave.
Her angle was wrong because she was on the back tail, and it looked like Candice almost kind of blocked her. Candice didn't even know that.
No, Candice holds the ground. She's in front. She can do whatever she wants. It's up to Annabelle to go around her. And you know, Annabelle's mistake there was just not giving it 110% there to get onto that wave. And that could be
the race right here.
That could be the most defining moment of this race.
So 23:30 counting down, and a little bit of reprieve here for Candice Appleby. Smaller turn. Their nice transition using that paddle. How important is that paddle on the turn, Chuck?
Yeah, you know, she was really smart there. I mean, she knows, you know, she's comfortable right now. She put the paddle blade in, and a nice, simple transition. Didn't have to fight the waves, and now she's right back out. As you see, Annabelle took a little fall there, so she's making a couple mistakes that are working against her.
Yeah, Annabelle's just not in tune like Candice is, and that's I think the surfing prowess of Candice is really showing right now. Annabelle's made a few mistakes, and it's purely just on surfing that racing board, you know. So, yeah, Annabelle will have to go back and work on that, you know. And as we say that, Candice is going to fall too. Just, you know, she can't. No, everyone would have fallen off on that wave right there. It's not just her. So, but you can see the urgency in Candice. She's looking back, and she just wants to get through this this next wave section.
And look at the handles. One in the middle, one on the left rail on the front. So position there for, you know, times of emergency.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's times where you know you're in the wrong spot with a wave, and sometimes it's great you fall off and you just put your hand down. You can at least keep your board next to you instead of have to reel it in from the leash. So,
and if the lead, and you got to count on these handles. You know, we're pointing them out because your leash could break on a wave, and boom, your board's gone, and you got to swim for it.
Yeah, you don't want to be relying on your leash, right? So it's you know, board control is imperative, and it looks like Candice is going to punch through this one, and
Annabelle's going to have the whitewater
Annabelle's
section.
got this. It looks like Tureen Black on a nice one. Annabelle's going to get
right in the critical
crunched.
section.
Oh, good job.
Wow.
She still fell, but so little things like that are just, you know, she's got to try and make, you know, Candice, look, she's going to get a bomb right now. So I hate to say it, but I think the writing's on the wall. I think Candice is going to run away with it right now.
Yeah, Candice, only way It's going to change if Candace makes a huge mistake, which could happen, but look at this set right here. I mean, Candace is pretty much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, she pulls under that wave right now, and you know, Annabelle needs to see that she needs to get this next one. Otherwise, it's absolutely no chance of her catching up.
She's got to be important here to surf this smart, and she does. A little bit off balance, a little bit out of control. Fatigue setting a factor, legs getting like jello now.
Oh, legs are so sore for these girls. Are you kidding me? They've done 6 miles. They raced yesterday. You know, and you know, right now for Annabelle, if she'd done everything right, now Candace is probably going to get hit again here and fall off. So, you know, like Annabelle does get on the wave and she's going to close the gap, but Annabelle needs to stay on it. She needs to do this turn here absolutely perfect, but it looks like she's going to fall again. And yeah, you know, you just can't afford to be making those mistakes in this race. You know, it looks like Annabelle's done that nearly every wave in, like she's fallen on every wave. So you just can't do that, you know, when you're trying to race the caliber of, you know, of Candace. So Annabelle's actually facing back out to sea now, and yeah, just unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell that took a lot out of her, and you know, she just needs to snap back in it because she still has people behind her that can, you know, come upon her if they catch the set. And
yeah, look, they're just super tired right now. Yeah. She's fallen again. Now she's on the inside of the can, so she's having a rough time of it. But you know what? These girls have done an amazing job. It's been such a hard 2 days, and again, now she's going to get stuck here, and she's probably going to get cleaned up again. So just really, really hard going for the girls right now. Good job, and yeah, she's got to now look out for 3rd place coming down on her.
27.5 minutes into the women's final. You're watching the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life. I'm Bo Hodge, along with world champion Jamie Mitchell and former champion of this event, Chuck Patterson. Chuck, this is an exciting race. I mean, the fatigue on these girls is showing right now, but still, they're performing at their best ability.
Yeah, you know what? Candace is, you know, she's feeling good. She's really on top of her game right now. She has to feel a little bit at ease, you know, with her gap she's made. You know, Annabelle is definitely hurting, and she has a lot of ground to make up. And for her, you can tell, I think she's, you know, exhausted.
See some of the course marshals there in the orange jerseys, making sure turns are done correctly, buoys aren't running away. That's why you see some of these lone paddlers out there in the orange hats and the orange jerseys. That's what that guy's doing right there, monitoring the buoy turn coming up.
Candace has spotted some action out to sea. She's hustling. She's going to try and get around this turn and get another wave here. Wow. So, yeah, she sees the finish line, and look at this.
Oh, this is a huge set.
So she's crossing over right now. Candace Appleby from San Clemente, California, the 30-year-old looking for this wave on the outside. A big bomb set.
Oh, no, don't tell me.
Did the buoy break off?
It looks like it's drifted in a little bit, and we have one more set wave. Oh, gosh.
The blue buoy has moved on the outside.
You know what? It looks like it's broken. It's going all the way
again.
in.
Unbelievable.
Well, you know, it's hard to, with these set waves coming in, I mean, it's still solid size, and
yeah.
Wow. So the lifeguards, Cal State lifeguards, are on top of the blue buoy.
Well, the one thing is that they have the red salmon buoys, and I see Candace sees that, and that's what anchored. I think it was just the lines that snapped. So it looks like she sees that. The buoys haven't, or at least that mark hasn't changed. It was just that buoy moved, and Candace sees that and is making the proper turn.
Yeah.
So not much really lost.
Looks like that board is broken from that other rider going back out. Looks like the bottom of her nose had peeled off.
Yeah.
As Candace goes around her.
Oh, she's right on the boil here too.
Yeah.
Oh, she's not going to go.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Smart.
Yeah, well,
to a point. She was right on that edge where it starts to get a little deep, where she could have kind of run it out to the shoulder and brought back. But you know what? She still has a lot of ground in front. Now she's making a smart move going into the pit a little bit more. And
she thought about what she did yesterday.
Yeah, you're right.
But now she's got a broken wave she has to deal with, but she'll be able to handle that no problem.
Yeah.
And here she is, Candace Appleby, comfortably in the lead. 30 minutes, 23 seconds into this women's final.
What I like about Candace then too, she didn't panic. The blue buoy went. She knew that she could just go around the little salmon buoy that was there, and that just shows that someone that's really in tune and in focus with what's going on in the race.
Yeah, you know, that definitely makes it, and that was, you know, a great, you know, plan with the, you know, lifeguards to have that set there, and that was for that reason. So, you know, nothing has changed. Candace is coming in, you know, nice and easy. I am sure she is super happy as she catches this whitewater wave.
So, Jamie, does she just decompress here, just trying to focus in on her breathing, not hyperventilate on a type like this? She's coming to the finish line.
Candace has basically just won herself $11,000, so I'm going over to her place tonight.
Yeah, she is so relieved right now, relaxed, a lot of hard work.
How happy is her dad, Bob, huh?
Oh, he's probably getting 10%, so he's stoked. I'm getting 10% for saying nice stuff about her on the webcast. You kidding me?
Oh, she is so stoked.
Oh, don't fall down.
Girl.
Wow.
Well, 2 gold medals in Sayulita, a win recently at Huntington Beach, and ladies and gentlemen, the distance winner, and now the technical winner from San Clemente, Candace Appleby takes the double-double. She is your combo winner of the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life.
Yeah, that's a great effort by Candace, well deserved. You know, she was by far the strongest paddler. She showed it in that distance race where she just went out and just led the whole way. So, you know, no more deserved winner than Candace Appleby. Congratulations.
Yeah, that was a really well-fought fight, and she made the least amount of mistakes and made the most of the surf, and she is our truly crowned champion.
She's over the moon right now. That distance race was grueling. She led from the get-go. She negotiated the end. Everyone wants a picture, put on their Instagram and their Facebook page.
We see Annabelle coming out in the background right here.
Oh, wow, it looks like Fiona Wild in third, and then maybe Terrain on a good way for fourth. So they will really close the gap on the whole field. That was a really close race.
So here we go, second place, Annabelle Anderson. Feeling Wild in third place.
Yeah, you got to hand it to Annabelle. I mean, you know what? Those first 2 laps, they were neck and neck, and really made this race exciting. And she had a couple unfortunate mistakes that you know, held her back. But I think, like you said, Jamie, she's going to go back and you know, do a little more training in the surf, which will definitely help her.
Yeah, you know, her paddling is up to par. There's no doubt about it. You know, it's just the little mistakes, and you know, she just needs to, you know, work on those little things. And
here we go, the 18-year-old Fiona Wild coming in third place, and look at this, Annabelle and Candace greeting all the finishers on the finish line.
Yeah, great effort for Brianna, and also Terrain Black in fourth place from Australia. Good to see Terrain up there, former Molokai champ. So good job, Terrain. She'll be really happy with that, especially in this type of surf.
Yeah, she did a great job out there. It's, we still see the rest of the ladies field pretty far out.
So Terrain takes fourth, Fiona takes third, Annabelle takes second, and our champion Candace Appleby. And look, more hugs again from her greatest rival in 2015.
Yeah, something about getting beaten by your greatest rival on the biggest stage that sort of makes you scared for the next year, because you usually go back and train harder than you've ever trained before and come back stronger. So next year should be an exciting year for these girls.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely looks like these two have definitely found some sort of common ground to how to deal with each other, because you know, a few years ago, these girls didn't like each other at all. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They hated each other, you know. But they found a way to respect each other and you know, respect their talents and just leave it on the water. So props to them for being able to do that. And you know, our sport needs that, you know, on the women's side.
Yeah, and they're both, you know, they're mentors to so many girls out there right now, and you know, it's great to see. I mean, they both have a phenomenal, you know, training regiment, and you can see right here as you know, they put it down all year. So.
You don't want the downbeat shot? I've got Salt Life in the back.
See the fans on the beach. There's some of our other racers coming in. We're looking at possibly Shea Fowdy here, fifth place.
And we'll start looking towards the men's final coming up here in
And yeah, we got the men on deck. You know, the men have been taking notes here.
Yeah, they've been watching for sure. You know, they basically, you know, I know I keep saying it, but you just got to get to that first can in a good spot, that first left-hand buoy to get the first chance of the wave. And you know, if you can do that, then you know your chances of getting in that top few is elevates so much more.
Wow, I don't know if this is sunny or...
Okay, we're going to go down to the beach. We got Pat Parnell with our champion, Candace Appleby. Take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. No surprise. Guess who's all smiles here? A twofer. You know, distance, the Tech Pro. You know, it's interesting. When we were talking earlier, we talked about rivalries getting resurgent this season. How much does this win mean against all the wins that you've had this season?
It's just been an amazing year. God is so good to me, and I just want to glorify Him as much as I possibly can. And man, today He blessed me, and all the girls are getting so good. The sport is being elevated to just the next level every single year, and I'm just so grateful to be a part of it and still be in the mix. And yeah, it was fun.
You mentioned the girls, obviously a deep fill of talent on the women's side, but one rivalry stands out, and it seems like that rivalry has really turned into an amount of reverence and respect. Talk about between you and the Kiwi. It's interesting. It was a very, very tight battle.
Yeah, Annabelle and I, you know, we used to have this big heated rivalry. Like when we'd walk past each other, flames would like come out of our eyes and stuff. But we made amends last year, and we definitely have a mutual respect for each other. And you know, today before the distance race, we were chatting of how we could possibly work together. And when I finished the race, I gave her a hug, and I'm like, man, that conversation that we had and working together during the race meant more to me than any win. So it's really cool to see how far her and I have come as competitors and as female athletes. And I'm just so grateful that the younger girls have older girls to look up to, and that her and I got our stuff figured out, and we can be friends and be happy for each other.
Those that were listening to the broadcast, Jamie Mitchell was going in detail. There was one turn in general where it seemed like you worked together. Was that based on the conversation?
In the tech race? Yeah. Well, we had a conversation before the distance, just you know, of a plan a little bit. But when we were riding that wave together, and I was like, angle. She's like, I got it. So we were, you know, we don't want to hose each other. We want to have a good race, you know, and we did. It was exciting, and so yeah.
You had some kind words of encouragement again for the up and coming riders out there, and Fiona, we were talking about her earlier. Obviously, showing her presence really it bodes well for the future for the women's side of the sport.
Yeah, I mean, all the kids are so talented. Young Shea Foudy, Jade Housen. There's so many young kids even in Southern California and all over the world. And you know, my biggest advice when it comes to paddling is that the most important thing about paddling is that paddling is not the most important thing. And go to school, respect your parents, work hard, and love the Lord.
Well, speaking of parents, I'm sure Team Appleby is going to be celebrating long into the night here in San Clemente and Dana Point. So congrats on the win overall as well. We send it back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Pat. Congratulations, Candace Appleby, the distance winner, the technical winner, the overall winner at the Pacific Paddle Games. And there's Team Appleby greeting Candace back on the beach. Let's update you with the other results. I can tell you Annabelle Anderson in second, Fiona Wild third, Tareen Black fourth, Sonny Honchet in fifth, Shea Foudy sixth, Lexi Alston in seventh place, the 13-year-old, only 5.5 minutes behind the champion of Candace Appleby. There's your future.
Future is there, and we've seen a lot of young girls that have stepped up this weekend, and you know, and it's been a hard race as we see Angela Jackson second in the distance race now coming in. So it's going to be interesting to see the in April as well. So just tough racing. Oh, still racing up. That's brutal. Who designed that coming up the hill there? It's like the worst thing. It's like the 4th of July race. The hardest thing's running up the hill there at Waimea. It's just hectic.
Well, you had to carry your whole family.
I know, I did. I had the whole family on my back, so.
Well, there was April outrunning Angela there, so April will take 8th place. Angela will take 9th place. More camaraderie there at the finish line. There's Sony getting some water, getting some hydration.
Yeah, it's you see all these young girls. You do see them all, hanging around, looking at their heroes, and great role models. So Sonny, Ange, Tareen.
I wish I could have undone your leash.
Yeah, there's some hearts broken right now, but everyone's done a great job, and it's been a long weekend. Saturday, the distance this morning, the semis yesterday. So these girls have earned their rest, and they've done a great job.
We're going to show you the results here of the women's technical final. And how exciting was this? Battling back and forth. Candace in the lead, Annabelle in the lead. Candace retakes the lead. She holds the lead. She almost lost it again, and then she just broke away with some of the serve, losing the one-turn buoy on the outside. But she prevails at 31.53.3. Annabelle Anderson in second place. Third place going to Fiona Wild. Fourth place, Tareen Black. And fifth place going to Sony Hoshed from it. And here's the heat recap. Started with the start of the race here.
Yeah, Shay Fowdy gets the best of the starts there. Just a really nice start. But Candace, using her experience, gets around on the inside and really makes a push for the front. And just, she really, she found herself behind Annabelle for a little while there. But Annabelle just sort of made a few too many little mistakes, and Annabelle was able to capitalize, and Candace just really, once she got in front at that second time, she really just dominated the whole.
And Chuck, the transitions here, going around the buoys, poking through the surf was major in this race.
Yeah, that really played a big role for Annabelle especially, and Candace kind of dominated on that. As you can see right here, a couple mistimed waves, and Candace and them still battling all the way to the finish, as Candace really started to kind of catch these waves, and there made the difference right there as Annabelle missed out and the gap just got bigger.
Yeah, we can tell you that Candace Appleby, overall winner with 2,000 points, 1,000 each from the distance and from the technical. Annabelle Anderson will take second place in the overall. Fiona Wild third, Shay Fowdy fourth, Angela Jackson in fifth, Tareen Black sixth, Lexi Austin, the 13-year-old, seventh, Sony Hoshed eighth, and April Ziegler will take ninth. And what a performance by the women, and we're not done yet. We're going to have more exciting action. We're going to take a short break right now. You're watching the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, live from Doheny Beach here in Dana Point, California. Stay tuned.
Oh, I love both. I'm always torn between the two.
I like the tech race. It's fun, it's exciting, but I'm good at the distance, so I'm going to say distance.
I love a technical race. The more technical, the more elements, the better for me. I've been honing my skills in distance as well, so whatever it is on the water I'm happy with, but if I had to choose, I'd say a technical race.
Tech, definitely. It's more exciting, it's more fun, it's quicker.
Tech race, because there's waves, and I like waves.
Both. Personally, I like tech race or sprint racing more. Like, it's way more dynamic, and I feel myself, I'm more of a sprinter than a long distance paddler. But I guess we're going to be tested in everything this weekend, so you got to do both.
Welcome back to the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, live from Doheny Beach here at Dana Point, California. Beautiful day of racing, and it's all come down to our final race coming up next. will be the men's technical race, another 3-lap race, and we've got so many variables to talk about. Let's bring on Chris Parker from supracer.com, along with former champion of this event, world champion Jamie Mitchell. And Chris, you've been crunching the numbers. So many possibilities. There's Kelly Margetts. He's still in it. He had to save himself through the repo, and he did quite well in the semis, too.
Yeah, thanks, Bo. It's an absolutely stacked final we're about to witness. However, given the results of the distance race earlier today and the way the points work, I think there's probably only 4 guys in contention for the overall title. Connor Baxter, who won the distance race, Danny Ching, who was runner-up, Casper Steinfar, 3rd in the distance, and Travis Grant, who was 5th. Jake Jensen was 4th in the distance race, but didn't even qualify for the final, so he's out of contention. But right now, Connor's sitting in the box seat on 1,000 points, Danny on 900 points, Casper 825, Travis 700 points.
And Jake Jensen did not make this, so he's out, right?
Jake is out of contention for the overall title. He'll have to get lucky to even be top 10 right now. So, yeah, he's out. Kai Lenny had 17th place finish in the distance race. He can't win the overall title. But, yeah, it's going to be a hotly contested final.
And let's talk about the others in this final. I mean, you know, this race is their gold medal, you know?
Yeah, this is pretty stacked right here. I mean, Jamie, you know these guys as well as I do. Every one of these guys could win most races around the world.
T2, got Paul Jackson, Noah Janela from the North Shore of Oahu. How about the 16-year-old Noah Harper has made the final here. Brendan Rose had a great day. Giorgio Gomez, very impressive today.
Yeah, Giorgio, one of the real up-and-coming guys. He's crossed over from the surfing world. You see Travis Grant, I mean, he can do anything. Vinnie Martins is an amazing talent from Brazil. Ryan Helm is a star in the surf. Justin Bing surprised everyone in the semis. And Casper Steinfar, I mean, he's got to be one of the hot favourites for the overall title now.
Yeah, I'm liking Casper. Michael Booth showed plenty of power in that long-distance race. You know, Zane Schweitzer, look, you know, he can, every now and then he has a breakout performance, you know, so who knows what he could do as well. Chucky Glenn as well, I mean, it's just non-stop.
Yeah, Chuck did really good. Bullet Obra, he's been the surprise from Hawaii. And Jamie, how about these guys led off by Lincoln Dews?
Yeah, Lincoln Dews, you know, he can do anything as well. Kelly Margetts, again, you know, all these guys can have an amazing race. Thomas King, South Africa, Danny Ching, well, you don't need to say anything about Danny. Felipe from Mexico, Cody Kerbox and Kai Lenny, the teammates from Nash and Maui, Josh Riccio and Mo Freitas that was right up the front of that other heat, and Arthur Rootkin, who Chris Parker had in his top 10, and a bit of a dark horse from France as well. So,
oh yeah, young Arthur's really come on strong this year, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the top 5 of this final.
Guys, what is going to be the key to this race? We saw in the women's race some fatigue was setting in the factor. The guys had to do one more extra race than the women. So this is going to be a 3-lap race. This is going to be endurance is going to play a huge factor.
Yeah, it's been a pretty long day so far.
I'm tired sitting in the booth. I haven't even done anything.
That distance race was at a pretty mean pace, and then they had to back it up in the semi-final, and if they were lucky enough to get through, now they've got to find something in reserve.
And this blue buoy's been playing havoc on the racers too.
Yeah, hopefully they understand that if that does break away, that they've just got to go around the orange salmon buoy there. So I'm sure that now it happened in the women's race that the lifeguards are going to keep close eye on it, as we see right now the state parks lifeguard sitting in the. Maybe he's just going to sit there for 40 minutes and just hold it. So if he does, he deserves a.
Well, it's a good thing he's got a helmet so he doesn't get a head concussion.
That'd be the
right
most dangerous job in the world right there.
Well, we've seen broken boards here today. We've seen, you know, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and we're going to see even more coming up right now. Looks like someone's buried their board in the sand there. Hope they don't start like that. But, you know, Kelly Margetts, you know, 42 years old. Lincoln Dews, I think 19 or 20 years old. Just both ends of the spectrum right there. Giorgio and Ryan Helm. It's really, I'm interested. This first sprint to the buoy out here is just going to be on. It's just going to be the pace is going to be so fast.
Yeah, T2 on the screen there. He was one of the stars in that first semi-final, just cruised around the course. Look for him to make a quick start. Kenny Kaneko just picking up his board now, representing Team Japan. Travis Grant's in there. Got Mo Freitas in the middle. Michael Booth, one to look for next to Mo there. I mean, any one of these 30 guys could win it.
Yep, and it's going to, you know, it's just Murphy's Law and the law of physics is these guys just aren't going to be able to be on the same wave the whole time.
Let's talk about this course. We reversed the course from past history, and here 3 laps these guys have to do around these turns.
Yeah, well, obviously the course has changed, so it's not what you saw on screen there. But these guys are, you know, they're going to make it happen. So, you know, surf conditions have caused havoc with the ocean and the swell and the anchors and the buoys. So, you know, Anthony Vale and the crew have done a great job in just you know, just manhandling this course and making it safe and fair for everyone.
Well, we have adapted that animation course. You know, the 2 turns over by the hammer buoy has now been delegated to 1. Those 3 half-moon buoys, we've only have 1 on the outside. So the lifeguards and the race director, AV, Anthony Villa, have adopted a backup plan here due to the conditions.
Yeah, and they've done a great job. You know, it's, yeah, and trust me, there's plenty of action on those inside buoy turns right now. So, you know, there's still the buoys are in a really perfect place, enough to be fair enough, but definitely enough for some really interesting rubbing on the inside.
No, rubbing is racing, as they say. There's going to be plenty of it in this final. Kai was talking in the interview with Casper after the heat how they were teammates and they'd work together in the heats and semis, but that there'd be no love lost in the final.
Yeah, I can attest to that. I think these guys are, you know, they have their blinkers on sometimes. They don't really see anything but what they're doing. But, you know, like I said, sometimes even if it's not your paddleboard, competitor, it's you got to work together. You know, sometimes you just got to work together and to make it better for both of you.
See Mo Freitas there kind of looking towards the camera. See Connor Baxter out to the back. Those 2 worked in tandem down in Sayulita to take the gold and the silver at the World Championships at the ISA in the technical race.
Yeah, those guys were on fire down in Sayulita. They were working together as teammates then, Team Hawaii. It'll be interesting to see the friendships. There's so many friendships in this sport, and in the final, if anyone kind of lets their buddy through or if it's just all out, everyone's going for the win.
So final preparations, getting on the course, off the course, making sure everything is in place. That's why we have a little bit of a delay. I'll tell you what, we're going to take a short commercial break. And when we regroup, we'll be ready for the men's final. You are watching the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, live from Doheny Beach. We'll be right back after this.
When you put on a pair of Maui Jim sunglasses, the world begins to look different. Colors are more vivid. Contrast is clearer. Details are crisper. Wherever your vision leads you, beauty follows. With polarized lenses that eliminate glare and enhance color, Maui Jim sunglasses won't change the world. They'll change the way you see it. Color, clarity, detail. Maui Jim.
Welcome back to the Pacific Paddle Games, presented by Salt Life, live from Doheny Beach here in Dana Point, California. And we worked our way through 2 exciting days of preliminary qualifying rounds, repechage rounds, semifinal rounds. distance races, and we're down to the men's final. And it's come down to Chris Parker's crunching the numbers. Chris, you're looking at Travis Grant, you're looking at Casper Steinfath, you're looking at Danny Ching, and obviously you're looking at the distance winner, Connor Baxter. What's the scenarios for these 4 men to win the overall title here at the Pacific Paddle Games?
Yeah, like I said earlier, Bo, I mean, anyone could win this race, but I think it's down to those 4 guys to win the overall title now. For Travis to win, he's got to have some results go his way. For starters, he's got to win, and Casper has to finish 3rd or worse, Danny 4th or worse, and Connor has to finish outside the top 5. That run of results is extremely unlikely. As much as I like Travis, he's very long odds to win. For Casper, Connor, or Danny to win, it's much easier. If Connor finishes first, it's easy, he wins. If Danny finishes first, he wins no matter what. Now, if Casper finishes first, it gets interesting. He'll win if Connor finishes 3rd or worse. Doesn't matter what Danny does. Then you get into if they finish 2nd or 3rd. There's so many scenarios to go through. I think Mother Nature's going to decide in the end.
Well, you know, it's good to know this going into the race. Do these guys know this going into the race?
I know most of these guys pretty well, and most of them like to crunch the numbers before a final. In these combined results competitions, they want to know not just for the win, but if they're sitting in 5th, they want to know what they got to do to get to 4th and that sort of thing, because there's a lot of prize money on the line here.
You see our race director, Anthony Villa, on a rescue board out by the turn buoy, so he's checking out the situation firsthand on site. Former USLA lifeguard champion and beach flags. So yeah, they're gonna reset that buoy. So Anthony, as race director, hands-on race director out there, you rarely see that. But AV, quite accomplished athlete as a sub paddler, as a USLA champion, beach flags and sprints and the rescues and everything. We're gonna go down to the beach and check out Pat Parnell. Pat's got Jimmy Terrell from Quick Blades.
Thanks, Bo. Yeah, it's a veritable who's who in the paddle industry. Jimmy, this is kind of that moment, the best moment. You're waiting, you're on the precipice of the final. What are your thoughts? Are you kind of like a Team Appleby, like expectant father mode? What's it like for you? You've got so many quality riders in the mix.
Right, yeah, we're lucky to have several riders in this main final. From Travis Grant, currently ranked #1, he's at a good position. Casper Steinfath from Denmark is running awesome. And he's looking strong. He had a good result, I think 3rd in the distance race, so he's a contender for sure. And then we've got Kelly Margetts at 43 that's in the final Lincoln Dues, just to name a handful of them that are in there, and they're all in the hunt. And the waves are going to be, changing around a little bit. I got a couple guys in there that use quick blade paddles that might not be directly sponsored by us, but it's going to be exciting to watch. So many young guys coming up, some new guys that in the Michael Booth from Australia, surf ski paddlers are doing phenomenal. There's some guys that have just come out of the woodwork recently, and they're all going to be in there for the hunt for sure.
You've seen a lot of changes, a lot of progression, evolution in this sport. When you see conditions like this, it really showcases the best of the best, it seems.
Absolutely. You got guys that really know how to paddle. They come from paddling backgrounds, but these guys that come from surfing backgrounds, in these conditions, that's what really is the equalizer. You got to be a talented surfer to get into these waves and read the ocean properly. You can't just be like a super gifted paddler. So it takes a little bit of all those talents combined to be a good stand-up paddler these days.
How about words of advice? Obviously, this is when the nerves and the tensions are at their highest. What would you tell to these guys?
It's all about harnessing it. What I used to do in the Olympics is like a 2-minute event, so you can't afford to take one bad stroke. You're doing a 120-stroke race. And, like in this race, it's the same thing. You just can't, at this level, you really can't afford to make more than 1 or 2 mistakes. But it's all about who makes the fewest mistakes and paddle strong and is tactical and gets in the right spot and read and gets themselves in a good position on these turns. That's going to be a big, there's going to be 6, 7, 8 guys some of these times coming into these buoys. And if you work your way to the inside and get the good turn on the inside, that's going to make the difference, I think.
All right, well, he's got some great insight, obviously. He should more than anyone, and he's got the best seat in the house. Jimmy, well done. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Pat, and a great analysis there from a former Olympian, a former coach of the sub-team down in Nicaragua in 2014. And let's take a look back at how the semifinals played out and how these guys got here, guys, because it was an exciting semifinal, both semifinal 1 and 2. Here's our first semifinal.
Yeah, semi 1 was this the T2 semi?
Yes.
It was, and T2 just went out and just sort of put his stomp on this race and got around, got the first wave, and look where Fernando, 2nd place on that first turn, and then didn't get through qualified. So unbelievable how some guys just didn't qualify from where they were earlier in the race. But You know, T2 put on a clinic in that first semi-final, and you know, he'll be hoping to be able to replicate that in a few short minutes.
Yeah, I remember the semifinals were 2 laps, the final 3 laps, and all the excitement coming in with the surf, with the transitions and the turns.
Yeah, as you saw then, Jake Jensen just having to sit up on his board and just let 10 guys go past him. It's just, you know, it can be heartbreaking to surf sometimes. It's, you know, as we look at semi-final number 2, and you see the 2 Nash boys in first and second there off the start, but Mo Freitas got the jump. Beautiful little turnaround, and then it looks like we got like 6 or 7 guys on this wave, but Mo kept his cool and stayed out in front for most of the race until Casper and Kai finally caught up, and interestingly enough, they were both on 12.6s.
Yeah, no, very interesting, some of the strategies. Of course, the rule here is it's anything up to 14. So you could ride a 10.6 if you really wanted, as we see Casper, he's got that nice, smooth backhand turn around the buoy. He and Kai were really controlling this race along with Mo, and they cruised into the finish. Casper got the run up the beach for the beach interview, but they're all looking pretty good for the final.
Yeah, as we see, we're going to see a lot of this, I think. We're going to see a lot of sprinting and for these final places, and Lincoln Hughes gets the jump there, but yeah, it's going to be an amazing race.
You can see with that pack that hit there was a second between 5th and 14th. So your running legs could decide if you're in the money or not.
So we're waiting the start of the race, the technical men's race. There's the layout, there's the tents, there's the banners. You see the wind coming out a little bit out of the north, some Santa Ana's blowing on through here, down here at Doheny Beach, and we're anticipating a final. There's Anthony Villa, our race director. He's got the horn, and he's giving the final instructions to our competitors. And guys, we're just moments away from the very first men's technical race here at the Pacific Paddle Games, presented by Salt Life and Sup the Magazine. Many mahalos going out to our other great sponsors for making all this possible, including Olokai and GoPro and West Marine and Malago Tequila and Dos Equis and Maui Gym and California State Parks. Without all their input and their help, you know, we would not be here. We have blown this race up. It's going to get bigger and better. $55,000, the most prize money ever in the stand-up paddle award race. And guys, we are at the moment of start. We are less than a minute away from the start of this race.
And the biggest race of the year. Here we go. This is it. I mean, it doesn't get more tense than this. 30 of the best paddlers in the world comes down to potentially this first 10 seconds.
Now we got the thumbs up, and you can see they're leaning. You don't want any false starts, but they will call it if someone jumps the gun here. We are just moments away. There's the anticipation.
Here we
got a clean start.
And here we go. Who's going to get this jump? Wow.
Oh. Way to go, right in the middle.
Oh, Travis Grant, horrible start. Way out the back. Casper Steinfart out of the hook. Looks like Mo Freitas. Looks like Connor Baxter. Looks like Kai Lenny. Looks like Lincoln Hughes in the middle there. So Danny Ching looks like he's had a little bit of a horrible start as well. But Mo Freitas through the middle. And as we predicted, waves coming through the center of the field here. So this is going to slow everyone up.
Yeah, Travis Grant had a horror start there. Danny Ching wasn't that much better, but Kai Lenny and Mo Freitas pop over the waves in first. Ryan Helm on the far right is probably sitting virtual third. Callie Margette's had a pretty solid start.
Oh, Mo Freitas so unlucky right there. He gets over it, but pumps it. Kai Lenny gets knocked back, and once we get out there, Mo Freitas, what a great job. He's snuck through there. If these guys get hit by that, he's going to have they're just sneaking through as well. But Mo Freitas, clean set of paddles right now. He's out in the lead and going for it.
Yeah, almost the entire field got through this set. 3 or 4 of the guys at the back have been caught inside, unfortunately. But you can just see the skill of those guys. On one wave, all 30 of them popped over clean. Nobody fell off. But right now, Mo Freitas and no surprise, Kai Lenny are out front.
Well, Mo showed this in the semifinals just about an hour and a half ago when he made that turn on the buoy on the outside and then caught that wave and broke away.
Yeah, we got, Casper Steinfarth is in the middle of the screen there, just to the left of Kai Lenny, and no surprise again, Connor Baxter is in there. But look at T2. T2 Puyo has come all the way down the outside and has passed everybody except Mo to go into second.
Travis Grant on the outside's had a great recovery as well. Danny Ching sort of stuck in the middle there. So, I mean, it looks really flat right now, unfortunately. As you saw, the sets just broke as those guys were going out. So a few little swells rolling through here. So this is going to, oh, I can just see it now. I can see 10 or 15 on a wave. It's going to be unbelievable. Look at this set coming.
This
now,
is lining up.
Mo needs to get this. These couple of guys need to get this because otherwise there's going to be 20, 25 people on this wave. This is going to be unbelievable.
Here we go. T2 on the second from right, Mo on the far right. They could be the only two guys to get on it. Casper is scratching like mad. He doesn't. Can T2 get over the top? T2 and Mo on the far right are scratching into it. It's not even a bump.
But look at the wave on the outside.
Oh, look out.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
No.
This is going to be one of the craziest things you're ever going to see in a stand-up paddleboard race. And you know what? I'm sorry, everyone, but it's going to be carnage. It is going to be carnage. There's no way to describe it. This is going to be unbelievable.
23 guys on one wave.
Oh.
Have you ever seen that before? Wow.
Danny Ching on the inside. These guys need to get around and get away from this group here because it's going to be absolute mayhem.
Danny's caught too far outside. He's going to miss the buoy. He's going to have to get off and go back. Mo gets caught. No.
Oh, my God.
T2 on the wide angle gets it. Danny has to be on his knees and go back around the buoy. Wow. Oh, he's going underneath. He's doing the limbo.
Some of the guys are dragging boards around the buoy.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
Danny's lost his paddle.
Oh, it's just... It's like a boxing match. Everyone's just punching and getting out of the way. Danny Ching is just...
Danny is roped around the buoy. Look at this leg rope.
Oh, he's going again. He didn't get around the buoy again.
Wow. That just changed the whole event right there.
I don't even know. I don't know if Danny actually officially got around the buoy then, but you know what? Right now, it's just a free-for-all. It really is. They saved the best to last, the biggest one of the day, and Mo Freitas is out in front. If he sneaks over this, wow.
Mo Freitas finished 8th place in the distance race. Let's remember that earlier this morning because we could have guys, you know, place in this race who were way back. So, you know, Mo's still in contention for the overall.
I mean, I can't even see any of the guys that are in the overall, like, you know, in the overall lead there. So
as they still get cleaned up, yeah, we're looking for Connor Baxter, Danny Ching, Casper Steinfath, Travis Grant. They were the top 4 contenders heading into this. We're trying to find what happened to T2. He was up there with Mo, but he's obviously gotten cleaned up in the carnage.
There's Travis Grant, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Travis Grant in a great spot for overall. Mo Freitas is going to get this little wave, and wow.
He's going to put some distance on the field.
Who is that in 2nd place? I can't make out who that is. Is that Chucky Glenn?
That could be Chucky Glenn.
I think that's Chucky Glenn in 2nd place. So Chuck's going to try and work over this. Chuck needs to go. Get over it, Chuck. Yes,
he's got
nice.
it. He's got it.
Wow.
Chucky Glenn, what a great... he's done quite well in the distance race as well, so he could be an outside chance.
Chuck Glenn was 9th place. 8th place was Mo Freitas. So Mo's making the turn on the inside. Chuck Glenn was just 1 place behind him. So these guys could be battling it out if the others don't place.
You got Chuck in 2nd. 3rd is, I think, Cody Kerbox. You got 4th, 5th, 6th. Travis Grant right now is looking nearly like he's in the, what we call the virtual lead, maybe overall. I'm not sure. I can't see
Quite
Casper.
possibly. Travis is going to get onto that wave on the far right, the wave with 4 guys on it. I don't see any of the other contenders on it.
Where did Connor go? I can't even see where Connor is.
That looks like Cody Kerbox rounding in 3rd. We can't see Kai or Casper. I believe that's Casper on the next wave, that tiny little bump.
Yes, that is. Oh, Travis Grant just done a nice little move there. He just cut off the buck and got around there.
All
Great.
4 making the transition on the turn. Here we go, another pack of 3.
These guys now going around, they need to get away from the other guys coming in because that was just hectic. Mo Freitas going to take it out by Danny Ching going out and in. So
yeah, Mo, he recovered amazing from that. He actually had to basically limbo under Danny's board there, as we see the excitement around the boys is going to continue.
Lincoln Juice sneaking around. Looks like Kelly Margetts fell off. Danny Ching in the middle of that pack.
And we just see, sorry to cut in, I think that's Martin Letournier just looked over his shoulder and realized he hadn't actually rounded the buoy. He's actually going to have to go back and do the turn again. You can see him going back around now. Kai Lenny was back there in 10th or 12th. It's D-Day here at Tahini. They've been shattered across the field. Wow, Mo Freitas is just leading it out.
And he's trying to make a statement here, heading out to the outside. Remember, Mo Freitas placed 8th in the distance earlier this morning, so an outside shot, but he needed the variables to happen, and right now the variables are happening, but Travis Grant is trying to break that variable.
I think it looks like Travis, and right now we haven't seen where Connor is, but Travis and Casper, I would say, are in the box seat for the overall win. But you know what? We aren't even close to finishing this race. It's so far to go, so it's going to be a crazy, crazy, crazy race.
I can't wait to see the photos tonight of that one wave with 22 or 23 guys on it. I think that actually breaks the record. We saw at Salt Creek, there might have been 21 guys on the record wave last year, so for the Guinness Book of Records on that one, we're going to have some pretty amazing imagery coming out of this fantastic event as Mo Freitas just takes it out. You can see a bit of a train forming there as the pack getting into a rhythm away from the waves.
And guys, this is only lap 1. We have 2 more laps to go.
God, Mo is such a big lead, but, you know, it's like, forget about just what he's got over Chuck. He's got nearly the whole back. I mean, I just don't think Mo can be, you know, like Chuck could catch Mo, but I don't think they can catch him. It's just such a big lead.
And Chuck Glenn, 9th place in the distance race. Don't count him out. If Travis falls back and Caspers falls back and Danny Ching, you know, he was having some technical issues going around the buoy with his leash being all tied up, and you could just see him. He was just shattered. He even looked into the beach thing, and you know what? I might as well just paddle in.
Yeah, wow, Chucky Glenn, talk about flying under the radar this weekend. We haven't really talked about him at all, but he's just suddenly put himself right in contention for the overall.
Looks like Cody, looks like Zane, looks like
that's Travis back there.
Casper
around.
So right now it's the battle between Travis and Casper. And I haven't
there
seen
goes South Africa.
There's Lincoln Jews.
Vinicius.
There's Connor Baxter.
There's Connor.
And here we go with the wave, Mo Freitas.
Yes, but look at
Chuck
Glenn. Oh, Chuck's in a horrible spot.
Oh, if he can hold this. No.
Oh, he needed that. Chucky Glenn needed that. And he's going to miss the neck. There's nothing behind it. Oh, maybe. Oh.
I don't want to call it right now, but Mo's got an almost unassailable lead right now. It's only the first lap, but he is a good 300 yards ahead of 3rd place, and Chucky Glenn is just scratching to get onto something that he won't catch. Mo
putting on the brakes, going around this buoy, taking his time, and the most important thing is he's standing.
Yeah, he's able to give himself a lot of space, and you know he can afford to make a few mistakes now, you know, but being in that position, he probably won't. You know, like, he'll probably be perfect. And look, the
rest of the field.
Moses opened up the sea for him. He's going to get straight out, and you know, good for him.
And heartbreaking for Chucky Glenn. He just missed that wave. It was a little too. He was actually too far in for the wave.
And now now he's going to get caught as well. They're going to catch up to him. So Chuck's right in, he's in no man's land right now, and that's unfortunate for him.
And we're starting lap number 2, guys.
Oh, and here it goes all over again. There's going to be a dozen guys on the one wave if they can scratch into this. Chucky Glenn, you got to feel for him. He's had to paddle all the way into this inside yellow West Marine turning buoy, and you can see if he doesn't hurry up, he's going to get mowed down.
Travis Grant on the right. That's a huge move for him. Casper on the left.
Wow.
Is Casper going to get over it? Oh, he does. That's amazing. Travis and Casper right now are just...
And no sign of Danny or Connor in this front 6.
Danny's far back on the left there in the middle there.
Connor's on the far right, parallel with Danny. They're back in about equal 10th. This is huge for the overall right now.
Connor needs to get to the front of that pack. And even then, I think he nearly would take it out still.
Zane Schweitzer just making the turn on the inside. There's Casper.
Cody. Travis around the outside.
Yes.
Cody's getting caught up.
Connor just in no man's land.
Mo's already on a whole different leg than these guys. He's already heading back in as everyone else is heading back out. And Mo, of course, there's more bumps for him. There's Danny Ching in the fluoro green hat. He's on the same wave as Connor Baxter, the goofy footer on that blue and red starboard. And, oh, here we go.
Traffic turn on the inside. Here we go. We got guys on their knees. We got guys standing up in the shallows.
Oh, did Kai miss the can there? Or looked like he was going to go back around, but, oh, it's just, that's crazy.
As we see T2, who was out the front with Mo earlier, he was on the far right. He got around clean on that turn, but he's caught up in the main pack. Kai and Connor Baxter is side by side. Lincoln Jews right behind them, but whew, Travis Grant is putting himself in a pretty good position right now.
making that board look easy.
What a year for Travis that would be if he can pull off this victory here. And sort of nearly, really, like when you look at it, he was sort of an outside chance with the way that Connor finished and how good Connor is in these surf conditions. So,
well, check this out. Mo Freitas is heading out, and the rest of the field is heading out. He's already 2 buoys ahead of him.
Yeah, you don't really see that too often, do you? It's unbelievable. So, you know, Mo. You know, I'd put my house on him right now if I had one. But
yeah, this is going to be virtually unstoppable. We can see that pack heading back out. But Mo is he's still a good 30, 40 seconds ahead of second place right now. But we see out the back, that's the group that features second place. We've got Chucky Glynn on the far left, Travis Grant, second from left.
Cody Kerbox. And Casper, is it? Is it Casper?
I believe that is Casper next to Travis. I'm just trying to ID who's on the far right. That could be one of the South Africans. No, that's Chucky Glynn. Cody on the far left. Travis Grant. Cody goes down. It's Travis, Casper, Chuck.
So the overall title right here with Travis and Casper. And there goes Travis again, backing off the wave.
But if Connor can still finish within 4 spots of Travis, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, there's so many variables right here. Connor's still in the position to win overall. Casper, virtual equal second. He's actually probably taken the overall lead on the virtual standings right now.
Zane Schweitzer now turning.
Zane, followed closely by Cody as Chuck, Casper, and then Travis head back out. And we get another shot of Mo on a whole different leg once again.
But remember, Connor was way back in that traffic jam, so he is way back right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's inevitable. Casper was third, Connor was first, and now Connor's got to be like 10 places behind Casper. So right now, Casper Steinfarth is in the box seat to win one of the biggest races of the year. The Viking. The Vikings in the virtual lead, and he's charging.
14 minutes into this race, we're in lap number 2, and Mo Freitas has a huge lead. Mo, 18 years old from the North Shore of Oahu, some Brazilian roots with his dad, Tony, and he's been having a stellar year, a silver medal, a runner-up behind Connor Baxter at the ISA World Championships down in Sayulita, and a breakaway move from his semifinals and a breakaway move here in the finals.
Yeah, he definitely looked like he's been on form, old Mo, and I know he's been working hard. So, and he's been really right up the front of a lot of races, and he just hasn't quite been able to get the job done. But it looks like today he's going to get it done.
And a key shot you just saw there, Travis Grant failed to get onto a bump that Casper and Chuck were scratching onto. You can see them at the top right of the screen there. That's Casper Steinfarth and Chuck Glynn. Clear second and third. Travis Grant will be on the bump behind it if he can get on. But Chuck and Casper, once again, they're going quite wide to that buoy. They've got to head back to the right of screen. Travis gets on the one behind it to get a bit of breathing room on Zane and Cody.
And the guy's just past the halfway mark, Mo Freitas has. So he's got another lap and a half to go.
Casper's looking amazing. He's in the virtual lead, and I think that, it's going to be hard to beat Casper from here.
Yeah, Casper Steinfarth is setting himself up to take the overall title here. Virtually right now, if results stand like this, Casper will win, but there's a good 1.5 laps still to go. 15 more minutes of racing in and out through the waves. As we saw with Danny and Connor and Kai, I mean, we haven't even seen Kai in this race yet. Anything can happen to these guys.
Well, Jamie, we were talking about that before this race, that the probable winner of this event will not have won an individual race. It'll be the combination of best of the distance and best of the technical.
Yeah, and it is going to happen. So
there's Casper on screen right now. Remember, he was third place behind Danny Ching in second and Connor Baxter in first for that distance race earlier this morning.
I do remember saying, Bo, that the guy that got to the can first would most likely win the race. And so it looks like it's going to happen, you know. He just got around in clear water and got that first wave, and he's never looked back, you know. So, again, just so important that start. But, he's done a great job. Again,
look at these guys.
Just Danny missing a wave just there. It's just, it looks like it's tough. Everyone's fatigued. Everyone's getting tired. And but Mo is energized. He's energized, and he's in the lead.
As we see another one of those party waves. We've seen about 3 dozen of those this weekend.
Connor is on that wave right in the middle.
And Danny Ching is on the one behind it. Danny just not having the race today. He's been caught up. He got caught on a couple of buoy turns. It's not his day. As we see Mo Freitas on the back stretch just powering away. He's actually extending the gap with every turn.
Oh, because he's avoiding all this. So important to get out so fast, Jamie. You've been saying it all day in the last 2 days.
Yeah, it's just, it's so important. And, you know, you're seeing the best guys in the world. They just, I mean, no one's got around clean. I mean, everyone's fallen off. Everyone's got hit by waves. It's just tough, you know. And, you know, Mo Freitas has just shown how it's done in the semi-final and the final.
Well, we even saw Mo Freitas in the beginning going back out when some of the traffic was coming in. There was a good chance that he was going to lose that momentum and the field was going to catch him, but he punched through those waves. He found a way to keep that lead.
Yeah, he did. And as we see, Kasper's, you know, bio is 22 years old from Klitmøller in Denmark. Rides the Nash, paddles with a quick blade, and Kasper, this will no doubt be the biggest victory of his career if he can hang on. And
he's a two-time ISA world champion in the technical division. And of course, there's his other accolades, but winning the very first overall Pacific Paddle Games would trump that.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty passionate about the ISA, but you know, this is everyone is here today and yesterday, and you know, for Kasper, for a European to come out and take one of the biggest races of the year, it's huge, you know. And look, Kasper hasn't won yet, but he's definitely put himself in a position.
He's in position. Let's watch Mo Freitas here. Very technical here. He is our current leader, and he is starting lap number 3.
He just has, I mean, to do that on a 23-inch wide board is just unbelievable surf skills and balance. So, you know, Mo's just put on a clinic right now, and good for him. Mo has always been right there. He just hasn't like sort of sealed the deal.
Yeah.
And today, you know, he's not going to probably win the overall, but
he could win the technical.
He's going to win the technical, you know.
And you know, he is always going out there trying to beat Kai Lenny. That's been his arch rival, and also, he's out at Avalanche. He's out at some of the crazy surf spots on the North Shore on his supboard and regular surfboards.
Yeah, he gets the surf pipe and back door, and he's, you know, I've seen him out and out of reefs every now and then. So, yeah, he's definitely, one of the guys who can do everything. As we see,
look at this, Kasper
Travis Grant,
about to be engulfed.
Kasper, Zane Schweitzer in that group.
Cody Kerbox and
Cody
Chuck Lynn.
Kerbox, so a lot of the Maui crew.
So Kasper just won from a clear second into a pack that's going to be featuring 2nd to 6th. I've just been running the numbers. If Kasper finishes 5th or worst, he's going to finish below Mo on points. Zane on the inside. Oh.
Zane was going for SUWT World Championships SUP surfing title. A big win in Tahiti this year. Unfortunately, Huntington with a small surf couldn't prevail there, and Kyle Voss winning the world title there. And here we go, back to our leader, and look at him. He is just grinding. He is wanting every little bump that he can get, and he's got it.
Wow, great effort. I mean, he's just basically paddled over the back of that thing and down it. So.
And he's still not on the way, but he still has the momentum.
I love it. Look at where his feet positioning are. He's like up the 3/4 of the way up the board just to get that board planing. And when you're on fire, you're on fire, and the ocean delivers. And Mo's in sync right now, and you know, this is going to have to be one of the biggest victories. I mean, I'm talking like in distance and time in this sort of a short race. He's going to win, you know, by a country mile.
He's going to be absolutely crushing it. He did a similar thing up at the Payette River Games in June. He swept the field in both
look
races.
at that turn.
Textbook style. He's not just leading, he's extending his lead.
Imagine if he was to win today and the Payette River Games, two big races and 20 grand. Not bad for an 18-year-old.
Well, this could be his coming out right now. There's some of the fans on the beach cheering on all these competitors. A big day, and here we go. More traffic jams approaching. Let's watch these guys as they make their move. We can see Lincoln Dews in that group.
Kai Lenny on the inside.
Kai Lenny, yes.
Kelly Marquez.
And there's T2 paddling down. Kai Lenny next to T2. T2's trying to get off the wave, but Kai's there.
He's trying to put on the brakes, dig in that tail, and he does.
Connor Baxter slides around on the inside.
So Connor making some moves.
Cody Kerbox, Zane Schweitzer, Travis Grant, Casper's in there. Chucky Glynn falls off the back. Can anyone get onto this bump?
Yes.
Zane, Cody.
Zaniac.
This changes it all up if Casper drops back.
No, they won't get that. Looks like they'll all get the next one, I'd imagine.
Yep. Zane and Cody have fallen off the back. It gives Travis, Casper, and Chuck an extra chance.
And that's that's Kerbox.
And that must be demoralizing. You see Mo Freitas paddling back out just as you're going in. He's that far ahead that
he's going about 60% right now. He's just as they say, smelling the roses. He's enjoying the victory lap because he is that far in front.
So Chris, we got to put in the variable about Mo Freitas here on screen. If he wins and Casper doesn't place high enough, I mean, what are the scenarios for Casper Steinfath?
If Chucky finishes if Mo Freitas finishes first, he'll be on 1,550 points. If Casper finishes fifth in this race, he'll be on 1,525 points. So Casper would be below Mo, and then it would depend on where Connor and Danny finish. But Danny looks like he's out of it, I think, Danny. Connor, all he has to do is get inside the top 7, and he'll block Mo.
Okay, so there's the breakdown. So a lot of variables still playing, and look at Mo Freitas.
I think the biggest thing is just Casper just has to stay inside that top 5, you know, and that's his.
Actually, Casper, if he finishes 5th, he'll be below, so it's going to be top 4 for Casper. And right now, there's guys from 2nd to 6th in his group. So Casper's got to finish in the top 3 spots within that 5-man group.
Look at Mo Freitas, focused in, and look at these guys. They got to punch through this whitewater wave.
So Casper just has to finish inside the top 4, and he'll block Mo Freitas. These are for the overall event standings.
That was Connor Baxter heading in.
So Connor Baxter still in there with a chance. He's just knocking down people. So Connor still not out of it, I guess. We just have to see.
He's got so much ground to catch.
Yeah, he just got in front of these guys on that wave. So yeah, he potentially could be 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. So Connor could be back in the 7th right now. It's just hard to see. We can't see the whole picture right now. But we do know that Mo's in 1st.
This is going to come down to the wire with this, not just this overall points. It's so many variables playing around, but if Connor can stay inside the top 7, he's going to block Mo from the overall win because Mo had such a relatively low result, 8th place in the distance. So if
Casper needs to just finish 2nd.
He needs to finish ahead.
You know, he can't be doing numbers right now. Casper needs to get this wave, and he just needs to get as high up on the podium as he can because he's already had the 3rd. So that consistency will help him.
And he's good from coming from the back.
And he can sprint up the beach.
Yes.
That's where the real battle is.
And you know what? That is Connor Baxter in 7th.
Yes.
So there you go. Connor Baxter virtually has just snuck right back in front of Mo, and now it's up to Casper to block him.
There's Chuck Lynn getting some hydration from his Camelback.
What does Casper have to finish now? If Connor finishes in 7th, what does Casper have to do to stay? Because I think that's the biggest. I think that's going to be the biggest thing right now.
If Connor finishes
3rd or above.
If Connor finishes in 7th place, which he is in the virtual spot right now, he'll be on 1,600 points. So looking at Casper versus Connor, Casper would then have to finish in
3rd or above.
No, he's going to have to finish 2nd or above.
So basically, he has to.
No, he'll have 1625.
Doing a great job.
Well, still crunching the numbers here. There's Cody. There's Travis. There's Chuck Lynn. There's Casper.
They're still in for a fight. Casper just needs to grind it out. Travis Grant's still there. Travis Grant finished 2nd, and everyone else, you know, it's just there's too many things to go. But we do know that Mo Freitas, paddling a focus board, paddling with a quick blade paddle, will win this event. And
yeah, Dave Kalama would be proud. He's on the Dave Kalama signature model, a 101 square inch, which is a lot bigger than what most of the guys are using. So I'd say that he's getting a little bit extra juice out of that.
Look at him. He's strong, and it's when you're in front, you do get that extra boost. You get that energy. You feel invincible, and you know Mo looking as good as I've ever seen him.
Mo only has one more turn to come in.
Yeah, I mean. he could probably go out there and do a re-entry and floater and swim in and still get it. But yeah, good job to Mo. Got to the can first, set himself up, and just paddled away with it.
It's absolutely, it's almost like he's on a different lap. Mo is that far ahead, and against 29 of the other best guys in the world, to win by this much is just absolutely unheard of. You see him rounding the final turn there. He's going to look around. He'll probably get the set of the day just with his luck this race. He's made his own luck. He's been out front.
He's trying to stay on this bump. This bump's going to outrun him. And he's looking back. He's looking back at the field. He's looking at all the variables. He's playing and he's paddling a smart race.
And you know what? Mo is one of the most deserving guys in the sport. He travels all around the world with his tight-knit family, his dad Tony, his little brother Charge and Marvin. He looks like he'd be like one of those punk little kids, but you actually get to meet Mo. He's one of the nicest guys off the water. Well-deserved victory.
Mo Freitas, 8th place in the distance. What if he had done just a little bit better?
Yeah, now with the overall standings, he'll be a little dirty on himself that he didn't get a couple of spots higher in the distance. It was such a tight finish there. He still could get it. I tell you what, on the very back outside stretch, Connor has just put the hammer down. He's closing in on Chuck Glenn, who's in 6th. Connor could catch this group and realistically finish anywhere as high as 2nd.
Yeah.
Zane 2nd. Casper Rounds in 3rd. Travis Grant on his tail.
So, yeah, it's just a battle of Casper just needs to finish as high up as he can. He needs 2nd, and he just hopes that Connor can't get up, because if Connor finishes in that, catches Chucky or another few people, I think it's all over.
28-16 counting. Here we go, the final approach. Mo Freitas looking for a victory on the inside. You're looking at 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Here we go, Mo Freitas from the North Shore of Oahu, looking for his first technical win, and this will be his greatest win of his life at the Pacific Paddle Games, presented by Salt Life. And here he goes, tasting the water, tasting victory.
Wow,
Tony's on the beach, just his biggest cheerleader, his dad. And he's enjoying every moment, Jamie.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. Good family and just stoked. And Mo, congratulations, Mo. He just he had to paddle the perfect race, and he's just killed it.
So here we go. Mo Freitas is your 2015 Pacific Paddle Games Technical Men's Champion. Unofficial time 29:10.
Good job, Mo Freitas. Absolutely destroying the field. And, what an amazing effort. Now he's just got to sit back and see what's Jimmy giving him the new quick blades just earlier this week. And tucking List in the back there. So, but now this is we got to get back. Now this is where it's all coming. Oh, Connor Baxter.
No
on the
way.
Wow. Wow. Connor Baxter's come from nowhere.
He's into the virtual 6th place
like
position
he did
right
in the
now.
distance race.
Unbelievable. He's just come from nowhere, and he'll probably end up in 2nd place with his sprint finish. Unbelievable, Connor.
Casper needs to finish 2nd or 3rd, and he needs Connor to finish last out of this group here.
But
both unlikely results. This could be Connor's day. It's going to come down to the sprint up the line, the very final seconds of the weekend to decide the overall title.
Connor Baxter, he just finds a way to just get it done. It's unbelievable.
We got Cody Kerbox, Connor Baxter, Casper Steinfath, Zane Schweitzer, and then on the far right, Travis Grant. It's going to be a 5-way sprint to the line for 2nd place and those valuable overall points.
I think for Casper and Connor, I think they're the two fastest guys right here up the sprint up the beach.
And they're going for the overall title, so this will mean factors and huge margin here at the Pacific Paddle Games.
Cody Kerbox has got the jump. Cody's going to get it. Casper. Wow.
Oh, Casper's going to get it.
Casper. Casper gets 2nd. Wow.
And Connor just let Travis go past him too.
Oh, that is huge. Casper Steinfath might have just snuck in for the overall title with an amazing sprint up the line.
So Casper takes 2nd, Cody 3rd, Connor Baxter 4th, Travis Grant 5th, Zane Schweitzer in 6th. All right, Chris, crunch the numbers.
There's a photo finish, I think, between Connor and Travis. We're going to have to wait for the official result there.
Point one separates Casper and Cody.
Kai Lenny, Giorgio Gomez, Martin Letourneau coming through. Kai gets it. Martin Giorgio. Wow.
Okay, so put this into your numbers. Casper, second place. Connor, fourth place.
Top three, I'll call it. Connor first, Casper second, Travis Grant third.
Yep. So we're crunching these numbers. Unbelievable. Chuck Glenn just crossed the line. Kai Linney just crossed the line. Martin and Giorgio also crossing the line. Here we go. Danny Ching crossing the line.
You know
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11th place for Danny Ching.
If Connor Baxter finished fourth just then,
yes, he did.
He'll win overall, 25 tiny points ahead of Casper. But I want to see a photo finish of that. I reckon that Travis would have won.
It's the timing chip is the timing chip.
There's 1/10 of a difference between Connor Baxter and Travis Grant.
The timing chip is a timing chip, but I was down there earlier. They do have one of those Olympic-style finish lines, and it is the front of the nose that goes over, and the chip is on the foot. It could have been that Travis was leaning just an inch further forward. It could be millimeters between who walks away with the 8 grand tonight. Provisionally on the results, Connor has got it just from Casper, but I think we have to wait and see a photo finish of that.
Wow, what a race.
Wow.
What a race.
There's the breakdown. Mo Freitas with a huge margin, winning. Casper Steinfath, again, showing his heroics at the end. Cody Kerbox from Maui, son of Buzzy Kerbox, and Connor Baxter coming out of nowhere, taking fourth place, 1/10 ahead of Travis Grant. And Connor was slowing down on the sprint coming up. I mean, you know, if Travis would have passed him.
I've never seen him do that, and you would just bet a million years that Travis wouldn't beat Connor, but I mean, that's a $8,000 mistake if he backs up there. That to me was crazy.
Zane Schweitzer 6th. Chucky Glenn falls from 2nd all the way to 7th. He was spent. Kai Linney behind him. Martin and Giorgio round out the top 10. And look at this, another party wave coming in for these guys. What an exciting race for the Pacific Paddle Games.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of stories tonight of like hard luck and paddles in the face and just getting stuck on the can. There's Lincoln Jews trying to get over that little hump there. He can sprint finish, but they just the boards. Lincoln Jews trying to sprint.
Oh. We got pulled over. We got Vinnie Martins.
Oh.
Wow. And I've just been looking at the numbers. Danny Ching, I don't believe, can finish any higher than 5th overall. He just crossed the line in 11th.
All right, let's go down below. Let's check out Pat Parnell. He's got our champion, Mo Freitas, from the North Shore of Oahu.
Wow. As all of us can say, Mo Freitas, you've always found yourself in the top 10. You've always been a contender, but finally you find yourself on the top. Is the feeling as validating as you think it would be?
I'm beyond. I can't speak. I just want to. Fuck, I'm stoked. You know, I'm beyond stoked. Right? For all of the years and all of the past, 3 years, I've just been coming in like 5th and 2nd, and I just, at the start line, I was just, F this. I just felt it, and I don't know. I just couldn't fall, and I don't know. Yeah.
The big scene stiller this week has, it seems to be those inside buoys and just the calamity, the collisions. You avoided all of that. Was that something you thought about before you even got in the water on this race?
Yeah, if you get to that U-buoy and there's a set and you get the first wave, you kind of got yourself set up pretty nicely. And yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I did. I caught a wave and I just, thought to myself, don't fall, just paddle your hardest, and yeah, I did it. Stoked.
With something like this, obviously it's an individual event, but I know there's a lot of people behind the scenes, friends, family, anyone you want to thank at this point?
Everybody who supports me, my sponsors, obviously, Uncle Jimmy for the, the new paddle, and my dad, obviously, my little brother, and family, friends out there, and yeah, just everybody who supports me, and I'm beyond happy. Yeah, thank you.
One last question: Were you even aware of the implications to potentially get the overall? It came down to Casper, Connor, obviously right down to the end. Were you even thinking about those numbers?
Not really. I fell on the wave coming in on the distance, and I missed a good placement. I finished 8th. But it just means a lot to come out on the top in this one. So no matter what, I'm gonna be training hard for next year. My time is coming, and yeah, I'm Yeah, I don't even.
There it is. Mo Freitas narrowly misses the overall, but gets his first big win. Enjoy the win, my friend. We've got much more coming as the revelry continues here on the beach at the Pacific Paddle Games. Wow.
Thanks so much, Pat. Great interview. Mo Freitas more deserving. Look at that. Family and friends down celebrating his big win. And I don't know if you heard it, but during the interview, when Pat asked him, you know, were you crunching the numbers? Do you think he had the overall win? He goes, well, I finished in 8th. I fell off a wave. If he didn't fall off the wave in the distance race, he could have put himself in that position to win the overall.
Yeah.
Here's the recap of our men's technical final.
Yeah, Mo just got shot out like a cannon, really, and just to have that much of a gap, you know, and look, that was it, you know, like, you know, he just got that wave in front, and then
this was a potential here as guys were coming and he was going.
Yeah, and then it just, you know, everything falls into place. Like you said, he goes, I felt like I couldn't fall off. He was getting the waves. And Mo, you know what, buddy? That's what happens when you're in front. Good things happen to you. You know, when you've been working hard, training hard, you know, things happen like this. And today was his day, and he'll have many more days like this, mark my words.
Well, Mo goes from 8th place to 3rd place overall with 1550, and just by 25 points, Connor Baxter looks like he has taken it away from Casper Steinfath. So
still want to see a photo finish of that.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced. Travis Grant,
these
I reckon,
are unofficial overall results, but there. You got to give it to Mo Freitas. A silver medal down in Saudi Arabia.
Here we go. Here's Here we go. Look at this. Look at this. Travis coming up on the right.
Oh.
Where was the finish line? They've got a very accurate camera. It's not actually the ankle chip. It's a
photo finish.
It's a photo finish. It's whoever's got the nose, literally. So that could have been a very costly nose for Connor. We'll see.
I mean, look at all the crowd. I mean, you know, this is the gathering of the best sup racers that we've had in history. And the Pacific Paddle Games is fortunate to have it. I mean, the great sponsors from Salt Life and Sup the Magazine, they've got to feel blessed here at Dana Point, where the best of the best have come to compete. And we'd like to see more of this at other races around the world.
There's no doubt, you know, stand-up as a whole just need new formats. You know, it's not, to be honest, in my opinion, it's getting stale. You know, the races are the same. It's just really nice to see different companies and different event organizations coming up with a little different, you know, format, and we need more of it.
Yeah, I gotta back you up right there, Mitcho. I see a lot of races around the world, and at times, even I have to admit, sup racing can be a little boring. And when we're trying to get a more mainstream attraction with media, fans, sponsorship, you need exciting races, particularly in the waves like this. You need big, well-organized events like this to really elevate the sport to the next level. So I think what you've seen this weekend really could set a new bar, and hopefully a lot of other events around the world can follow the lead.
More gathering around. We're watching all the revelry, and we're still trying to digest everything that's happened. And again, you know, we have some unofficial results of the overall, but you know, we're waiting for AV to put his stamp on it. And I know Chris Parker wants to get down to see that photo finish, because between Connor and Travis, that could be a matter of 25 points of taking the overall and not getting the 25 points.
Oh yeah, that was the overall title.
1/10 of a point on the chip, 1/10, but you want to see the photo finish.
I want to see the photo finish. It looked like on that replay, Connor maybe didn't slow down until after the line. It was a little bit hard to tell on the front on angle, but he definitely slowed at some point, and yeah, if you let Travis pass, that's a huge mistake. Casper virtually right now is just 2nd overall. Connor will take the overall Pacific Paddle Games title. Mo Freitas, with that heroic performance, will be 3rd overall no matter what. Travis Grant, 4th overall no matter what. And Danny Ching, I believe, will be 5th. Kai Lenny probably 6th, but we're going to have to crunch a few numbers in here. Actually, Kai's going to be a little bit further down. We're waiting on some of the results.
Overall, guys, inaugural year, Pacific Paddle Games, a huge success.
Oh, there's no doubt. No doubt, it's huge success. You got 18 of the top 20 paddlers of the world. In the women, you had all the, you know, again, probably the, you know, 6 or 7 of the top 10 here. So, you know, that, the production, the cameras, the camera team, the race directors, Anthony Vela, the state parks, just everyone coming together to make this event a success. And, you know, I think that it's here to stay. There's no doubt about it. Dana Point, Tahini Beach, there has to be an event here every year. There's no, it can't not be. Stand Up needs this event. So, you know, thanks to Salt Life, hopefully they'll support it next year. We'll be back and be bigger than ever.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to take a short break right now. When we come back, we're going to have the official announcement of the overall. You are watching the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life and Something Magazine, live from Dahoney Beach here at Dana Point, and we're going to have the exciting news coming up next. Welcome back to the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, live from Dahoney Beach here in Dana Point, and we are still gathering up all the information, crunching the numbers, and what an exciting day. We began today with the distance race early this morning around 8:15, and it was a really exciting race, and it kind of set the pace out here of what we were about to see by the end of the day, because, without the distance results, the technical results, the combination. So let's take a look at the recap of our distance race earlier this morning, guys.
Yeah, distance race. This is what set the whole tone for today, and it's Danny. We just saw Danny come up here, and Danny got a bit of a slow start. Looked like Titu got the pole shot, fell off, and then from there Slater Trout set a cracking pace. But this whole distance race was just, as Chris will say, he was out on the water, and it was just a blistering pace for that whole 45 minutes.
Oh yeah, that was the fastest and quite possibly the shortest long distance race you'd ever seen. It was absolutely hectic, and Danny Ching did most of the work along with Michael Booth, the ultra dark horse. Connor Baxter just played it so smart. He sat back in about 7th or 8th the whole time. You can see Boothie leading there ahead of Danny and Travis. Not an easy thing to do. But it was one long train of about 30 guys. The top a dozen broke away towards the end. Danny put the hammer down, and I thought he had it. I was watching from the boat, and I was sure Danny was going to get it, but the ocean went a bit flat as they came around that final can. Danny and Connor had a sprint to the beach, and you watch Connor surge at the end here. Look at that. He sprints in front of the wave somehow and gets the run. He's stoked.
And that's what I expected just before for him to do, but he never got that done.
Yeah,
he was dejected, even though he came from the back of the pack to get into that second group that come across, as we see Casper Steinfath there. You didn't think he would let go on the sprint, because he's known for his sprinting on the beach. He's known for his finishes on the beach.
Yeah, I mean, he really left it up to the, if he just backed off a touch and, Travis had got across the line, then all of a sudden he goes from first to second. So, I guess we still say unofficially the results, but we're just...
Provisionally, the timing does have Connor as the overall champion, and he's probably going to get it, but personally I would like to see that photo finish. But either way, it's going to be Connor and Casper have just dominated this weekend. Amazing performance from both of those guys. But Mo Freitas, way to cap off the weekend. That was just heroic, I think you could call it. Just blitzed one of the most competitive field of the year.
Well, he's got to feel proud of that. A silver medal runner-up at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships down in Saulita. And there's one of the vice presidents of the ISA, Casper Steinfath. I mean, he had a third place in the distance and a second place here in the technical. And, I mean, we are now splitting hairs. We're splitting fibers of hairs. We're going down to the DNA. I mean, 1/10 of a second was separating some of these guys. And now we're trying to get the results from the photo finish. And right now, AV, the race director, is dealing with some other issues behind the scenes that we don't want to get into until they're made official. But Casper's still waiting on the beach and wanting to know, who's the overall champion.
He looks nervous.
He looks nervous and perhaps a little bit excited. He knows he's got at least top 2 in the most competitive race of the year. That right there is amazing, but he could still be in contention with this photo finish. I just want to give a shout to the timing system they're using here today. It's full Olympic style. They've got a laser guided camera right on the line, and you can get thousandth of a second photos frame by frame, and you can see exactly who crossed the line first.
There's Connor just congratulating Casper.
I know about Connor. Connor looked dejected just then when he walked past, and Casper looks pumped. So I don't know. I got a feeling that.
Well, I'm not sure how much of the scenarios these guys actually know, but it's going to be amazing. And the tiebreaker was the technical race. So if these guys were tied on points, the technical result would count. But either way, they're going to be 25 points ahead or behind of each other. Cool.
Casper, your shout, buddy. Casper's shout.
You feel for him.
That's a lot of Denmark dollars.
I don't think my mom's watching
Casper,
this.
the Danish Viking. I was chatting to him last week.
Thanks
He's hopping on a
for
plane at 6 a.m. in the
my
morning to go
girlfriend.
to Hong Kong to test some new race board models for his sponsor, Nash. Flying from Hong Kong to Hawaii on Thursday to race over there next weekend. That night, he's flying from Honolulu to Indonesia to finally take a well-deserved holiday with his girlfriend.
Well, I tell you what's happening behind the scenes. There has been a protest lodged by who we do not know at this stage. We can only assume. So the race officials are dealing with the protest. Protests have to be handwritten, given to the race officials. Anthony Villa is going through that right now, and I'm sure they're looking at the photo finish also too. So they're playing 2 scenarios here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of pride on the line. There's a lot of sponsorship endorsements. I mean, for these kids, this is their life. This is their livelihood. You can see Casper's got the Quick Blade, the Nash, and now the Red Bull sticker on his paddle. If he wins, that's a huge marketing bonanza for Red Bull, for Quick Blade, for Nash. So that photo finish is pretty important.
So we're awaiting official results of the technical race because it plays a factor into the overall race of the Pacific Paddle Games. A combination of everything from the distance to the technical, even the juniors. What if Riggs Napoleon won the juniors, won the distance, and placed well in qualifying in it, all those points were manufactured in there, Yeah, we're going to get into some recap of all the day's festivities that we've seen out here today. We've had Grom races, we had prone races, we had men, we had junior pros, we've had all kind of races out here. But the big primary races were the distance races for the men and women, and we showed you the men's distance, and here's the women's distance race earlier this morning.
Yeah, just absolutely dominant display by Candice Appleby. Even though all the girls were very close behind, Candice was out in front. She done all the work, led from the front, and just she was just way too strong for the rest of the girls. But Annabelle Anderson, Fiona Wild, Shay Fowdy, and
Angela Jackson.
Angela Jackson, yeah. So it all come down to a little bit of a sprint finish there at the end and some waves, but Candice done a great job.
Here's where the other girls catch Candice, but it was the surfing power. And look, she could have easily lost that wave too. But she made the drop, she made the push at the end, she made the jump, and she made the sprint to win.
Yeah, and that's amazing. It ended up being a super close finish as we go to the men's start and look at the paddles going there. Just T2 on a really narrow board, sort of just come off then. So. Yeah, these guys set a cracking pace, and Michael Booth out in front there really putting the pressure on. And it was just, it was a great day of racing, and we saw all the usual suspects, some new kids, some
Michael
guys.
Booth coming out.
Some guys, Michael Booth, some guys that have been there, just haven't been able to close the deal. They stepped it up, and it's been a great weekend of paddling.
Danny Ching, Connor Baxter, these guys coming through at the end, and it was the dismount here and the push by Connor Baxter from Maui to get that jump over Danny Ching. And, we didn't see that finish from Connor like we used to at the technical race, and that could have cost him, Chris.
Yeah, it was amazing, the contrast between the distance race finish and the course race finish for Connor. He'd done so well in the course race. He was back in about 15th in the excitement around the buoy, shall we say, and he came back all the way into that lead group or that chase group that was in the virtual second position. amazing performance for Connor. He's like one of those scrappy fighters. You can never write him off, and he always finds another gear to get back.
See the lifeguard tower here at Doheny Beach. Cal State guards doing a great job. Also doing double duty as water patrol safety duties out in the water for the Pacific Paddle Games. And our hats off to all the employees here at the California State Parks. And when there's a camera on you, there's some excitement going on here. You know, I remember the last time we ran the Eddy in 2009 at Waimea Bay, Kelly Slater had the lead going into the last heat, but all of a sudden Mark Healy and the boys were cheering up Greg Long. And you just don't cheer up second place. You cheer up the champion. So,
well, I'd like to see how it's possible. The only way that that's possible is that they've given Connor behind Travis, right? I mean,
you know, I don't want to preempt any official release, but I don't think they've had time to analyze the photo finish just yet. So
then how? Then it's Connor that's in front.
Connor, I mean, virtually right now, Connor is still in front. Until we get a confirmation on the photo finish, Connor's still in front. That guy standing next to Casper Travis Grant.
And here we go, the women's technical final recap.
Yeah, Shay Fowdy got a really good start, and but you know, Annabelle, you know, gets out in front. But Annabelle made a few little mistakes today, and that really cost her. And you know, Candice made the most of minimising those mistakes, and again was just too strong. She just definitely looked like the strongest paddler this weekend out of the women. So,
and look at that, smart to kick off on the wave, to be more in position. Annabelle riding the wave, falling back, and really battling back. And it came down to Candice really pushing the lead.
Yeah, just, you know, Annabelle not really positioning herself great there, and you know, Candice just getting that wave in front, and just really that was it, running away from it from there.
And there's the victory.
Clean sweep from Candice Appleby.
Well,
amazing.
Candice did it at the ISAs in Sayulita, winning the distance in the technical. She does so here at the Pacific Paddle Games. And guys, here's the recap of the men's technical race.
Yeah, Mo Freitas just out in front, and then with Chucky Glynn, I think, and then just that whole big group of, you know, what was it, 20 paddlers on a wave, just sort of really started that chain reaction of a lot of, you know, we'll say yard sail on that inside buoy.
Yeah, it was pretty tough around those buoys. You get 20 guys going to one tiny little buoy that's about as wide as one of these boards. It's just the numbers don't add up. But Mo Freitas, what a hero. Every buoy turn he did, I reckon he extended his lead by a good 10 seconds. It was flawless.
I don't think you've ever seen anyone actually lead from start to finish in one of these races, really. There's always been some sort of back and forth, but Mo got out, got around the can, got on that wave, and then he never really looked back.
And here was that very interesting finish between Connor and Travis. Super close for the overall title. We're still waiting on the official result. Obviously, the officials want to be extremely careful that they get this right. There's a lot of money on the line here.
Yeah, the officials are dealing with, one, a protest, two, possible photo finish, and that's why, you know, we're giving you unofficial overall results. Right now, you know, if the results stand as placed from the officials, well, Connor Baxter is the overall, but Casper Steinfath could have a chance of overtaking that with that photo finish, and depending on the results of the protest and things like that. So the officials are taking their time. They're going over everything there. And right now on the beach, they're giving out the awards for the open race that was held earlier today. So that's what's going on the beach. And you know, we're on pins and needles waiting.
Yeah, I mean, let's just get it over and done with. I want to go to the beer tent.
Yeah, lots of Dos Equis over there.
Oh, come on, Bo. We got to have some Dos Equis just like in Mexico.
Yeah. So there's the crowd. There's athletes mingling here, and you know, just an exciting day. The inaugural year of the Pacific Paddle Games, presented by Salt Life, and also SUP, the magazine, Olukai, GoPro, West Marine, Malago, Tequila, Dos Equis, Maui Gym, Cal State Parks. I mean, without all of our great support, and all the people who are at the demos and taking part, and the vendors, booths, all up and down the beach here at Dana Point. It's just been an exciting day, and saw quite a few of old friends from the old lifeguard competitions. Gary Parsons was competing in the open division from Canada, his wife Shannon Bell also, and Rocky from Japan, and his family. His kids did quite well, and he was saying that earlier today that, you know, all the webcasts that SUP is getting, whether it's the ISA, whether it's the Pacific Paddle Games, I mean, is reaching, and he loves the way we talk about culture. And he loves the way that, you know, SUP is spreading culture around the world. And, you know, Japan on the brink of introducing surfing into the Olympic Games. And who knows, 4 years from then, from Tokyo, the host of the 2024, could be seeing SUP racing, SUP technical, SUP distance, some form of SUP racing.
Tell me that race there wouldn't have been like the most popular thing ever in the Olympic Games. Are you kidding me? I mean, you know, hopefully someone gives that to the IOC to check that out and just go, hey, this is what it can be, you know. So, but look, Fernando's done a great job. The ISA's done a great job. You know as good as I do, Bo. I've been to every ISA event. I competed in a couple. I've commentated a couple, and they're just amazing events. And they're trying to take it to the next level, as is you know, events like this. And you know, it's the future's looking good. You know, not only with that sort of stuff, but as we see the girls, the young girls and the young guys on the screen, you know, the future looks bright, the future looks good, and who knows where we're going to be in a few years.
So again, they're going over the open results that were done earlier today. There were a lot of races. There was prone races. There was ground races. We had the junior pros, and yeah, if we can, let's listen in to Drew as he goes through all this, because we're awaiting words from the officials on this. So if we can just bleed in a simulcast in with Drew, we'll try to do so and acknowledge these champions of their events.
Let's hear it for Chris. Now for the men's distance open in the 18 to 29. Or sorry, we'll start with the 17 and under. In first place at 1 hour, 2 minutes, Levi Largent from South Lake Tahoe. 17 and under. At the age of 15 years of age. I just saw him bouncing around here. Well, let's move on. Men's 18 to 29 in the open 14s. In third place, let's hear it for Travis Cunningham. In second place, Mark Miyamoto. And in first place, overall in the men's 18 to 29s, doubling up after winning the technical yesterday in the open. Now taking home the distance for Riviera, Brandon Rambo. Come on, Brandon. Take it.
Go, you're keeping us from the party. He's taking Rod Loftus's award. Yep, that's fine.
Oh, sorry. Here, Brandon.
Cool, thank you. There you go.
And there they go, ladies and gentlemen, your 18 to 29 open distance class. Now for the men's 30 to 39. Congratulations, gentlemen. In third place, 33-year-old Chris Murphy. In second place, 38-year-old Seth Springer. And in first place overall in the men's open 14, 30 to 39 category at a time of 48:55, Foster David.
Levi Largent?
Yeah.
What first? First place. Where are you at? Want to come here and take a picture?
Levi, get out here. Ladies and gentlemen, here's our youngest competitor in the open distance race. Put your hands together for 15-year-old Levi Largent coming all the way from Tahoe. Usually paddles flat water, is out there doing it in the surf today. Nice job, Levi. All right, where is
Foster?
First. Foster David in first. Where's Seth Springer? I just saw him bouncing around. Get up there, Foster. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Foster David. Too scared to come up and get a photo. Now for the men's 40 to 59 in the open distance 14s. In third place, let's hear it for Michael Kelly. In second place, always on the podium here, Jack Weigel. And in first place overall at a blazing time of 49:36. Where's the camo man? Mr. Rand Carter. No. There they are, ladies and gentlemen, your 40 to 59 class. How about a big round of applause for them? Ladies and gentlemen, Seth Springer, get up here. Congratulations, guys. Seth Springer, thank you. Get a picture taken. Me? Seth Springer, better late than never. Congratulations, buddy. Now for the men's 60 to 69 Open 14 class in third place. Let's bring him up, Mr. John Bland. In second place at a time of 54:03, Bob Reuter. And in first place overall in the men's 60 to 69 category at a time of 53:25. Let's hear it for Dale Marnotti. Congratulations, fellas. Congratulations. Congratulations. I do want to point out the men's 40 to 59 class is the largest class with almost 32 competitors, so a huge field there. And there they are, ladies and gentlemen, your men's 60 to 69 years young class. Now, okay, now you can crowd surf. Hit it. Now for the men's 70 plus in the Open 14s. In second place. Where's Fast Frank Perna at? Where's Frank Perna? He stick around here? Frank Perna coming in second. And in first place, 71 years of age at a time of 1 hour, 7 minutes, Mr. Robert Erie. Robert, nice job, sir. We all hope we look as good as Robert when we get to be your age. Thank you, sir. All right, now for the men's distance 12.6s, 18 to 39 in the Open. In third place, Mr. David Peabody. In second place, Gianatan Irinoki. And in first place overall, at the age of 18 years of age, 51:03 is the time, Peter Kaczynski. Name? Second. How do I say it again, Jonathan? I'll get it one of these days. And there they are, your top three in the 12.6s. Let's hear it for them. Now for the men's 40 pluses in the 12.6s. In third place, holy mackerel, look at that piece of hardware. That's the Manufacturer's Challenge Cup right here. This could hold about 14 Dos Equis. Gee, no, you can't trade it in, but you could take a bath in this baby right here. All manufacturers, team manufacturers, Riviera, Infinity, we need you guys all to the front because one of these manufacturers is going to be taking home this amazing cup here right now. It's too close to call. They're crunching the numbers, so all board manufacturers, please make your way to the front of the announcer's tent. Now back to the results. In the men's 40 plus Open 12.6s, in third place, we have John Walsh. In second place, Scott McPhail. And in first place overall at 44 years of age, another international athlete, Army Armstrong. Army, where are you from? Army, where are you from? He's first. Where are you from, Army? New Zealand. Army all the way from New Zealand competing here today. in the open race. That's phenomenal. Now to the women. In the women 18 to 29s, open 12.6s. In third place for the ladies, let's bring her up, Mary Hauser. In second place, Shannon Bannon. And in first place overall with a time of 1 hour, 1 minute, 28 years of age, Jenna Flinkman. Nice job, Jenna. And there they are, ladies and gentlemen, 18 to 29-year-olds. Now for the ladies, 30 to 39 in the 12.6s. In third place from Tahiti, Helani Cronstead. In second place at a time of 1 hour flat, Christy Morris. And in first place overall at a time of 59.53 and champion for the 30 to 39 class, Riviera rider Sarah Messina. So there they are. Here comes all the leaders. Second, Christy Morris and Sarah Messina. There you go. So. And ladies and gentlemen, we encourage you to stick around. We're going to have the Pro Awards and the Overall Award. So please stand by and support all of our athletes.
Hey, everyone. My name is Andrew Minchinsky. I'm with Sup the Mag. I just wanted to say a couple words. We have to thank the park here for letting us use this beautiful location. We got to thank our sponsors again, who have done an amazing job to help us put this event on. This event, I've heard my name thrown around a lot. A lot of you, I know you, you're like family. But this event took an army to put on. It's not me. There was a whole team, a whole army. You could see what this is. So I'd just like everyone to take 2 seconds and give a big hand to the team at Sup the Mag and Enthusiast Network. And now, something that's completely new to the sport. We decided to do a manufacturer's challenge. Many of you may not know exactly what this is, but we wanted to bring in the brands who work with our magazine and are part of our industry and our sport to have a fun competition where everyone can go out and have a great time, but actually compete on an actual team as a brand. That's never really been done in the sport at this level. And we want to acknowledge everyone who participated because they're some of the best brands in the business. So, okay. We have a few more distances to go, so this is a little break. I'm not going to announce who the winners are yet. We're going to finish those, but I'm going to tell you who they are so you know. The brands who are part of the Manufacturers Challenge are Hobie, Starboard, SIC, Boga, Infinity, FCS 404 as a team, and Riviera. These are not the winners. These are not the winners. These are just the brands who participated. We want to thank you guys for believing in what we've put together. And did I say Infinity? Infinity. I knew I missed one on the list. So thank you guys. Stick around because that's going to come up right after we just finish out these open class awards. It'll be another couple minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for Andrew Minchinsky? He slept like 1 hour the last week. He's been on high blood pressure medication the entire week. I saw him breathing into a paper bag earlier this morning. Okay, let's get back to our women's distance. There you go. You got some beers coming to you, Andrew. In third place for our women's to 40 to 49. In third place, let's hear it for Tomo Yasu. In second place, Kim Reuter. And in first place, overall at a time of 58.11, Stephanie Schindler. Scheidler, I believe it is. Tome, third? Kim? Yes. Second? And first, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for this women's class, a very strong class with over 16 entrants. So very well done, ladies. By far the largest class in the women's category. Now for the women's 50 to 59. In third place, let's bring her up, Gretchen Benedetto. In second place, JC Suda. And in first place, no, Kristen, we did not forget about you. Bring her on up, Kristen Thomas at a time of 57:09. Kristen Thomas's second first place finish of the weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for our 50 to 59-year-olds? Now for the women's 60 to 69-year-olds. 60 to 69-year-olds in third place overall in the 12-6s. Let's bring her up, Debbie Brohan. In second place, G.P. Pelletieri. And in first place overall in the open 12-6s for the 60 to 69-year-olds, Patty Robbins. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Patty's first time ever paddling in the ocean, and she takes home first place. Patty, did you love it? The third lap, she loved it. She loved coming. Are you going to come back next year? Yes, she's coming back next year, ladies and gentlemen. Now for the women's distance, open 14s. In first place, in the 18 to 39 category in the 14s. Let's bring her up, Gina De Los Reyes. Congratulations, Gina. And we might as well bring our women's 40-plus open 14 up as well. Ali Mishnai, where you at, girl? We'll partner them up together so they don't stand all by themselves. So there you go. Your women's 18 and 39s on the 14s. Two young ladies paddle on the 4-time. Oh, Miss Nice, shush. And there they are, ladies and gentlemen. Two first-place finishes. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for the open races. We're going to move on to the pro and overall champion as well as our Manufacturers Cup Award right here, right now. SUP Manufacturers Challenge, brought to you by the Pacific Paddle Games. And to announce that, we're going to bring him back up here in just a couple of seconds, Andrew Machinsky. But a big shout-out going to Salt Life, Olakai, GoPro, West Marine, Milagro, Tequila, Dos Equis, WPA, California State Parks, Surf Community for sharing Doheny State Beach. Thank you guys so much. And once again, Andrew, take it over. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to announce who and what manufacturer will take home our Manufacturers Challenge Cup, Mr. Andrew Machinsky.
That's a lot of pressure. Okay. Who wants to know who the winner of the Manufacturers Challenge is? The winner of the 2015 SUP Cup. This is a perpetual trophy, so every year we will add a nameplate to this. And for the year, the winning brand will get to keep this in their office, and they'll bring it back to us at PPG next year, where we'll crown another winner or the same winner. This year, the winner with 11,250 points, Riviera. So some of you might not know exactly how this was scored. Every race that was part of this in the Junior Pro, the Open, the Prone, had the ability for the teams to put someone in the race. And all those points were scored and added together, and it allowed us to figure out who put together the best team. So this year, and it was tight between quite a few teams, but in this award, we're only going to announce the actual top winner. So congratulations, Riviera. Please come up here and claim your award.
Where's Brad Rambo at? Come on, Mr. Rambo. Oh, man. What a battle it was. It bounced back and forth each and every event. And Riviera bringing up the paddles, bringing up the boards, bringing up the athletes. Where's Brad at? Brad Rambo, I need you up here, sir. Where is he at? Mike Muir, get up here. Mike Muir, come on. Get up here. We got to see Mike Muir up here. Come on, Mike. Uncle Mike Muir, get up here. And ladies and gentlemen, accepting the award on the behalf of Riviera, Mr. Mike Muir. Mike, you got to be so proud of your team.
Oh, I am. I'm very proud of my team.
Let's talk about what the Riviera brand means to you and everybody else here today taking home this cup. It's got to be a significant win.
I wasn't prepared for this, Drew.
Okay, there you go.
Talk to Brandon.
Brandon, come over here. Brandon with 2 wins, the sales manager for Riviera. Talk about how well your team performed over the weekend.
They did great, and the biggest thing for us is, sponsoring athletes and having people involved. And we're lucky enough to have, a solid team from, Brendan Rose on the Prone, which he crushed it. I held down the Open, and then we had a lot of guys in Elite and the Groms and Shea, and we're just super excited. So,
well, congratulations. The winner of the Manufacturers Challenge for 2015 at the Pacific Paddle Games, Team Riviera. They'll be back to defend it in 2016. Congratulations, you all. Party at the Riviera household. We'll be drinking out of this baby later. Let's fill that up with some Dos Equis. Oh, man. Remember what I said, okay? Seriously.
Hey, Drew, we're going to do the Prone now.
Okay.
Okay, this is overall top 3. Okay. This is for the...
Little beery up here right now. That's those Dos Equis. Congratulations to Team Riviera. Got to be really excited about that. We'll roll that board off. And then we'll get into our prone categories. So let's start off with the prone awards in the stock class. In the technical race here today, in 3rd place for the ladies, Miss Julia Garcia. In 2nd place in the prone stock 3-mile tech course goes to Marissa Kukan. And in 1st place overall in the prone stocks for the women's 3-mile tech, 25 years of age at 43.04. Let's hear it for Christina Boring. And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our prone stock ladies out there. Well, we got one more coming. Christina? They're going to take home a Salt Life gift certificate as well for $25, so congratulations. Now for the men's 3-mile prone stock in 3rd place overall. Just was up on stage. Let's bring him back up once again. Mr. Brennan Rose. In 2nd place at a time of 34:32, Ryan Pingree. And in 1st place overall for the men's 3-mile prone stock at a time of 34:27, 44 years of age, Mr. Brian Murphy. So Brian Murphy finished 2nd yesterday. And the technical comes back in the distance and takes home 1st place. So congratulations, Brian. Brennan Rose back up. $25 gift certificates from Salt Life going to y'all. So congratulations on that. And now for the female unlimiteds in the prones. Female unlimiteds in the prones. In 3rd place, let's bring her up, Miss Julia Garcia. Julia Garcia in 2nd. Or sorry, in 3rd. In 2nd, DJ O'Brien. And in 1st place overall in the women's unlimited at a time. Oh, stock, my apologies. 25 years of age in the stock class, Miss Christina Boring. I have to apologize. This is for the championship, the overall championship. So this is the prone championships. We have money for that, so we're going to hold on. My apologies. I just kept reading on, reading on. Give us those back. Give us those back.
Give us those back. We'll announce you back. No, just wait for a little while. We'll get you back.
So we'll bring back up our prone championships here in just a little bit. I got to learn how to read. So we'll have our prone championships and our pro championships coming up in just a couple of seconds. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we want to thank everybody for coming out to the Pacific Paddle Games inaugural kickoff. And I'll tell you what, without each and every one of you out there competing, it wouldn't be the event that it was today. All the way from the race jerseys provided by Sweetwater Wear to all of our sponsors that make this possible. Salt Life, we want to thank Sup the Mag, Olakai, GoPro, West Marine, Milagro. Don't forget the beer tent is now open. Dos Equis and California State Parks. As we keep it rolling all afternoon. Now we're going to give away over $55,000 in cash and prizes. Even the Grand Pros, which has never happened, taking home some cash money here today. So we need everybody to stick around. Don't go away because we got some rather large checks that are going to go to our overall champions here in just a few minutes. So we're going to keep it rolling. Don't forget, catch the replay of the live webcast at PacificPaddleGames.com. There'll be updates, recaps, and everything like that. So in case you missed any of the action, it'll be on there. In just a little bit, we're going to bring up some of the Salt Life executives to say a few words and express some of their thoughts after this amazing event. So we'll be bringing them up here in just a little bit. So stick around. We got results coming up here in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life, live from Woody Beach here at Dana Point, and we are just moments away from the announcement of all of our pro divisions. The race results have been given to Drew, our beach announcer, and they're breaking that down. But again, we'd like to thank you for still staying on to the webcast, and we'd like to thank all of our great sponsors making all this possible. The inaugural year of the 2015 Pacific Paddle Games being presented by Salt Life, and of course SUP, the MAG, Olokai, GoPro, West Marine, Largo, Tequila, Dos Equis, Maui Gym, and the California State Parks. And without our great sponsors, a huge success here at Dana Point, bringing back the webcast, bringing back the infrastructure, just bringing back everything to SUP racing, bringing all the best SUP racers from around the world to have what, by hands down, some of the best competition racing we have seen in SUP racing history. We're going to have the awards coming up for all the disciplines in the professional. It will be the women's distance, it will be the women's technical, it will be the men's distance and the men's technical, and then the overall. We're going to recap that, and we're just waiting for word there. We're going to take another commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to have the exciting announcement from all of our pro divisions. So thank you for staying tuned to the webcast. We're hanging on pins and needles just like you are, and we'll return back to the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life.
Put on a pair of Maui Jim sunglasses, the world begins to look different. Colors are more vivid. Contrast is clearer. Details are crisper. Wherever your vision leads you, beauty follows. With polarized lenses that eliminate glare and enhance color, Maui Jim sunglasses won't change the world. They'll change the way you see it. Color, clarity, detail. Maui Jim.
I like to tell people that the Salt Life is not just a sticker on my car, it's pretty much a lifestyle.
It's beach, it's swimming, it's fishing, it's diving, it's surfing, paddleboarding, living your lifestyle on the beach and in the salt water.
We are very involved in every activity that is based around the ocean. My whole family surfs. My kids fish, dive, teach yoga at the beach, all that kind of stuff.
I'm out in the water 4 or 5 times a week, sometimes even more. As much as I can be out there, I am.
We have to have it. We have to have it. We got to be out at the beach every day. We live at the beach. We go watch sunset. You know, we're down there before sun up. I mean, I don't know, it's kind of like a vitamin.
Taking my love for the ocean and being able to share it with everyone else in the same passion.
Inshore, offshore, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm on a boat with the rod in my hand, catching fish, that's all I care about.
enjoying the ocean, using everything it gives you, surfing, diving, fishing. You always have to respect it, only take what you need.
Just hanging out in the water, on the water, by the beach, any activities. It's just being by the ocean. It's just a really good life. I really enjoy living the Salt Life.
It's been an honor to be a part of the Salt Life team because everyone gets to express their relationship with the ocean, but in different ways. Like we have surfers, divers, people who fish, everything, and they're able to express their relationship, and yet we all still share the same passion.
When I hear the word Doheny, it is, I think, the mecca for racing in California.
Classic.
Rocks.
Legendary.
The hammer buoy. I mean, that's where I was born, basically.
No word comes to mind, but goosebumps land on my arms.
Lots of action, lots of carnage.
It's one of the best venues for stand-up paddle racing.
It's the home of stand-up paddling. It's where there's so much energy infused to the spot that I feel like every time I come to the beach here, it's like I'm going to some sacred ground. Like it's almost like a church for us in some way.
It's just a legendary place to be a part of paddling, and every time I go back there, I'm really nervous, excited, and it's just a mixed bag of emotions. So.
Close races are fun just because it's down to the wire and you have to do everything in your ability to make it to the end. Although winning by a landslide's nice, but I think when it's close, it's a lot more fun.
I personally like watching close races, but I would rather win by a lot.
A landslide for me. I mean, I'm not as quick as the kids in the critical situations.
Close. I'm all about making it exciting for spectators because I think that's what grows the sport, and so a closer race with a beach finish.
Well, I mean, a landslide would be awesome, but it doesn't really matter. As long as you cross the finish line first, you win.
Welcome back to the Pacific Paddle Games presented by Salt Life. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jamie Mitchell and Chris Parker from SupRacer.com, and we're getting ready for the awards on the stage for the pro event. But let's just recap the last 2 days, guys. It's been really exciting down here. The inaugural year of the Pacific Paddle Games, you know, taking over from what Sparky and Jerry and all those guys did back in 2008 and 2009 you won. And this event has grown leaps and bounds, and Salt Life has really put a lot of positive energy into this event. Something Magazine has really backed it up. All the great sponsors. Aloha, we're wrapping up the show here today as we're getting you in tune to what's happening for the last 2 days. We're waiting for the awards to be announced, and we want to bring that to you. But a huge success here at Dana Point.
It's been an amazing weekend, and you know the weather came to play, the ocean came to play, the best athletes in the world came, and you know the production, the camera work, just you know everyone's done a great job, and it's been an amazing weekend. And we just finished off with one of the most craziest technical races you'll ever see in your entire life. So, you know, what better way to finish off than probably in the beer tent later.
Yeah, it's been really good, and we're just getting word that the Pro Awards are being announced on the stage. So let's take you down to Drew, our head beach announcer, and let's tune in to see who won the tech, who won the distance, and who won the overall. We'll be right back.
Come on, Brian. There he is. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Murphy, $1,000 richer. Congratulations, Brian. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this moment to introduce to you your race director who worked his fanny off today. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for Anthony Vela? Come on out here, Anthony. Get on out here. Anthony Vela, come here. Come here. Out there setting the final buoy all by himself. He dropped his radio and went. And Anthony, tremendous job on the weekend. He got salt building up all around you. What do you want to say to everybody that was here this weekend?
What do I want to say, or what am I going to say?
What are you going to say?
So I just want to thank, obviously, the sponsors. This event wouldn't happen without them. Thank you, Sup the Mag, for stepping in right away, and the Enthusiast Network for stepping in a huge way. I think when everyone stepped onto this beach, they're like, whoa. Before anything even happened, the event was a success. Obviously, there were little things that went on with setting the course and buoys, and that just happens when you have surf conditions. But the racing that we saw today and yesterday was fantastic, from all of the opens to the pros to the junior pros and, of course, the Grand Pros. Thanks to all the competitors for being nice to me, and sorry for, for any of those other things. But fantastic. I can't wait for next year. And I think that we're in for next year, so I'm not making any promises, but I'm pretty sure that everyone's in for next year. I hope all of you guys are, and be sure to go home and watch the live webcast. Thank you guys all for being a part of this, and anyone have a beer for me?
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, your race director, Anthony Vela. You heard his name called all day long. Nobody has a beer for you, Anthony. We'll get you one. Now let's go to the technical pro in the women's category. Tech Pro. What do you want to call it, top three or top four? Call the top three. And the top three being announced here today in the technical pro for the women's pro women. In third place, let's hear it for Fiona Wild from Hood River, Oregon. In second place, from New Zealand, Annabelle Anderson. And in first place overall for Team Affinity at a time of 31:53. Let's hear it for 30-year-old Candace Appleby from San Clemente, California. So Annabelle Anderson taking home $1,500 in cash. They'll all be taking home some prize money here today. And there's the big check right there. And congratulations to Candace taking home the Technical Pro. Now for the women's Distance Pro. 6 miles, and boy, some blazing speeds out there today. Calling up the top three. In third place from Riviera, 16-year-old Shay Foudy. In second place at a time of 49:05, let's hear it for Angela Jackson. And in first place overall on the Infinity at a time of 49:05, 30-year-old, let's bring her up, from San Clemente, California, Candace Appleby. And another $1,500 in cold hard cash going to Candace Appleby. So that's already $3,000 in the pocket. Oh, baby. The inaugural Pacific Paddle Games here at Doheny State Beach. Now for the men's. Now for the men's in the Technical Pro in third place. What an amazing finish this was. And coming into third place, 21-year-old Cody Kerbox, ladies and gentlemen. In second place, another 22-year-old Casper the Viking Steinfath. And in first place overall with one of the most amazing finishes in technical racing history, 18-year-old from Hawaii at a time of 29 minutes, 10 seconds, running away with it this year, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for Mo Freitas. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, your top three. Mo Freitas taking home $1,500 in cash. That's a Technical Pro. So there you go. Oh, we got some beer coming in from up top. Jamie Mitchell making it rain. So congratulations, Mo. Now let's run over to the men's distance pro. The men's distance pro in third place in the distance at a time of 44:11. Let's bring him back up, 22-year-old Casper Steinfath. In second place, from San Clemente, California, Redondo Beach area, FCS 404 rider Danny Ching. And in first place overall in the distance pro today with an amazing finish, and boy, oh boy, was he happy. 21-year-old starboard rider at a time of 44:02. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Connor Baxter from Hawaii. Connor, the last to register in the top of the podium. I gotta love it. And there's Connor Baxter's $1,500 check. Ah, baby. And we got some Dos Equis there. Ladies and gentlemen, there's your top three in the distance here today. Congratulations, gentlemen. Who wants them to spray a little beer around, ladies and gentlemen? Let's hear it for them. Here they go. Danny, grab it up. Let me check the ages once again here. Woo! There it goes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the overall winners, I want to introduce to you. You know the PPG was presented by Salt Life. You've heard it called all day long, but I want to introduce you to the gentleman behind it. President of Salt Life. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Jeff Stillwater.
Hey, everybody. Thanks so much for coming out. It's been a fantastic event, and we are in for next year. Hope it'll make it a lot bigger, a lot better, have a lot more fun. So let's give out a check.
Have a beer, Jeff. There you go, Jeff. You grab onto that beer. Now it's time for the big checks. So Jeff said, let's give away some big checks. And the overall. The overall, here we go. In the ladies category, so for the females, in third place, there's our third place check. Oh, sorry, just first place. Okay, third place, 18-year-old on the starboard from Hood River, Oregon, Miss Fiona Wild. So Fiona Wild taking home a big chunk of that $55,000 purse. In second place from New Zealand, 34-year-old Annabelle Anderson, with a total of 1,650 points combined for the both events. And first place overall, taking home a check for $8,000, with a combined total of 2,000 points, with a finish both first in the distance and first in the technical. Ladies and gentlemen, from San Clemente, 30-year-old Candace Appleby. Oh, baby, $8,000 getting presented there by Jeff Stillwell. Jeff, you might get to keep that check. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, $8,000. Let's spray some beer, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff, get in there, buddy. This is the overall PPG champions coming back to defend their title next year, so $8,000. Candace Appleby having a spectacular weekend, taking home $3,000 in individual performance and $8,000 in the overall. And now for the overall championship for the men's. The overall championships for the men's. In third place, at a total of 1,550 points, 18-year-old from Hawaii, and a tremendous performance in the technical race. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mo Freitas. And Andrew wants me to point out they're paying all the way through 10th place here, ladies and gentlemen, so a lot of money going out here. In second place, with a total of 1,725 points, just 25 points behind first place. Let's bring him back up. The Viking, Casper Steinfath. And here comes the Viking right there. Congratulations, Casper. Jeff handed him his trophy. In first place, overall champion with 1,750 points. This gentleman performed absolutely beautifully today and deserves every bit of it. 21-year-old from Hawaii. Ladies and gentlemen, first place and overall champion at this year's 2015 Pacific Paddle Games, and no stranger to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, $8,000 richer is Connor Baxter. Connor Baxter, $8,000 richer. There's the check. And let's spray some Dos Equis. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, your top three overall champions. We're going to pay all the way out through 10th. And once again, Jamie Mitchell's getting ready for it. I know he is. And there it is, the big check right there. $8,000. He's out of beer. He's out of beer. Get him another one. Let's spread. Let's go here. Oh, heads up. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're excited. Hope you're excited for 2016 because we know we are. We want to thank everybody that competed. We want to thank everybody that came out and spectated. Congratulations to all of our athletes on behalf of the Pacific Paddle Games and Dan Gavir, my co-host, up in the booth. We want to thank Salt Life, Sup the Mag, Olakai, GoPro, West Marine, Milagro, Dos Equis, the California State Parks, and each and every one of you for coming out. Thank you so much. And until next year, have a good night and see you next year for the 2016 Pacific Paddle Games.
Okay, we are back to the Pacific Paddle Games wrap-up show, and we just saw the awards given to both the men and the women in the overall, also for the technical and for the distance. And how about Candace Appleby, $11,000, and for Connor Baxter, $9,500, you know, their take-home prize, and deservingly so well. And, you know, it was the world champions down from Sayulita prevailing here at Dana Point and taking the overall prize.
Well deserved, Bo, and just, you know, how often do we see these guys at the top of the podium? And, Candace was stellar. Connor, just done his gritty, normal self and just was able to.
Yeah, we're trying to get Jamie. Jamie, let's try the other headset here. For some reason, they're not coming in. So let's try that again.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they're coming in now.
I was just saying that Connor and Candace thoroughly deserved their first places. Connor, just his usual gritty self, just got himself out of some horrible positions and just found his way back to the front, and he can just do that all the time. It's unbelievable. And Candace, the polar opposite, she just led from the front and just really backed herself. So amazing job. It was great to see Casper right up there. He was so close. Mo stand out in the technical race, and it's really good to see how the overall and the different races, there was just stars in every single section of the races. So amazing weekend, and these guys took home some serious cash.
So huge success, first year inaugural for the Pacific Paddle Games, being presented by Salt Life and Sup the Magazine and Olokai and GoPro and West Marine and Milagro and Dos Equis and Maui Gym and, of course, the California State Parks and the lifeguard system and the water safety that they performed out here today. And hats off to Anthony Villa, his first-time race director out here. Behind the scenes, Anthony was dealing with multitude of issues out there and did a great job of running this event. And, not everything just from the pros, but there were a lot of amateur events, as you were seeing some of the award ceremony, and there were just a cast of thousands here, and we'd like to thank all of you for staying in tune here. It's great to have the webcast back for the SUP events because the interest around worldwide is huge for SUP racing around the world.
Yeah, it's a great event. Thanks to the producers, thanks to Jody Nelson for yapping in our ear and getting us doing the right thing, and everyone's done a great job, and I can't wait to be back next year. Hopefully I won't be with you guys. Hopefully I'll be in the water.
So for Chuck Patterson, for Pat Parnell, for Chris Parker, for Jamie Mitchell, I'm Bo Hodge. Until next year, aloha, and thanks for all the technical staff that did a great job downstairs under trying times and hot, humid conditions underneath the scaffolding. And we'll see you next year for the second annual Pacific Paddle Games here from Dana Point, being presented by Salt Life and Sup the Mag. Aloha.